Hey guys, welcome back to the channel. Today, we're starting part 1 of an awesome What If Endeavor Got a Second Chance story. If you want to see part 2, drop a comment below and tell me what you think. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share. Now let's jump into the story. It's worse than the report had claimed. There's at least 50 𝐿𝐵. Fighting against one had already left 𝐿𝐵 in a hospital bed with grievous injuries. Even with the both of them, even if it turns out these 𝐿𝐵 aren't the advanced versions, there's no guarantee the fight will turn out in their favor. The grim truth of the matter is that this isn't a fight for victory. It's a fight for time. I'm the only one in the area with enough firepower to delay them. 𝐿𝐵 states firmly. No, you're not. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 growls, referring to himself. Strictly speaking, that is true, but they cannot afford to delay the backup requested for the main battle downtown. You were specifically requested for. Your friends need your help. 𝐿𝐵 isn't going to compromise on this, and he isn't above blatant manipulation. He isn't going to let any kid, let alone 𝐒𝐿𝐽, stay here to face an army of 𝐿𝐵, and they can't both. I will delay them for as long as I am able. The other pro heroes in the area will be dispatched to their designated locations as planned. Send backup to me only if they can be spared. There's a long, terrible moment where 𝐒𝐿𝐽 glares at him, looking like he's about to argue. But then, he snaps his mouth shut and nods, a mechanical jerk of his head. His fists are clenched, and 𝐿𝐵 doesn't know what to say. There's no protocol on how to deal with this sort of situation. Even if there were, it probably wouldn't have applied. His made sure of that. Stay safe. Give Fuyumi, Natsuo, and your mother my regards. 𝐿𝐵 mutters gruffly. And my apologies. He knows it's too little, too late, but it's all he can give them. Don't be stupid. Tell them yourself. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 chokes out, his voice thicker and rougher than 𝐿𝐵 has ever heard. 𝐿𝐵 nods once, terse and perfunctory. His first white lie, and an utterly ineffective one. They both know he won't be coming back. There are no gushy platitudes of don't do it, no attempt at a hug or even a pat on the back. They, or their relationship, it's hard to tell the difference, are too damaged for that. They both hesitate, nonetheless, a sense that they shouldn't just leave things hanging like this. But then, there's a sudden crack of a distant volley of explosions, and the moment passes. 𝐒𝐿𝐽 turns away first. He sends one wave of his flames toward the incoming horde, then sprints away on a path of his mother's ice, a shock of red and white. He doesn't look back. It's probably for the best. I'm proud of you. 𝐿𝐵 realizes abruptly, once 𝐒𝐿𝐽 is gone, is what he should have said, even if 𝐒𝐿𝐽 doesn't care. But he's no stranger to missed opportunities, and there's no time for regrets. He swallows the lump in his throat, now, of all times, really. And turns back to face the 𝐿𝐵 steadily advancing towards him. 𝐿𝐵 squares his shoulders and steels himself, preparing for the fight for his life. It's disgusting that of all ways to step down from the mantle of number 1 hero, he's going to be, once again, emulating All Might's final act. Except, unlike All Might, he isn't taking down the final boss. He's merely handling the distraction. He'll have to trust that the newly minted pro heroes, they're all still so young, and the older veterans alike can win their battles. If they defeat Shigaraki and All for One, his death won't be in vain. The boost to public morale will outweigh the hit from the death of the number 1 hero. He has to have faith in that, if nothing else. The first wave of 𝐿𝐵 leap at him, and then there's no time to think. It's a blur of red, an endless mix of fire and rage, BLD and pain. He takes down at least 10 and injures up to half of them, he thinks, before he reaches his limit, coughing BLD out from his lungs, barely being able to stand. He doesn't know how long it's been, if he's done enough, if he's failed everyone. But he doesn't have a choice but to keep going, and hope it is. He lets out a roar, igniting himself in a tower of flames burning hotter and brighter than he's ever managed, the flames spiraling up a luminous blue around him, burning him too. 2 ears flames, 𝐿𝐵 thinks, allowing himself a bloody grin as it takes down a few more of the beastas still brainlessly clawing at him. Not bad for a last hurrah. He can still hear screaming in the background, the sound of helicopters in the air above him. He's vaguely aware that someone seems to be running towards him, but that can't be right. The searing pain in 𝐿𝐵's chest intensifies. Tell them yourself. He takes in a shaky breath. It mixes with blood and rattles in his chest. His eyelids are heavy, and he can't keep them from fluttering shut. This isn't going to work. Sorry, 𝐲𝐸. Maybe next time. The cloud of fog in his mind grows, and slowly, the ringing in his ears fades. At least, he thinks, they will get along just fine without him. It's a bittersweet thought, but it's not one he's going to have to contemplate for long. 𝐭𝐲 draws in one last breath, then welcomes the darkness that swallows him. Smoke, fire, flames that flicker red and blue. Cherry blossoms, frost on the window panes, a vase full of amaryllises. Anger, shouting, boiling water. A psychiatric ward, a school, a gravestone. 𝐭𝐲 wakes up with his heart pounding in his chest. He gasps, his lungs drawing in air greedily. He can breathe. It doesn't hurt. Nothing hurts, except for his throat. He forcibly modulates his breathing, something drummed into him since early days of becoming a pro hero, then blinks, letting his vision get acclimatized to the dim lighting. 𝐭𝐲 recognizes this ceiling. He survived. No, that's impossible. Why would he be in his room instead of a hospital ward? There's a light pressure on his arm, a hand, he realizes. He turns to his right, then stops short. She shouldn't be here. He blinks again, but she's still there. Only, we woke you up because you were screaming in your sleep. It's colored with worry and apology, but 𝐭𝐲 would recognize the soft, melodic cadences of her voice anywhere. It is Ray. And she looks far younger than she should be, barely a day over 24. He realizes belatedly only when a young boy, 𝐒𝐿, clambers up onto the bed clumsily, then pulls at 𝐭𝐲's arm. If this is a dying hallucination, it's a strange one. Why would he dream up a scene set in a time where none of the rest of his children even exist? Are you hurt? 𝐒𝐿 asks, his voice high and face scrunched up in worry, the bright blue eyes staring at him a reflection of his own. 3-year-old 𝐒𝐿, 𝐭𝐲 thinks numbly. It's both easy and anything but to look at him and think of Darby, wreathed in blue flames and covered in scars. No. He answers past the lump in his throat, not trusting himself to say anything more. 𝐒𝐿, this tiny version of him that 𝐭𝐲 has tried so hard to forget for the sake of his sanity, peers at him and nearly falls on him, forcing 𝐭𝐲 to support him. He awkwardly pats 𝐒𝐿 on the back, then turns to Ray, who interprets it as a call for help. Daddy's okay, let's go get you back to sleep so he can rest too. Ray expertly coaxes 𝐒𝐿 back into her arms. 𝐒𝐿 yawns, as if to prove her point, and lets his mother pick him up. Good night, Daddy. 𝐒𝐿 announces. Good night, 𝐒𝐿. 𝐭𝐲 replies after a beat. It comes out thicker than he meant it to, and Ray twists back to look at him, confusion written in the worried tilt of her eyebrows. She leaves the door open. 𝐭𝐲 exhales slowly, reaching for a phone on the bedside table. He can't decide if he wants to be there or not. His fingers close around metal, and there it is, an outdated model he'd long abandoned in favor of newer technology. He unlocks it, wincing at the glare of the screen, then looks at the date. It's as he thought. 𝐭𝐲 is quite sure that deathbed dreams don't last so long, and shouldn't be so realistic as to even include time PRD appropriate background props. He raises a hand to touch the side of his face. There's smooth, unblemished skin where a scar should be. He lets out a shuddering breath. Everything points to one logical conclusion, but how can this be? A latent quirk manifestation. He doesn't understand. There's a natural order to life. People live, then die. They don't live, then die, then get mentally thrown back into the past to live again. That's not how life works. There's movement in the doorway that 𝐭𝐲 catches out of the corner of his eye. He turns to face it, watching as Ray walks in, carrying a glass of water. This time, without a tiny boy launching himself at 𝐭𝐲, he takes a moment to just look at his wife. He hasn't seen her in so long. It's the same white hair, the same gray eyes. But she's still so young, and with the benefit, curse, of hindsight, 𝐭𝐲 can spot the differences, the crucial ones. She doesn't walk like she's trying to shrink into herself. She doesn't drop her gaze to the ground the very moment their eyes meet. Somehow, even though her hair is tangled and there are bags under her eyes, she looks far healthier, far more alive. She looks appealing. And then, he'd burnt her out. 𝐭𝐲 closes his eyes, letting out a shaky breath. He'd thought he would never see her again. It feels like cheating, somehow, to get this chance. By the time he opens them again, the glass is on the bedside table, and Ray is next to him, barely 30 centimeters away. She reaches a hand out towards him, a hesitant, uncertain motion. 𝐭𝐲 doesn't move, doesn't speak, just keeps his eyes trained on hers. There's still flecks of confusion amidst the worry in her gaze, and something tender underneath that makes him look away. Her fingers brush against his cheek, catching a tear he hadn't known had fallen. It's a gentle, barely there touch. It shouldn't be able to cause such a powerful pang in his chest. 𝐭𝐲? Ray asks softly, drawing him out of his head. It's been a decade since he last heard her say his name, but he remembers, and the duality of losing and regaining seizes in his throat. He probably couldn't speak if he wanted to. With the way he's acting, she must think that he has gone insane. When Ray withdraws her hand, 𝐭𝐲 catches her wrist. She stiffens, an almost imperceptible tensing of her shoulders, and something in his heart clenches. He loosens his grip, needing her to know she has the choice, but she doesn't let go. She doesn't wrench her hand away when he gently brings her wrist to his lips. She doesn't recoil when he lightly kisses the underside of her wrist. They stay like that for a few long moments, just the sound of their breaths in the air between them. It's a selfish moment of escape, and it takes a while before he musters the strength to speak. It was a nightmare, 𝐭𝐲 says quietly. His voice is rough from its apparently recent abuse, yet much less gruff than it will grow into with age. He lifts his gaze back up to meet Ray's, watching as surprise flashes through her eyes. About our family. In a move of surprising boldness, Ray perches on the bed next to him, then threads her fingers through his. He can't help his weakness. No, he's not going to think of it as that anymore. The flutter of warmth in his chest at the simple initiation of contact. It's a strange mix of unfamiliar and home, and it gives him the push he needs to continue with his narration. I dreamt of us, decades in the future. He murmurs. It doesn't feel right dismissing an entire life he's led as a dream, but he needs to get it out, to prove to himself it happened, and how else could he ever describe it? 𝐒𝐿 manifested a flame quirk like mine. I trained him every day, subjecting him to a Spartan regime. I was pushing him to his limits, and beyond them. You asked me to stop, his voice cracks. How mortifying. But Ray doesn't comment, and so he continues. But I didn't listen. And eventually, he snapped and ran away. When I next heard from him, he'd become a villain. Not a petty criminal, but an established one. Where was I throughout all of this? Ray asks, her voice surprisingly strong. 𝐭𝐲 clenches his free hand, fighting to keep a torrent of anger, disgust, hatred at bay. Ray's thumb starts drawing circles on his palm, a slow and tentative motion. Once upon a time, he would have interpreted it as patronizing, and the sheer presumption of the action would have been enough of a trigger to set him off. Now, it still isn't soothing per se, but it helps to ground him, helps him to draw in a slow breath, and he can appreciate the thought behind it. In a psychiatric ward. 𝐭𝐲 answers hollowly. You threw a kettle of boiling water at 𝐒𝐿 when he was a little older, because he reminded you of me. He pauses, forcibly unclenching his fist. You would get panic attacks in my presence, so the doctors recommended we did not meet. We didn't see each other for the next 10 years. There's a beat of silence at that, and the motion of Ray's thumb stills. I'm here, and perfectly sane, Ray begins haltingly. And have you seen 𝐒𝐿? She pauses, evidently unsure how to continue, because the problem there had always been 𝐭𝐲, not 𝐒𝐿. An uncomfortable silence falls upon them, because they both know the truth, that maybe not yet, but at the rate he's going, he could push them off the edge. There's an ugly part of him that hates her for acknowledging it, and a growing part of him that's all the more disgusted at himself. It's a dark coil of anger deep in the pit of his stomach, reminding him that he was the root, the catalyst, the trigger for their family's downward spiral. It did happen, he reminds himself harshly. He can't forget that, even if time has actually reset itself. In some ways, it's harder to force himself to look Ray in the eyes than to battle 50 Nomu. But he does, because he refuses to be a coward, and he owes her that much, at least. No, I haven't. Because I haven't been around the two of you enough. He admits, his tone low and confessional. A breath hitches in Rei's throat. She makes to say something, but 𝐭𝐲 cuts her off, for the last time, he promises, before he loses the nerve to say what needs to be said. I've been a terrible husband and father. 𝐭𝐲 says plainly, the words coming out in a rush. His lips curve up into a bitter smile. No, I'm not good with emotions. I've never known how to be anything else. But I've seen where that leads, and I don't want to be that anymore. His words and dlvy are embarrassingly clumsy, but he forces himself to plow through. I know that I've hurt you many times over, and for that. 𝐭𝐲 pauses, taking a deep breath, feeling deeply outside his comfort zone. I apologize. For that, and everything worse that I've done that you don't remember. I might not deserve another chance, but I hope you'll give me one, and help me to be better. Stop me when I go overboard, tell me when, if I scare you, and I'll try to listen. He finishes his plea, because it somehow turned into one, rough and stumbling and uncertain. Rei's eyes are wide. The expression on her face is one he can't decipher. She could have been carved from ice, the way she's still as a statue and hasn't said anything. 𝐭𝐲's lungs constrict. Perhaps it's already too late, maybe she doesn't want to try. His thoughts cut off abruptly when Ray all but launches herself at him, burying her face in the crook of his neck. For a few moments, he just sits there like a fool, until his brain catches up and his arms slowly jerk upward to hold her in an embrace. It's a bucket of cold water poured over his head, the realization that in the past decades, he's held more strangers in his arms than he has his wife, and it's probably true even in this era of his life. Rei's skin is cool to the touch, more so than is strictly comfortable, but she's wonderfully solid and present. He can't help closing his eyes and leaning into the touch, savoring the simple miracle that she's here, that is here. He breathes in the scent of her hair. Floral, he thinks, fondness tinged with a sort of hysterical edge, of course. He only realizes that she's crying when he feels a patch of dampness growing on his shoulder, through his shirt. What's wrong? 𝐭𝐲 asks, half alarmed, and half darkly wondering if even in trying to fix things, he's already managed to mess up. Nothing, comes the muffled reply, before Ray looks up and pulls away. The corners of her lips quirk up into a smile. It isn't particularly wide, more measured hope than happiness, but it transforms her face regardless, making her look radiant. That's my answer to your previous question as well. She adds, soft yet sure, and a crushing pressure in 𝐭𝐲's chest, one that he hadn't known was there, lightens. He blames it on shock at his potential unique circumstances and the emotional rollercoaster that his last 3 hours have been that words fail him yet again. Instead, he gives in to the urge to lean down, pressing a soft kiss on her forehead. He lets his lips linger for a few moments, trying to convey all that he can't properly verbalize. Ray looks back at him, countless questions in her silver-gray eyes. We should sleep, 𝐭𝐲 says, partly because it's true, he's physically exhausted, emotionally drained, and not entirely convinced all of this isn't a figment of his imagination, and partly because he doesn't think he can answer all of her questions, and the last thing he wants is to ruin their current fragile understanding. He promptly regrets it when Ray nods, her expression closes off, and she makes to get off the bed. They had always maintained separate living quarters in the name of privacy, but it feels wrong, somehow, for this to end with them going their separate ways, as if nothing had happened. Will you stay the night? 𝐭𝐲 asks, almost impulsively, before he can second-guess his own request. Ray's eyes widen. They've never done this, them sleeping together with her in his bed instead of him in hers. He'd never asked before he did, they've never done it for the sake of it without coupling beforehand. But what he's just told her, he means it. He needs her to know that he does, that he's going to try his best to be better. His endeavor, and his best is definitely more than just good enough, more than just avoiding his own personal pitfalls. Ray hesitates for a moment, then nods, a small smile on her face. Let me check on 𝐿𝐿 first. I'll go get my things. What's between them is tenuous, frayed, but it's not broken. Not yet. In another lifetime, 𝐭𝐲 had cut the strings, had pushed away everyone he'd deemed superfluous in his single-minded pursuit of number one. He had lost sight of everything else that mattered while hurtling towards something only he could see. And in the end, he'd got what he wanted, the last way he'd ever wanted it. There had been nothing waiting for him at the top, no one to celebrate it with. Only the weight of the world on his shoulders and large footprints to fill. This time, he doesn't want to walk down that same path. Hell, he doesn't even need to be number one. Not really, not anymore. His mind conjures up a memory of 𝐒𝐬𝐽, of a conversation he will never forget. It's, as he said back then. He just wants to be a hero that his children, and his wife, can be proud of. A good husband, a good father, someone that his family deserves, someone who can love and be loved. 𝐶uya doesn't have to be driven to villainy, nor Rei to the brink of insanity. When they are born, Fuyumi and Natsuo shouldn't have to grow up feeling neglected and unloved. 𝐒𝐬𝐽 shouldn't have to hate an entire half of himself. 𝐿 doesn't need to see hatred, pain, fear or indifference in their eyes, whenever they look at him. Rei comes in for the third time. It's just as well that tomorrow is a Sunday. He helps her slip under the blanket, and she smiles at him, uncertain but true. He hates that he can't remember the last time she smiled so much in his presence. He can't quite bring himself to smile back at her, but if this is real, if there is a tomorrow, he swears that one day he will. 𝐿 lightly rests a leg against Rei's, and she shifts closer to cement the touch. It's barely anything, but it's much more than he's ever had, than he's ever let either of them have, and so, it's enough. It's enough that she can bear looking at him, that being in the same room as him doesn't cause her to panic. If all of this is just a dying hallucination to earn some semblance of peace, it's enough. Rei doesn't sleep, even when 𝐿 drifts off, the furrow between his brows smoothing out when he eventually does. Her heart has finally stopped hammering in her chest, sent into overdrive by a potent mixture of disbelief and hope. She can't shake off the feeling that maybe she had stepped into an alternate universe 1 hour ago, when she'd first entered his room to find him screaming. The thing is, Rei knows her husband. Before everything that had just happened, she would have been steadfast in her certainty that Todoroki 𝐿 is cold, formal and distant. He doesn't do soft. He doesn't show vulnerability or weakness. He doesn't look at her like he treasures her, giving her kisses on her forehead and wrist that are so sweet they make her heart ache. With the way he's been recently, she would never have suspected him to have those fears he'd just described. For the last 2 years, the only emotions she's really seen from him are variations on anger. There's a whole spectrum there that she's familiar with, everything from annoyance to fury. He's never physically hit her, but his words can be cutting, and there are times when she's scared. You would get panic attacks in my presence. It hadn't always been like that. Back at the beginning, he'd been aloof and gruff, but still kind. He'd asked about Rei's favorite flower and her pastimes, she'd learnt about his aspirations and his past. They had actually spent time together, doing things that couples usually do, watching the sakura bloom, ringing in the new year with a kiss. She'd thought she could learn to love him, and for a while, she thinks that she actually did. But as he grew busier with hero work and 𝐶uya came into the picture, all of that had gradually stopped. His temper grew shorter as the years went by, and with it, any hopes of their arranged marriage ever turning out to be anything more. Then came tonight. Rei wants this for herself, for her son, this glimpse of what could be that she's seen in the past hour, so much that it hurts. She doesn't understand it, though. It doesn't make sense. No pro-hero is a stranger to nightmares, let alone 𝐿, whose high-power quirk lends itself to dire situations with unavoidable casualties. Even so, he has never talked about them, has never let her see anything behind his self-erected wall. He's never screamed during one, loud enough to wake both 𝐶uya and her. And then, they'd woken 𝐿 up, and he'd acted even more strangely. Instead of simply claiming he was fine and then sending them off, he had stared at Rei as if he couldn't believe she was there, then let 𝐶uya climb onto his bed and cling to him. There had been unshed tears in his eyes, an unexplainable amalgamation of relief and sorrow, and that had been the confirmation for her that something was wrong. So, she tucked 𝐶uya back into bed, assuring him she was going to help 𝐿, and now, here she is. It all just feels so surreal. She wouldn't be surprised if she woke up in the morning only to find herself in her own bed, all of this turning out to be a dream. As if he knows the direction her thoughts are going, 𝐿 shifts in his sleep. There's a loss of contact for a moment, and then his chest is there, a very warm and very real pressure against her back. It's new, but not entirely unfamiliar, and is decidedly comfortable. That night, Rei lets herself fall asleep with a smile on her face. This time, waking up is not so much a jolt to life as a gradual growth of awareness, 𝐻𝐻's senses firing on one by one. There's a light pressure against his chest, the warm brush of skin on skin, a ticklish sensation on his cheek. He could get used to this, if he let himself, and something about that makes 𝐻𝐻 irrationally reluctant to open his eyes. It's hard to decide which would be worse, for this to be real or not. When 𝐻𝐻 finally does lift his eyelids, he's greeted by the sight of white hair. One of his arms is strewn across Rei's waist, holding her loosely to him. He exhales slowly. It's real. He's alive. He's in the past. What now? He had never asked for forgiveness, let alone a second chance. The consequences of his actions, or inaction, decades in the making, had always been something he was prepared to live with. What ifs and what could have beens had no place in his life, not even in the dark recesses of his thoughts. Such speculation could only be pointless. Painful. That said, he's not enough of a fool to walk the same failed path twice. The question of where to start, what to fix, is much harder to tackle. But he'd promised, last night, to try. And by some slide of miracle, the word makes his lips curl, but he's hard-pressed to offer any alternative explanation he can. Something dangerously close to anticipation bubbles in his chest. 𝐻𝐻 lifts his arm, as gently as he can, and carefully extricates himself from the bed. Luckily, Rei doesn't awaken. She only shifts in response, burrowing her head deeper into her pillow, looking far more serene and comfortable than she really should be. He looks away. Washing up at the toilet is another challenge in itself. 𝐻𝐻 thought he'd mentally prepared himself, but knowing isn't the same as seeing, and he can't help the sense of disconnection when he looks up from the sink. 𝐶𝐲 will remain similarly unmarked. He leaves the room, mental state still stuck somewhere in cloudy disbelief, and nearly kicks 𝐒𝐻𝐻, who is perched right outside his room. It's easier that 𝐒𝐻𝐻 still has a shock of red hair instead of black, that the age difference between what 𝐻𝐻 remembers and what is in front of him is so wide. Yet, it also makes contemplating everything that happened in between much more sobering. 𝐒𝐻𝐻, for his part, recovers from the shock of his knee injury far faster than 𝐻𝐻 does. Mummy isn't there. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 points in the general direction of her room, then adds plaintively, I'm hungry. You shouldn't sit here. It's dangerous. 𝐻𝐻 says, almost on autopilot, defaulting to the black and white of facts. We could hit you by accident. But you won't, right? 𝐒𝐻𝐻 blinks up at him, eyes wide and trusting, and there's a momentary pang in 𝐻𝐻's chest. Past tense, future tense, yes and no. He'd held back, of course, but even then. No. 𝐻𝐻 eventually says. Not this time. Even if he somehow ends up training 𝐒𝐻𝐻 again, for control instead of power. It's a train of thought that 𝐻𝐻 needs a strong coffee to pursue. Breakfast sounds like a good idea. Your mother is still sleeping. 𝐻𝐻 continues, pointing out the obvious. He presses his lips together. He doesn't trust himself to prepare the traditional breakfasts that Rei, and after that, Fuyumi, WHPs up. I'll make us toast and spread. You're cooking? 𝐒𝐻𝐻 asks, eyes as wide as saucers. It's just bread and butter. 𝐻𝐻 says, almost defensively. He's confident of that much. Late nights and missed dinners have made sure of that. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 scrunches his nose. I don't like butter. Does he not? 𝐻𝐻 had always thought himself observant, and it's only just begun to strike him just how much he had missed the first time around. Or rather, 𝐻𝐻 admits, he just never cared enough to look. That thought makes him swallow his instinctual response of beggars can't be choosers. Cheese. 𝐻𝐻 finds himself offering instead. He hopes there's actually some in the fridge. 𝐒𝐻𝐻 nods enthusiastically, how had he become Darby, and makes a beeline for the kitchen. 𝐻𝐻 hesitates for a moment, then follows after his son at a more measured pace, closing the gap easily with his larger strides. Whoever claimed that it was never too late to start had been wrong, is possibly right, and for once, 𝐻𝐻 is completely fine with not having the last laugh. 𝐿 absolutely does not lose to a toaster. It's just more expedient and precise to use his flames. Ray wakes up in an empty bed. But it's the right one, and that makes a world of difference. The sliding door isn't fully closed. If she concentrates, she can hear snippets of conversation drifting in from outside, a gruff baritone interspersed by high-pitched interjections of why and why not. Alarm bells start ringing in Ray's head, but there's no crescendo of exasperated answers leading to a shout for silence, and so Ray lies back down, blinking, her chest warm in a way it hasn't been for a while. Last night hadn't been a dream. And maybe it's too early to say, but 𝐿 seems to have meant it. She's content to simply lay there for a little longer. It's only when Ray swears she hears her husband warn Tuya that using fire to melt cheese is usually a bad idea, especially without his level of control, that she decides it's time to intervene. 𝐿's office at the agency is how it's always been for the most of his career. Large room, his desk, 2 shelves behind him, slowly filling up with case folders and reference books. It's never really felt oppressive before. His always preferred empty space to unnecessary opulence. The set of couches he'd eventually commissioned, and keeps expecting to see whenever he looks up, had been born out of functional need. With the whole situation with 𝐿 and the League of Villains, visitors had never been in shortage, never mind 𝐿's own opinion on the matter. Hawks had often dropped by, almost always running his mouth off about something or the other. 𝐿 had let him, if only because he would have been blind not to have noticed how the boy's smile had turned brittle, dark circles under his eyes growing more pronounced as the years went by, the stress of number 2 and the fallout from the revelation of his double agent status taking its toll. It's strange to realize that right now, Hawks must be barely over 2. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 visited sometimes. Never for long, and always professional, not that 𝐿 would have had it any other way in an official setting, but it had been jarring back then, the sudden realization that his interactions with his own son were more stilted than with an effectual stranger. Add in the increased number of staff, police and smattering of other pro-heroes, and the foot traffic had grown quite ridiculous at some point. It's not that he misses it, heaven forbid, but it might be true that certain elements of this backslide were better before, not after. 𝐿 sighs, trying to shove those thoughts to the back of his mind and focus on the papers in front of him. The problem about traveling back in time is that all his current cases are ones he's dealt with before. In the span of half a day, he's reviewed the material and his memories to compile the information he needs. Some come much easier to him than others. The drag-dealing ring, he vaguely recalls. The serial kidnapper turned murderer, he definitely does. 𝐿 presses his lips together. This time around, he will make it in time. Of course, it would be suspicious to send his input back to the police so quickly, all at once. But once he finishes planning out his schedule for sending and settling the cases, that leaves him with nothing to do. 𝐿 briefly considers an impromptu patrol, but his mind keeps drifting back to Shigaraki, to 𝐿, to the army of Nomu and the League of Villains. Right now, they're All Might's problems. Not his, not 𝐔𝐬𝐽's, not All Might's successors. It had been obvious, in the end, once Deku had started using quirks he shouldn't possess, quirks that anyone who did some searching realized belonged to a series of mentors and mentees. It was amazing that no one had realized it sooner, the pattern of inheritance of that particular strength enhancement quirk, but then and again, none of the previous heroes had been anywhere as famous as All Might. 𝐿 could just ignore all of it. His 2 decades early development of Nomu should not have begun. Shigaraki hasn't even been, 𝐿 pauses, instinctively reaching behind him to grab a file, only for his fingers to close around thin air. Right. 20 years too early. 20 years to prepare, in advance. 𝐿 had always been terrible at being a bystander. It's a seasonal flower and we only have the dormant bulbs right now. Even with our MSDR's quirk, it'll take another couple of weeks to bloom. Do you have a particular species in mind? We have these few. Settling into their new routine is a matter of relearning some old habits, dinner at home, even on weekdays, having a young child in the house again, and forming new ones. Ray's pillow is now a permanent fixture on 𝐿's bed. 𝐿 is a bit less of a permanent fixture in the dojo. There's some ramifications of this whole time travel thing that he doesn't like to consider. The fact that he's technically almost twice Ray's age is the most discomforting. Yet, 𝐿 has to admit being 20 years younger has its benefits. Right now, he's at his physical prime, his agility and stamina honestly much better than it will be. He'd made up for it in the future, past. With stronger technique and quirk control, the knowledge of which is brought back with him. Granted, he'll have to train to stretch the limits of his flames and bring his endurance back up, but he's definitely in a much better place than he first was at this age. It shows in Wednesday's raid of the Drag Ring, a collaboration with 𝐿𝐴𝐼 that goes very smoothly. 𝐿 receives a rare compliment from him. It's just as well he can get away with a short thank you and a nod, because it's hard to muster anything beyond that when he's trying not to think about the last time he'd seen his ex-teacher, an ill-fated showdown with all for one that could only have ended one way. It shouldn't even have been his fight. 𝐿 should have known that things never stay straightforward. As far as quirks go, this villain's is simple, but effective. The ability to transform one's nails into sharp blades has obvious applications. Last time around, the investigation process had seemingly tipped him off. He'd gone on the run. By the time they had arrested and interrogated him for information about his victim's whereabouts, it had been too late. 𝐿 still remembers. 7 corpses in the basement, dismembered, drained, frozen in ice. This time, he's pushed the investigation timeline up by 2 weeks. When they storm the villain's house, he isn't prepared. But none of them, least of all 𝐿, expect a villain whose MO and previous capture exemplify cold, logical and psychopathic to snap in such an emotional way. Instead of running, the villain goes for self-immolation. It's a cheap attempt to take the entire house and his hostages with him. 𝐿 dives straight in. Fire and flames are 𝐿's bread and butter. By all accounts, it should have been a complete victory. It isn't. The casualty count is much lower, but it's still 2 deaths too many. He's quite sure these 2 women died the earliest the last time as well, according to the coroner's report. There's something about that disturbs him beyond the ball of frustration and guilt in his chest for having failed again. He's not sure which is worse, if their deaths were somehow scripted, or if it's just a coincidence, living proof, not living. 𝐿 thinks with an edge of hysteria that he still isn't good enough. Debrief is a somber affair. No one blames 𝐿. They cite that no one could have known that at least he'd managed to rescue the other 5 in time. 𝐿 thinks that they probably would have, if they knew. The pit that settled at the bottom of 𝐿's stomach grows more cavernous with every step he takes towards his house, a piercing sort of frustration that refuses to ebb. 1 foot into the dining room, and both Ray and Tuya turn to face him mid-conversation, halfway through their meal. They are smiling about something or the other, and it should be easier to take his seat at the head of the table as he has for the past week, to let inane conversation and nursery escapades quell the hurricane raging in his chest, but it isn't. Sometimes, he still wonders if they really are better off without him. 𝐿 turns and leaves. He thinks that Ray calls after him. It's hard to tell past the pounding of his heart in his ears and the slam of the door. The moment he reaches the dojo, he props an arm up against the wall. He closes his eyes for a few moments, trying to shake away the scarlet haze clouding his vision. It doesn't work. He thought he'd got better at it, at getting a handle on his temper, but he's on edge, and it's bad enough when he's angry with someone else, but it's always been worse when there's no clear target, and part of it is directed at himself. He makes for the punching bag and starts pummeling it. There's something about the mindless repetition that he relishes, the way the abrasion of leather on skin numbs the sting of his failure. He's stronger than he was at this age. His body isn't used to it, but his mind is, and it takes more effort than it will, but he can. The point is, he's so much stronger, has so many more advantages, and it's still not enough. 𝐿 forcibly unclenches his fists, staring at them for a moment. Can he? His frustration fuels his recklessness, it always has, and he shouldn't be pushing himself right after work, but he needs, to prove that he can. His fingertips tingle in anticipation. 𝐿 concentrates his hellfire there, orange fading into luminous white. The strain of sustaining it sets in, but he holds on, feeding it, until he's at his limit. When he lets go, his flames shoot outward, a network of beams that isn't as extensive as it will be with practice, but his control is there, the firepower is there, and it slices through the dummies like butter when he flicks his wrists, directing the flames just where he wants them to go. For that one moment, a surge of visceral satisfaction courses through him, the loud clang of metal clattering onto the floor behind him, and then, there's a gasp from the doorway. 𝐿 twists around sharply. Ray is at the doorway. Luckily, 𝐻𝐼 isn't. He tenses. He feels the signs of overheating set in. The throbbing in his temples, the tightness in his chest, the sudden sense of vertigo as if the floor's being pulled out from under his feet. He's done more damage before, both to the dojo and himself, but that doesn't mean he wants his wife to see any of it. Not this time. Not the violence 𝐻𝐻's capable of, quirk-related or otherwise, not his weakness during the aftermath of overexertion. Their gazes meet, something magnetic in the way their eyes snap to each other's. There's tension in the stiffness of his posture, in the tight grip of her fingers on the door frame. Is this going to undo all of the progress they have made since then? How long have you been there? 𝐻𝐻 asks, lower and harsher than he'd meant. Accusation and aggression have always been his go-to defense. Ray's hand drops to her side, but her gaze doesn't, and she makes to speak. 𝐻𝐻 braces himself in anticipation of her answer, trying to ignore the heaviness of his limbs. He needs to sit, or at least rest his weight against a surface, but Ray is here, and 𝐻𝐻 pauses, a moment of ugly clarity. Even now, his pride is in the way, isn't it? I only saw your last move. Ray says. She sounds unsure, but her voice doesn't tremble. Doesn't that take a lot out of you? 𝐻𝐻 blinks. Yes. He says slowly. The knot in his chest loosens by a fraction, a vague sense of relief that she hasn't ran away, although a part of him still wishes she would leave. Ray approaches him carefully, as if he's a cornered animal she doesn't want to frighten, and how ridiculous is that? He's the one who's just sliced up a dozen titanium-reinforced dummies in a fit of frustration. There's a warning written in the hardness of his gaze. He doesn't expect Ray to disregard it, but she does, inconceivably reaching a hand out towards him. It's a mix of the sincerity of her expression and 𝐻𝐻's own self-inflicted lightheadedness that he just stands there, keeping his eyes trained on her, and lets her press the back of her hand against his forehead. It's just a light touch. There's barely any pressure to it, but it's refreshingly cooling against his blistering skin, and for one insane moment, 𝐻𝐻 nearly gives in to the urge to catch her hand when she retracts it, and continue pressing it there. You pushed yourself too hard. Ray's tone is lightly scolding. I'm not a hypocrite. 𝐻𝐻 says, and Ray looks at him, concern bleeding into confusion. Ah, right. No context. Wrong Ray. It's just overheating. He continues more firmly. I will be fine with rest. Ray looks doubtful. She bites down on her lower lip. I can help you to cool down. She suggests. 𝐻𝐻's instinctive response, one that has been his modus operandi for years, is to snap that is fine, make her leave, and then sink onto the floor to deal with it alone. But instead of that, he catches himself, biting his tongue and swallowing his pride. How? Ray's eyes widen. She hesitates for a moment, then takes a tentative step towards him, getting into his personal space. Oh, I'm filthy. 𝐻𝐻 feels the need to point out. I can take another shower. Ray says, a slight twitch of her lips. There's an element of awkwardness to it, at first. 𝐻𝐻 has never been one for hugging. Ray lightly presses herself to him, activating her quirk. She's encouraging in the way that she holds him, resting her head against his chest, and 𝐻𝐻 gives in, solidifying the touch by wrapping his own arms around her shoulders and back. It still feels like he's burning from within, but the coldness brings physical relief. The direct contact isn't all, 𝐻𝐻 realizes. There's a layer of frost creeping along the windowsills, the air in the room notably cooler than it was before. Subtle, compared to 𝐒𝐿𝐼's ice walls. Her touch is gentle, but 𝐻𝐻 feels raw. Exposed. It feels strangely natural, but they've woken up holding each other more often than not in the past week, and so maybe that's not as surprising as it could be. Shouldn't you be afraid? 𝐻𝐻 asks, a barely audible murmur against the top of her head. That you have good quirk control. Ray asks, tilting her head to look up at him, her tone deliberately innocent, as if she doesn't get what he's asking. 𝐻𝐻 doesn't understand. Just 1 week ago, he touched her carefully, and she had tensed up like a sprig of mimosa. Now, he's exhibited what most people would consider violence, and she's initiating contact. They just stand there in silence while he recovers, and just when 𝐭𝐲 is considering pulling away, Ray speaks. "What happened?" she asks, a soft, slightly halting question that makes 𝐭𝐲 stiffen. "I failed," he states. "I don't want to talk about it." He'd hoped she wouldn't ask. Ray's eyebrows pinched together to form a frown. "But you've been the number 2 hero for years. How just forget it?" 𝐭𝐲 snaps, wrenching himself out of her hold. Ray nearly stumbles. She flinches, subtle but it's there, and it feels like a punch in the gut. Of course, it's not that she's suddenly fine with it all, it's just her own way of trying. The edge of his anger evaporates abruptly, the slow burn of shame and guilt surging up in its stead. 𝐭𝐲 can't fail here too, not when he's already failed as a hero. "I'm sorry," he grits out. It's fine." Ray interrupts, soft but firm. 𝐭𝐲 blinks. She just cut him off. In the middle of an attempted apology, no less. "I should have made myself clearer as well. I didn't mean to imply don't make excuses for me." 𝐭𝐲 scoffs. "I overreacted. I think you're just being too HRD on yourself." Ray counters, her tone somehow patient, and this entire exchange is getting ridiculous. 𝐭𝐲 presses his lips together. "What's your point?" "It's just..." Ray pauses, and it's either the earnestness of her confusion or the way she's obviously striving for tactfulness, a courtesy he had never afforded her, that causes his planned interruption to die before it leaves his lips. "I don't need to hear the full story, but how was this time different?" It's true from an outsider's perspective that it seems to be business as usual. He's been in the thick of things for almost 10 over 20 years. He's seen plenty, failed people despite his best efforts, and Ray knows it. But how is he supposed to explain that he's encountered the same villain before, that there's no excuse for him being unable to do his job properly the second time around? "I'm in a better position to respond now," 𝐭𝐲 says slowly. "After so many years, I should be able to spot the patterns." Ray doesn't respond immediately. She twists a lock of hair around her finger as she looks to the side, seemingly considering his words. There's always going to be an element of uncertainty. What matters most is doing everything in your power, right? Ray starts. "If what you said were true, veterans like Crimson Riot should have a 100% success rate by now." The kindness of her tone hurts more than the harsh truth in her words ever could. "Maybe you shouldn't be relying so much on trends," she suggests, almost as an afterthought. "Why not?" 𝐭𝐲 raises an eyebrow. "Inductive reasoning might not apply well on human behavior. People are full of surprises." There's a slightly wistful undercurrent there, the sense that it's a loaded statement, and suddenly, 𝐭𝐲 isn't quite so sure what they are talking about anymore. Before he can reply, his stomach embarrassingly, maybe fortunately, chooses that moment to growl. Ray hides a smile. "I saved you dinner." 𝐭𝐲 clears his throat, ready to accept the subject change. "Thank you." It sounds empty and insincere, reminiscent of the "thank you for your questions" he occasionally uses during press conferences. Ray doesn't seem to mind. She smiles in response, and it's 𝐭𝐲's own impulsive need to prove his standards, and her expectations for him, shouldn't be so low that fuels him when he leans in. Their breaths mingle for one long moment. He sees something flash in her eyes, permission, maybe longing, not fear, and so, he presses his lips to hers. 20 years. Her lips go from parted and shocked to soft and receptive. It isn't as familiar a sensation as it maybe should be, they never were that kind of couple, and so, it's an even mix of remembering and learning when he deepens the kiss. Her arms wrap around his shoulders, a gentle, grounding pressure, unlike the unexpected undercurrent of urgency with which she's responding. He takes her slow, insistent slide of tongue against tongue, and is not sure how long it lasts before they pull away. Only that it was far beyond what he'd planned, and possibly what has ever been. He's never really missed the physical aspect of it all, but it's much better than he remembered. Or maybe he can simply appreciate it more this time, an act, rather than a tool or a means to an end. Ray looks as surprised and breathless as 𝐭𝐲 feels when she looks back up at him, a rosy flush on her normally pale cheeks. He can't help thinking that this, whatever it is, will do. 𝐿 had picked a different species from the last time, based purely on name, and admits that maybe he should have done more research. But how was he supposed to have known amaryllises could look so different? The flowers in the bouquet are painfully ostentatious. Appealing, perhaps, but in a loud look-at-me, attention-grabbing kind of way, candy stripes of red and white and an overabundance of petals. 𝐿 looks ridiculous carrying them. He's quite sure that this isn't Ray's style. It's certainly not his. The moment 𝐿 gets home, he shoves the DMN thing into her hands. "You weren't specific enough," he says accusingly, without any preamble. Ray's surprised gaze slides from him, to the flowers, then back up to him. The beginnings of a smile plays with the corners of her lips. "I didn't think it would be relevant," she says, a strange mix of confessional and playful. He's heard her speak to 𝐒𝐿 like this before, but it's never been directed at him, and 𝐿 can't help realizing, with a jolt, that he much prefers it to stammers and wary politeness. "Why else would I ask for your favorite flower?" 𝐿 grumbles, no real heat in his voice. "It's been years." There's a real smile on her face now, a teasing lilt in her voice. "Would you have remembered a scientific name?" "Of course," 𝐿 scoffs. "I have a good memory." "What are 6 years, compared to 26? I'm curious about which you'll pick," Ray says, and it takes a couple of seconds for him to realize the implications. 𝐿 gives her an aghast look. "Do you expect this to become a regular affair under the guise of a guessing game?" "I'm kidding." She giggles, and it's a short chime of laughter that he should, at best, be able to indulge, not find so captivating that he wants to hear it again. Besides, it's not like you'd need that many tries, right? Privately, he thinks that he wouldn't mind taking more tries to figure it out, if only to bask in the warmth of her contentment. It doesn't help his case when Ray stands on the tips of her toes, kisses him on the cheek, and whispers thank you. Part of him wonders what the original, future Ray's reaction was. Likely more measured. Perhaps she had even thrown them away. Not exactly how he'd planned it, but reluctantly, 𝐿 considers it a win. Ray had been telling the truth all along. She doesn't play favorites. General flower shape aside, it's the diversity that appeals to her, the sheer number of variations on red and white, the motif she's come to associate with their family, that the genus is capable of. The fact that he remembered even that much means much, much more than the exact appearance of the flower ever could. There is a crystal vase in a cabinet that hasn't seen the light of day for far too long. She places the flowers in them, then rests a hand on its base, using her frost to cool the water down. Ray is happier now, really, but she can't help the niggling sensation of doubt that creeps up on her sometimes, an ever-persistent shadow at the back of her mind. Somehow, it's the littlest things that are the most jarring. Her husband has never been one for grand overtures of romance, but that just means that every small action says all the more, if you know how to look. Years of practice have trained her to read into things that others would miss. The active decision to stay in the same room after eating instead of immediately excusing himself. Wishful thinking, some would say, but maybe not, and Ray has always kept faith. So, it's the seemingly unwitting things, lacking their usual purpose, that catch her off balance. How many times now has Ray looked up, only to find him staring at her? That's something in itself, that he's looking at instead of through her, but the way that he does it, as if she's a puzzle he's trying to figure out with a time limit. That's very new. There's a runaway pack at the back of her wardrobe, hidden behind piles of clothes and art materials. But she doubts she could ever leave, not with 𝐒𝐿 in the picture. Where would she even go? Back to her parents who were nothing but supportive of this union from the start. To find and burden a brother who has a family of his own. It's clear that 𝐿 is trying. The problem isn't that it's not enough so much so as is almost too good at it. She'd had her suspicions, back on that night, and all that's happened since haven't exactly alleviated those fears. How could a single nightmare, a fictional construct, even if born out of very real fears, have had such an impact? How weird is it of her to have been relieved when she'd walked in on him that day, in the dojo? And oh, she knows how the old adage goes, that she shouldn't shoot a gift horse in its mouth. But there's no way she can let herself live a lie if this turns out to be one, even if just about every fiber of her being wants to. When she eventually broaches the subject, it's on one of those nights, strangely domestic in a way 𝐂𝐻𝐺 had never let himself be before, him reading a book in bed after an evening spent with her and 𝐻𝐼𝐫. She's putting away the laundry when the question falls from her lips. Have you gone for any health checkup lately? 𝐂𝐻𝐺 goes still, and she instantly regrets. The tactful indirectness does little to dull the impact of her words. It could have been an innocuous question, if not for the timing and context and everything in between. It's the unspoken insinuation that stings the most, the slow twist of a barbed weapon yanked out from a wound, and 𝐂𝐻𝐺 would know. Does she truly think that he's only capable of all this when under external influences? 𝐂𝐻𝐺 knows it's irrational. She's trying to look out for him, for goodness sake. But knowing something intellectually has little bearing on his instinctual reactions, and he can't help the stab of betrayal in his chest that, Ray would rather trade him in for his past self, even if he would treat her and their children far worse than he would. God, it sounds so stupid when he puts it like that. There's a problem of tenses somewhere. It's absurd that he's even in this situation in the first place. His eyes follow Ray as she folds the laundry, studiously avoiding his gaze. He shuts his book, page 184, and briefly considers feigning ignorance. It would put her on the spot, a petty form of payback. She would squirm, trying to dig her way back out of the grave, and that's the opposite of what he actually wants. 𝐂𝐻𝐺 unclenches a fist, taking a deep breath before he speaks. If it were a quirk, would you actually want it removed? 𝐂𝐻𝐺's attempt at blasé falls painfully short. Compartmentalization has never been his strong suit, not really, and it shows in the brittle quality of his voice, bitterness leaking through the cracks. Ray inhales sharply, her gaze flitting to him, then drifting back down to her hands. He doesn't like it, doesn't get it. The contrast between this and the glimpses of playfulness he's seen is stark. How can this be necessary if it's just hurting them both? It wouldn't feel right for me to benefit from something like that. Ray eventually says. The last part of her sentence comes out rushed, a barely audible string of sounds. Even if I were happier as well. 𝐂𝐻𝐺 asks, his lips curling up into a sardonic smile, more sharp edges than anything else. Maybe it's a cruel question, but it slipped out, and something in him wants the answer too much to take it back. Ray's eyes snap back up to his, wide and alarmed, indecision visible in the way she nibbles on her lower lip. But if you're compromised, it wouldn't be real, would it? She asks quietly, then looks away again. Skewed or impaired judgment, you know how it goes. 𝐂𝐻𝐺 pauses, his tongue feeling like lead, a sort of crushing pressure in his chest. It would be easier if she would stop placing his perceived happiness before her own. And technically, there's no denying that he's a hijacker, a replacement, in some ways. If the problem is just the truth, there's no real problem at all. He's always been sure of what he wants, and right now, compromising is an active choice. So, it doesn't take too much effort to lighten his tone into something more casual, despite the lingering unease simmering beneath his skin. I still feel like me, so that's all hypothetical either way. He says, if only because he doesn't know what else he can claim. Besides, I doubt how I treat my family would have been a priority of any of the villains I've encountered. He adds in a drier tone. Ray smiles, a self-deprecating edge to it that's a far cry from the ones he's starting to grow used to. I suppose not. Don't mind me, I was just being silly. She says with a short laugh. It frustrates him, just a little. He has never appreciated the superficial placations that society is so fond of, nor the second-guessing they entail. It would be far easier if everyone would simply say what they actually mean, and the petulant thought has him stop short. 𝐂𝐻𝐺 sighs, trying to summon some willpower to spit out what needs to be said. What I mean is, I'm quite sure that this is what I want. He clarifies, slightly stiffly. I can go for a checkup if it worries you that much. A bluff, or perhaps, not. It might be worth investigating. Would there be any sign of whatever it is he's been through in a physical examination? No, it's fine. Ray starts, then pauses at his raised eyebrows, a sheepish, but real, smile tugging on the corners of her lips. Although it would help. She admits. So, that's that. In the end, he presses a kiss to the top of her head, she falls asleep in his arms, and it's all far simpler than it has any right to be, even without a full resolution. I want to be a hero too. 𝐂𝐿 says midway through dinner one day, all bright eyes and barely contained excitement. 𝐁 winces internally, but manages to school his expression into neutrality. There are plenty of other career options. But I want to use my quirk for work. 𝐂𝐿 pouts. Want to? 𝐁 corrects absently. Darby uses his flames without restraint, but that's only because his burnt and broken beyond repair, staples and stitches all that hold him together. 𝐁 doesn't want to have to watch all of that play out all over again. But what is he supposed to tell him? That there's no way he can be a hero without destroying himself in the process. That he should just focus on other pursuits. That with 𝐿𝐿 in the picture, there's no need for 𝐂𝐿 to step up. It's the message he'd sent Fuyumi and Natsuo the last time around, what with 𝐂𝐿 being there, and then 𝐿𝐿, and he's going to have to figure out how he's going to deal with all of that this time. 𝐁 has never shied away from laying out the truth. But where does giving a child the freedom to choose end and neglect start? So, would you prefer your father's fire quirk or my ice quirk? Rei's tone is teasing, and it captures 𝐁's attention. I don't know. 𝐂𝐿 scrunches up his face, as if it's a momentous decision instead of a harmless hypothetical. Can't I have both? Rei winks at 𝐁. To his surprise, she activates her quirk right there and then, creating a small rectangular block of ice on the table right in front of them. With a few seemingly effortless twists of her hands that would make seasoned ice carvers weep at the negation of long years spent honing their craft, the ice morphs into a sculpture of a dragon. 𝐁's no expert, but even he can tell that the level of detail is ridiculous, from the smooth surfaces of its wings to the rough scales of its body. For her finishing touch, she drops a few ice cubes into her glass of orange juice with a dramatic flourish, then casually takes a sip. Considering the limited area, it's a rather masterful display, 𝐁 has to admit, in terms of both technique and style. That's cool. 𝐂𝐿 proclaims, looking completely sold, and that won't do, considering he won't even be getting an ice quirk. 𝐁 shouldn't be encouraging this sort of behavior at the dining table, but he chooses that moment to meet Rei's gaze, and can't help narrowing his eyes at the playful glint of "can you do better?" practically shining through. Being able to back down from a challenge is not one of 𝐁's strengths. Showmanship, on the other hand, is, if only because it's an unfortunate cornerstone of hero work. He summons his flames, reducing their temperature to the bare minimum, and sends 3 streams of fire out towards the largely unused candelabrum at the center of the table. On a whim, he keeps to the theme, shaping the flames into 3 intertwined dragons, 1 for each candlestick. He deftly weaves them around Rei's unnaturally durable sculpture in a series of loops, letting each dissipate after its assigned wick is lit. It's possibly the most frivolous thing 𝐁's ever used his quirk for, childhood shenanigans notwithstanding. He turns to his audience, raising an eyebrow in a "how was that?" gesture. That's amazing. 𝐂𝐿 cries out, looking unduly tormented. But if you had to choose? Rei prompts, a small, amused smile on her face. I don't know, red ice or white fire. 𝐂𝐿 eventually decides, and 𝐁 nearly chokes on a mouthful of rice. If 𝐂𝐿's flames were white, it would have been easier. Still beyond the limits of current support equipment, but they would have 3000 kelvins more leeway to play with. Of course, that's only if they go about things from the traditional angle. 𝐁 doesn't realize just how much he's been dreading the day that 𝐂𝐿 manifests his quirk until it comes. In an ironic turn of events, considering how he's actually putting effort into spending time with his son this time, he isn't the first to witness it. Can you try again? Rei asks excitedly, ambushing him the moment he comes back from work. It takes every ounce of self-control 𝐁 has not to do something ridiculous like lunge forward and grab 𝐂𝐿's hands to stop him from activating his quirk. A comically serious expression, and then a wisp of blue flame, flickering for barely a moment, yet definitely not just a trick of light. Enough to cause minor discomfort. Not enough to hurt, either in terms of power or duration. Why is it blue? 𝐂𝐿 asks, eyes wide, still staring at his hand and waving it around, as if the motion itself, devoid of any intent or purpose, would activate his quirk. 𝐿 still remembers the flash of pride the first time around, when he discovered that not only did his son have flames, they actually ran hotter than his. He'd grinned at 𝐿, hoisted him up in his arms, and had all but metaphorically sprinted to find Ray to announce the good news. They'd gone out for dinner that night, him in an uncharacteristically exuberant mood, them rather more bemused and confused, but oh so willing to play along. It had probably been the closest they'd ever been to acting like a normal family. 𝐿's beginning to understand his own childhood was never all that normal, that he should maybe not use it as a reference standard, but the alternative is going in blind, and that is something that he still isn't sure he can successfully navigate, even with the benefit of hindsight. It's very hot. Much hotter than mine. 𝐿 explains slowly, ignoring the faint ache in his chest at how happy 𝐿 seems to be. It's not in his nature to begrudge the universe for anything. What is simply is. The weak-willed whine, the strong make do and thrive. Yet, it's true that 𝐿's quirk mismatch is unfair. Wasted potential, insurmountable obstacles. And all 𝐿 had done back then was add fuel to the fire, a veritable cornucopia's worth. Hotter than yours. 𝐿 repeats, an expression of awe on his face, as if the idea is beyond his comprehension. There must be another way aside from Darby's, and 𝐿 isn't afraid to use every resource at his disposal to ensure it. Yes. 𝐿 says, hesitating only slightly before ruffling 𝐿's hair. It earns him a grin. Should he bring it up now? He doesn't exactly want to dampen their spirits, but, will you teach me how to make those dragons? 𝐿 asks excitedly. Either his ability to appear impassive has deteriorated tremendously, or his wife has learnt to read him a little too well, because when Ray's gaze lands on him, her smile dims slightly, a subtle but definitive transformation from warm to worried. Maybe, the learning has gone both ways. It's the combination of that and 𝐿's question that causes him to dismiss the idea. Reality can wait a little longer. It'll take plenty of time before you can do something like that. 𝐿 warns. Technically, not a lie. 𝐿 pouts. That's not a no. Ray points out in a light tone. 𝐿 nods consideringly, then turns back to face 𝐿 with a look of stubborn determination that is startlingly and soberingly familiar. I'll do it. He announces with gravitas. Ray laughs, hugging 𝐿, and 𝐿 tries not to think too hard about how much of a blow it will be to them both when the truth comes out. Are you still worried about training 𝐿? Ray asks, later that night. 𝐿 tilts his head towards her. She must have attributed his reticence just now to his nightmare. It isn't wrong, but there's two dimensions to the problem, and he isn't sure which is worse, falling short with changing his own conduct and thereby falling into the same trap. Or watching helplessly while his son grapples with a quirk he can't control and isn't suited for. It's a bit of a balancing act, and not for the first time, 𝐿 can't help thinking that brainstorming long-term contingency plans to deal with All for One and the League has been, well, if not easier, then at least more straightforward. Somewhat, 𝐿 admits, then deflects before Ray can ask more questions. Blue flames run at very high temperatures. Considering how young 𝐿 is, we should schedule an appointment to check if his body can handle it. He says, an ashen taste in his mouth. Hindsight, foresight. Has never felt more like a curse. Age won't help, not for this. It won't hurt, Ray agrees readily. Are you going to bring him next week when you go to the clinic? Might as well. 𝐿 answers. He can't quite prevent it from sounding slightly hollow. If Ray notices, she doesn't say anything about it. Investor Relations Department. A chirpy voice announces. May I know who is on the line? This is Pro Hero Endeavor speaking. I came across a general request for funding for your research organization. He begins. I see. Sorry, could you hold on for a moment? There's a stilted pause, faint tendrils of a harsh, whispered exchange before the receiver is picked up again. Thank you for your interest, but our areas of research don't include weapons or quirk augmentation devices. 𝐿 nearly snorts. I am aware, he cuts in, that your research focus is the quirk singularity. Correct me if I am wrong, but I understand that you have both theoretical and applied divisions undertaking research on multiple quirks and quirk incompatibility. She pauses. Yes, we do. Are you interested in funding a specific project, or the cluster as a whole? Both, 𝐭𝐲 states succinctly. In the vein of a seed grant. The line goes silent for a moment. When she returns, her tone is a lot friendlier. We would be glad to discuss this with you in person. May I check when you would be available to come down to our head office? 𝐭𝐲 jolts awake. For the first few moments, there's nothing but a murky haze of fire and destruction and the acrid burn of ash and smoke. There's a bitter tang of BLD in his mouth, the phantom sensation of his limbs being torn apart, and it takes a while for his breathing and heart rate to even out, for all of that lingering sense of horror to fade. Usually, it's nothing debilitating. Decades worth of experience dealing with this sort of thing has its benefits. Most of the time, if this happens, he just rolls over and falls back asleep. But sometimes, it's a nightmare that's firmly rooted in a reality that only he knows, filled with memories of things that will be, or hopefully never be, and it's those which are the most unsettling. Having Ray next to him helps, in the same way that having the knowledge that 𝐻𝐼 is still young and safe, and that 2 of his children aren't. Fighting on opposite sides of an effectual war does. But it also serves as a reminder of how much more he has to lose if he's to fail even while trying, if he has to watch a second time as everything slips through his grasp like sand through his fingers and spiral out of control. And there are times, terrible as it may be of him, that he misses. Some more than others. It's hard not to have favorites, but there's nothing he can really do about that part. Too late, not yet. It's the sort of night where sleep won't find him easily, and 𝐭𝐲 knows better than to try. Instead, he ends up making progress on the book he's currently on, Perspectives on the Quark Singularity Theory, a thorough understanding of which is going to need if he's to sound convincing next week, assuming things go as planned. It's around half an hour later that 𝐭𝐲 feels the pricking sensation of a watchful presence. When he turns to Ray, she's looking back at him, stifling a yawn. Sorry. Did I wake you? Ray shakes her head. The motion is definitely going to tangle her hair. Couldn't sleep? She asks, sounding more alert than expected. Woke up. It happens occasionally. 𝐭𝐲 says, tone slightly clipped. Ray's brows furrow. This didn't used to be a problem, did it? She asks carefully, as if she's navigating a minefield, never quite sure if her next word is the one that will set him off. You wouldn't know. 𝐭𝐲 says, not unkindly, maybe a little bluntly, but Ray takes it in stride, responding with a non-committal hum. He reaches a hand out to SWCH off the bedside lamp. Does the reading help? Ray asks, instead of going back to sleep as 𝐭𝐲 thought she would. To some extent. He answers slowly. Why? There's a beat of silence. How about another form of distraction? Ray eventually asks, an element of uncertainty in the question. What? 𝐭𝐲 asks, confused. It is the middle of the night. Ray hesitates. 𝐭𝐲's eyes widen as she makes her intentions known, slowly reaching out to take his hand and place it on her hip. He doesn't move away, and she bites her lip. It's been a while, hasn't it? 20 years. Yes. 𝐭𝐲 admits, feeling somewhat like his heart is in his throat. Nervousness, he realizes, and nearly has to laugh. He's far past that stage of adolescence where that sort of feeling should prevail. It isn't performance anxiety, heaven forbid, but there's plenty to consider, and he's afraid of it still feeling like a forced transaction born from ambition and duty, of holding on a little too hard, of breaking her. But at the same time, he realizes he does actually want to, and there's no real reason to put it off. He clears his throat. It's a bit sudden, but if you're sure. Why would I suggest it otherwise? Besides, you've never been hard to look at. Ray smiles almost impishly, lightly tracing a finger over the thin layer of 𝐭𝐲's undershirt, down across the muscles of his chest. Are you seducing me? He asks incredulously. You're my husband. Ray points out, sounding chagrined, and 𝐭𝐲 can almost hear her blush, even though it's by all means physically impossible. It's probably that fact, so plainly stated, that makes up his mind. How silly is it for this to be a cause of awkwardness? Something in 𝐭𝐲's mind whispers that it's different, but even so, that's no reason not to. So, before he can second-guess it, he pulls off his shirt in one fluid motion, saving them both from having to elaborate any further. Ray blinks up at him. There's a few long seconds where they both just watch each other, a silent exchange where neither of them are sure what exactly they are saying yes to. But when 𝐭𝐲 leans in, Ray meets him halfway, and there's the cool pressure of her lips against his, the tentative touch of her hand on the back of his neck. They have never done slow and languid before, never drawn things out for the sheer sake of pleasure, for what good was pleasure in the grand scheme of things? It is nothing but an indulgence, and the fact that it's so enjoyable troubles him. All of this was for their sakes, not his, but these days, it's getting harder to tell the difference. You should know by now that I'm not made of glass. Ray pulls away to say, slightly breathless, yet with a sense of certainty. 𝐭𝐲 stills for a quasi-moment, then resolves himself, solidifying his grip on her waist and shoulder. No, he agrees, letting his lips curve into a smirk. I'd be quite concerned if I were so fond of the taste of glass. Ray lets out a surprised laugh that quickly turns into a gasp, and the sound does things to him, warm heat pooling at the bottom of his stomach. He can't help dipping back down to leave a trail of kisses down her collarbone, and then there she is, falling apart under his touch, not because he's touching her, but because he enjoys touching her, as if that makes all the difference in the world. And maybe it does, because when Ray reaches her 𝐒𝐿MX with a gasp, she drags him right over the edge with her, a rush of white-hot intensity that he doesn't remember being half as vivid as it is. He holds her through it, is held in return, and can't help but wonder, is this how it is, then? That was something. Ray eventually says, looking quite thoroughly debauched, trying in vain to arrange the blanket, and 𝐭𝐲 shouldn't be amused. It's not like it was even meant to be a joke. But a short laugh manages to make it past his lips, and the blinding smile Ray flashes in return makes him quite sure that it isn't something he ever wants to take back. I think I was lying, back then. She whispers into his skin on another one of those nights, and it takes him a while to place it. When I said I wouldn't want the quirk removed, if it was one. His stomach flops. Still he hums, tracing a path down her neck with his lips. Good, because I doubt my judgment has ever been better. She gives him a faint smile, the kind that reaches her eyes, and neither of them mentions it again. Fuyumi's favorite picture is one that breaks her heart. It's the sort of photo that wouldn't look out of place framed up in the hallway, but instead, she keeps it in her bedside. Drawer under proverbial lock and key, carefully sandwiched between class photos and notebooks filled with haphazardly scrawled lesson plans. It's one of the few photos left that Tuya is in. He's standing next to her in all of his grinning 8-year-old glory, Natsuo on his other side crossing his arms. Their mother is holding 𝐿𝐿 in her arms, smiling faintly, and their father isn't, but the difference between a frown and neutrality is stark, is enough. Her heart rate goes into overdrive when the news coverage comes in, blurry footage of both her father and 𝐿𝐿. She's worried for them both, but 𝐿𝐿's fighting in a team, and Endeavor is fighting alone. Her chest seizes with every hit her father takes, the seconds he takes to get back up increasing each time, and this is worse than the last villain attack, so much worse. Her heart maybe does stop when pyres of blue flames engulf those monsters and her father. The reporter's anxious words fade into a buzzing in her ears, and when the camera abruptly pans away to the heroes coming in for backup, Fuyumi just knows. Her doorbell rings then. She's already crying when she lets Natsuo in. When they hug, she squeezes him a little too hard. The call from 𝐿𝐿 comes in far too late, sounds far too broken, but that doesn't matter. She's just so relieved that she hasn't lost both her father and a brother today. The air buzzes with a sort of nervous energy these days. Villain activity is rising, Ray knows, and she's not sure she wants the details, not when her husband and youngest son are in the thick of things. She knew the risks. She always did. It's a cold day out when her children, all three of them, appear in the doorway, and all Ray can numbly think is at least they didn't get 𝐿𝐿 too. Fuyumi rushes forward to hug her, even as Natsuo narrates the news. Ray's heart is pounding in her chest, glacial cold creeping through her veins, squeezing her lungs, and it's just like the last time with Tuya, a pain that eats her inside out. Fuyumi's fingers are bunched up in her skirt, and Natsuo's hand rests lightly on her shoulder. No one seems to know where to look. 𝐿𝐿 still standing slightly to the side. He looks lost, frozen in a way he hasn't been for a while. Not in this room, at least. Rei tries to stay strong for them both, for them all, and tries not to think about how familiar that line of tension in her youngest son's shoulders is. The smile she eventually musters is weak. It's all right, you tried your best, didn't you? She couldn't have known, but it's possibly the cruelest thing she could have said. His father's funeral is not grand per se, but it's large, televised, and the turnout is huge. The only part Xiaotou thinks his father would have really approved of, as of late, at least, is the statement it sends to the villains still out there. He'll have to figure something out for Derby, Tua, whichever, at some point. It feels like everyone is here, his mother the only exception. He'd been asked to give a speech about Endeavor as a father while Hawk speaks of him as a pro-hero, but in the end, the difference isn't as stark as people might have imagined. Xiaotou had drafted it with his siblings, and while they don't martyr him, they gloss over the ugly bits, if glossing is a synonym for gross omission. Perhaps, it's how his father deserves to be remembered in death, but it doesn't feel real. It doesn't even feel real that he's gone. Xiaotou had always thought of him as strong. A fixture in his life he never really knew what to do about, but once whose permanence was all that mattered. Just like that time with Gran Torino, many pro-heroes are present. This time, his former classmates are counted among those ranks. He's tempted to find them, but instead, he stays with Fuyumi and Natsuo, the three of them sitting solemnly in a row in a color Xiaotou associates with derby and death. It doesn't really get any better when the main program ends, and the mingling begins. Xiaotou makes the rounds, accepts condolences from strangers he's never met, nods numbly as he listens to their stories. A hobbling granny who narrates how Endeavor defeated a villain who'd barricaded himself in their office building back in the day. A younger woman telling him how she'd thought she was going to die on the streets when Endeavor had swooped in, carrying her away from the chaos on the streets during that Nomu attack. Xiaotou is unfailingly polite. He repeats endless variations on how he's glad his father managed to help them, and he just thinks of a forbidding dojo, of shouting and boiling water, of tell them I'm sorry and I want to be a hero you can be proud of. Would it have turned out differently if he'd put his foot down and stayed? Would Izuku and the rest have defeated All for One anyway? There's a lump in his throat, and Xiaotou has to excuse himself. His legs end up taking him to where he last saw his classmates. It's not as foreign a sight nowadays as it once was, but the memory of the three of them interning with his father come to mind. It feels like a lifetime ago, back when they were younger and the stakes were honestly lower, even though they were in over their heads, perhaps still are. Bakugo takes one look at his face and scowls, albeit without any real bite to it. He pats Xiaotou's shoulders none too gently, then beats a hasty retreat, leaving him with Izuku. There must be something in his expression, because Izuku doesn't say anything. Instead, he reaches out to draw Xiaotou into a hug. Xiaotou appreciates the gesture, although he endures it slightly awkwardly, not quite sure where to place his hands. That was a good speech, Izuku says when they draw apart. Xiaotou nods in acknowledgement. Fuyumi and Natsuo helped. The DLVRY as well. Izuku clarifies, giving Xiaotou a knowing look tempered with a splash of hesitance. Are you alright? He asks worriedly. Xiaotou's barely begun contemplating his answer when Izuku slams a palm over his forehead. What am I saying? Everyone knows that's the worst question to ask anyone who has a reason to not feel okay. Some things don't change, and Xiaotou's surprised by how much he hopes they never will. He relaxes just the slightest bit, some of the tension in his posture bleeding out, and Izuku's answering smile when he notices is sheepish yet genuine. So, what are your plans after this? Xiaotou asks, changing the subject. Izuku looks around as if to make sure no one is eavesdropping. I might be going to America and Ireland for a bit with All Might soon. He's worried that it'll be like the last time around with All for One. There's a horribly weary look on Izuku's face that takes a few seconds to smooth out. I don't mind the change of scenery though. It's all been getting a bit. He waves his hand, gives a small grimace. I'd be tempted to as well. Xiaotou pauses, dropping his volume, and sighs. They wanted me to take over Endeavor's agency. He admits. Izuku's eyes widen. Will you? I haven't decided. Xiaotou looks back down at his fists. They're much less scarred than Izuku's. He's even younger than when his father started the agency. It may look good to the public, but is a family legacy even something he wants? There's no rush. Izuku decides firmly. His eyebrows dip with concern. You look like you need some time off as well. I don't. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 says automatically. Izuku gives him one of his patented gentle, disbelieving looks. I just think you could probably afford to have that meal with Momo and spar with 𝐵. Have you been spying on me? 𝐿𝐴𝐽 asks, slightly bemused against all odds. No. It's just, they told me just now when I asked around. Izuku trails off, flushing, and 𝐿𝐴𝐽 nearly manages another smile. It's not right, he thinks, that it's not nearly as hard as it could and should be. Yet, that, in turn, leaves an ashen taste at the back of his throat. I think they need it too. Izuku adds, quieter this time, and 𝐿𝐴𝐽 contemplates that even as his friend's tone lightens again. Besides, I've always found fighting 𝐭𝐽𝐾 strangely cathartic. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 actually agrees. There's nothing like overkill, right? He nods slowly. I'll consider it. The worst part about remembering Enji, Ray thinks, is that it hurts in many ways. Dread-fueled fear from remembering the pain, most of it at his hands, the serrated edge of grief that's carved out a home in her chest, and the simple ache of having loved and lost, striking at the most unexpected of times. Those few, sweet memories are the ones that hurt the most. Maybe it would be easier to just dwell on the bad, but her thoughts inevitably drift to the vase of amaryllises, and then she can't help thinking about what has been and what could have been. It's just, Ray had always thought their future, if they had one, would be a question of her readiness. Not his existence. It's another week later that 𝐿𝐴𝐽 finally gets back around to filling up his social calendar. Time marches on, he knows, but dealing with the fallout eats up plenty of it in itself, and there's still regular hero work to be done. There's something about scheduling a borderline illicit sparring session that has a nice ring to it. Granted, 𝐿𝐴𝐽 isn't exactly sure why there hasn't actually been any fighting. Perhaps, it's the weather. It's dark and cool and windy, and something about that puts 𝐿𝐴𝐽 in a pensive mood. The fact that he's currently on the roof of a long-abandoned mixed office warehouse building doesn't help. Something about its layout reminds him of another of the fights they'd had clearing a Nomu storage location. I came here to fight, not watch you stare at your hand. Bakugo finally breaks the silence, and that just about sums up their current situation. Actually, it's pretty surprising that Bakugo's just let him just stand there for 15 minutes in the first place. I was just thinking, the flames always felt like our most tangible connection. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 begins without any preamble. If you're having a full-blown life crisis, I'm out. Bakugo warns, even as his voice drifts closer from behind 𝐿𝐴𝐽. I'm not. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 says. I was just making an observation. Sure. Bakugo deadpans. Why the F are you telling me this and not Deku? That's a good question, actually. There's still 3 more days before Izuku's flight out, and he knows Izuku would drop everything to come hear 𝐿𝐴𝐽 out if that's what he needs, but that's not the point. He has enough on his plate to handle. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 answers after a long pause. Bakugo splutters. Like I don't. He does, but everyone does, nowadays. I'm saying you can handle it. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 offers virtuously. Bakugo scoffs, which years of experience has taught him is practically a cue to continue. You know how he was, 𝐿𝐴𝐽 says, looking back at the view. And how I am. It was like that until the very end. Maybe I should have told him I was proud. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 pauses. It's even true to some extent, not completely, but it would have been a kindness, wouldn't it? Bakugo just hums in a non-committal way, his arms crossed behind his head as he leans against the railing. It creaks ominously. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 holds on as well, absently leaning his weight backwards to balance it out. It feels strange. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 continues, looking at his fingers. He'd spent his childhood wanting to be his father, the next few hating him. I've spent the last few years making the flames my own, but at the same time. 𝐿𝐴𝐽 trails off, not quite sure of the point he's making. Is it weird that after all the fuss is made about that, a part of him now wants to hold on to it as the strongest link he's ever had with his father? It's not even just in the most literal sense of genetics. Questions about how to control his flames, after all, have probably been responsible for over half of their non-perfunctory interactions. Bakugo sighs aggravatedly, but there's no real heat in it. That's been a trend more often than not. Whatever you're thinking, does it matter? 𝐿𝐴𝐷 blinks at him. Not really, I suppose. Bakugo crosses his arms, giving him an unimpressed look. Look, half and half, I don't know if I'm getting it right with your cryptic bullshit, but honestly. He shrugs. You two were probably too fixated on what you wanted to tell each other to have even missed what you didn't hear. Wow. Harsh, but probably true, and if it's true for 𝐿𝐴𝐷, even now, it was probably even more acute for his father, who'd had a barely anything fraction of the time. It's both sobering and weirdly comforting. Go mope with Deku if you're having some identity crisis with your quirk. Bakugo continues dismissively, which is valid advice. Izuku would know, even if he doesn't plan on acting on it. You know, you're surprisingly nice to talk to about this kind of thing. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 remarks. He's partially expecting a tirade on backhanded compliments, but all Bakugo does is roll his eyes and scowl. You're just dumb. He says bluntly. Are we gonna fight or not? It is long overdue. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 admits. And I did promise, even if I was mentally incapacitated at the time. Bakugo snorts. It's not my fault you decided to match your Ashi drink for drink. A corner of 𝐿𝐴𝐷's lips quirks upward in spite of himself. You goaded me because you wanted to see me miss aim when setting our death from aboves on fire. Bakugo smirks. And you did the world a service incinerating his portrait. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 sniffs. That was partly on purpose. He lies, making use of the moment to send a stream of flames straight at Bakugo, a laughably simple attack he knows won't beat his fellow pro-hero's reflexes even at close range. It does mean, however, that Bakugo has to launch himself into the air with a loud crack. Oops. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 says unrepentantly. Final finglai. Bakugo grins, with that same manic edge to it as always, and 𝐿𝐴𝐷 has to lunge to dodge a rather nostalgic, straightforward blast. Maybe we should move this inside. 𝐿𝐴𝐷 suggests. The last thing neither of them needs is to be caught. Bakugo's answer involves an unnecessarily complicated series of half tackles and close-range attacks, forcing them both back down the fire escape. The familiar pattern of a friendly, probably excessive spar begins, and there's something about the pace that is cathartic, something about using his quirk in a non-life-or-death situation that feels right. There's still a strange, maybe not so strange, pang in 𝐿𝐴𝐷's chest at the bright glow of orange, at unlearned techniques that have gone with his father. Yet, he can't help but think that maybe, things really will be alright after all. If there is an afterlife, Ray hopes that both Enji and Tuya are there, and hopefully, they are getting along. Fuyumi and Natsuo, even 𝐿𝐴𝐷, drop by more regularly nowadays. Even if it's just a transient affair born out of worry for her mental and emotional state, it's nice. Darby isn't suicidal, which is to say, he spends the first few weeks after All For One's defeat lying low. But the wanted sign hanging over his head is never going to disappear, and once the official manhunt is over, he figures it's time to resurface the slightest bit. Resisting the siren call of danger. Never his thing. Searching Hawks out is an obvious mistake, but what's his life anyway but a series of those? What Darby gets when he lets himself in is a far cry from the Hawks he saw on the televised screening, put together and glowing with firm resolution. There are bags under his eyes now, the slump in his posture more reminiscent of broken than relaxed. It's pitiful. You know, I still don't get why you idolized him so much. He was a real BS. Darby drawls in greeting, and Hawk stiffens, only just now noticing his presence. Even more tired than he seems, then. You know that I know worse. Hawk says after a beat. Darby shrugs. He'd beg to differ, but he isn't here for a childhood pity party. Well, he certainly liked you more than he did me. Darby concedes with a sardonic smile. Though, who knows what he'd have said if he knew you were fing me. Hawks's fingers jerk to a stop on his keyboard, but his eyes are still fixed on his screen. Darby wants nothing more in that moment than to wrench his laptop away, to grab his chin and force his gaze up onto him. You shouldn't be here. Hawks eventually says, slightly testy, yet far too mild for Darby's liking. No, Darby agrees, giving Hawks a slightly unhinged smile. And you shouldn't be letting me stand here. Nostalgic, isn't it? Hawks presses his lips together. To what do I owe the pleasure? Once upon a time, I swore I'd be the one to put him in his grave. Darby leans against the wall, crosses his arms. Hawks snorts humorlessly. You gotta be kidding me. You're here for closure. Darby laughs, loud and manic. To check up on you, to salvage this, to say goodbye, he doesn't say, never will. So, there I was wondering what the hell I should do, when you came running onto the scene with your minions like a madman. Hawks's jaw tenses. He flicks his laptop shut in a sharp motion, and finally, looks at Darby. I was too late. Hawks says, emphasis on a, and there's no pretense of it being anything but an accusation, the first real crack in his mask of indifference. No more mind games. You don't get to pin this on me. Hawks warns, the glint of hardness in his gaze saying all that his voice doesn't. You had all the time to do something, if you wanted. Unexpected stab of guilt, sharp pinch of regret, a jumbled mess of whos and whys, funny how it all keeps coming back in full force, and Darby quashes it all down with a sneer and a shrug. At least he got what he wanted to hear. He waves a hand, dismissing the subject as if he wasn't the one who brought it up in the first place. Fine. Then, what about us? An incredulous look. I thought the consensus was that there's no us. Hawks leans back in his chair, casual placidity lined with something cutting. It's the sort of thing that got Darby's attention back then, distrust grudgingly morphing into interest. Sharp edges bleeding through sheepish laughter and snarky apologies, a liar who likes to tell the truth, a hero who did evil for the greater good even when it was tearing him apart. How could those contradictions not draw Darby in like a moth to a flame? Are you telling me you actually believe your own excuses? Darby counters, his lips curling into a mocking smile. Hawks is still staring at him, his mouth a flat, unsmiling line, and Darby thinks wrong. He knows how that mouth can look like wrapped around his PP, he knows the filthy sounds that mouth can make when its owner is coming undone. Are you telling me you don't, Tuia? Hawks taunts in reply, and this time, Darby isn't caught off guard. That's not fair, 𝐒𝐲. Darby croons, his words dripping with honey and malice. You're just so much better a liar than I am. Twice never saw it coming, did he? The first time is always the worst, Darby would know. Hawks's feather whistles past his ear like a knife, right where it was meant to go. A fair warning, and one that Darby doesn't heed. I much preferred you when you were playing the stoic. Hawks says, a lie spoken so coldly that Darby nearly believes it. He laughs. Hawks truly does rise to the occasion. It's amazing how someone who claims he wants an easy life thrives so much better backed into a corner. So what if it had been an but move for Darby to dangle the prospect of information in exchange for secretary? He might have set up the catch-22, but Hawks had milked the deal for all it's worth, initiated the second, third, fourth, and who was Darby to deny Hawks's unspoken pleas to forget the BLD on his hands? Darby takes a deliberate step towards Hawks, then another. Hawks's eyes are fixed on Darby's, his brown eyes burning mercurial with something dark and angry, but he doesn't reach for a feather sword, he doesn't back away. 3 steps. Darby should play it safe. Blackened, charred flesh, roasted to a crisp, a familiar sight and smell, what he knows best, and somehow, it's the last thing he wants right now. 5 steps. Hawks should probably be attacking him. But he doesn't, and Darby doesn't stop his approach. Not until they are close enough that Darby can spot the slightest quiver of Hawks's wings, can hear his rough exhale, can sense the precise moment he thinks, F it. It's impossible to say who moves first. There's a hand in his shirt yanking him forward, and his arms snake tight around Hawks's shoulders. Jigsaw pieces with jagged edges, and it's cruel, how well they fit, a tangle of instinct and muscle memory. Darby knows exactly what pressure to card his fingers through Hawks's feathers with. Hawks knows how much Darby likes the rough scrape of teeth on bottom lip. He swallows Hawks's groans greedily, the unspoken confession of no, it wasn't just for the information. Every slide of tongue against tongue screams, And Derby gives as good as he gets, each harsh pull at the base of Hawks's wings an offer of an anchor, every bruising touch an indirect me too. It's when their hips roll against each other's that Hawks roughly wrenches himself away from Derby. Not enough. The sudden gaping sense of emptiness nearly makes Derby snarl. But Hawks's fingers are still wrapped around his wrist, and so, he holds back the flames that threaten to spill. We can't. I can't. Hawks gasps, ragged words torn from his throat. Derby thinks blankly. So it's goodbye. I can't keep doing this clandestine sneaking around thing. But you're good at it. I'll do most of it, Derby doesn't say, even as Hawks continues, words spilling out in a torrential rush from a metaphorical broken dam. You're a piece of ethie and you honestly disgust me, Derby sneers. Hawks plows on, ugly and raw. And I have no fing clue why I want to take you places. My grandma's place up north, the old Mesa-soba shop down the road, and the cinema with the shitty action flicks. Hawks's voice is almost threatening in its intensity. I want you to show me the bar you said had killer tacos. And I just don't want to have to look behind my shoulder every DMN step of the way. Derby stiffens, his mind reeling. More than he expected, not what he wanted, and just completely fing impossible. Getting soft in your old age. Derby asks in the most derisive tone he can muster. Heaven knows he'd been on the receiving end of it enough from him, but it doesn't come out right. Not with that traitorous tendril of something he'd long renounced. Hawks's eyes widen, flash with contemplation, and the roar of Derby's flames under the surface of his skin worsens tenfold, threatening to swallow them both whole. Maybe. Hawks quips, wisely saying nothing that he means. At least, not with his mouth. But his grip on Derby's wrist has turned vice-like, which says plenty more. There's a part of him that wants to use it to drag him in for another round, and therein lays the problem. He wants, he can't. So, instead, Derby looks pointedly at Hawks. Slowly, Hawks pries his fingers off, seeming reluctance. Another paragraph in the DMN essay. Another loud silence, a conversation held in a series of looks that don't say much at all. Guess it really is game over then. Derby raises his hand to wave a careless goodbye. Wait. Hawks blurts out, an abortive twitch of his hand as it falls back to his side. What are you going to do from now? Honestly, who the hell knew? Derby dredges up a smirk. Lay low for a bit, figure something out, I guess. Not like I got many options. Hawks hesitates. There's always turning yourself in. Go back to before or start again. He pauses, his voice growing softer and harsher at the same time. I could say something. Your underestimation gave me a basis for corroboration to mislead them. You knew I was a spy but didn't out me. By the time the rest of the front wised up, you gathered your little group of heroes, and it would have been a complete victory if not for me and mine. Derby deadpans, then gives Hawks a smirk. I'm touched, really, but this was a one-way trip. Who's to say I even want any of that? Hawks opens his mouth to retort. There's something certain in the furrow of his brows that tightens the coil of dread in Derby's stomach. He doesn't want to hear it, and so, he interrupts airily. Besides, number one, no one's gonna forget my pretty face and blue flames anytime soon. It would be Tartarus for me and you know it. He's expecting Hawks to look torn or mutinous, or even for him to roll with it as a joke, but he just looks resigned. Then I guess we'll see each other around. Maybe. Derby agrees casually as if he's actually planning on it, as if 𝐒𝐭𝐲 𝐷𝐿 won't just be another set of fading bruises on his arm. This time, when he turns to leave, Hawks lets him. He catches a glimpse of Hawks in the reflection as he sinks down on his couch, placing his head in his hands. A position of defeat even more explicit than before his visit. It's an ugly moment of clarity, the cold, bitter realization that that's on him. Hurting the people closest to him, just like Father Dearest. It's one thing to mess around with someone who is one misstep away from breaking, and another entirely to drag him back to that. Hawks has got an actual future now, however unhappy he seems about it, and it isn't a place that Derby belongs. It's the same with Fuyumi, Natsuo, Shoto, even his mother. It's not like Derby regrets or any SHT like that. But when he gives the window one last lingering look before melting into the shadows, There's a tight pressure in his chest that feels like it's squeezing the life right out of his heart. He wants not the exact same things 𝐒𝐭𝐴 does, but stuff like having all the time in the world to reduce 𝐒𝐭𝐴 to a breathing, writhing mess beneath him. His nails dig into his palms, even the cheesy dinner dates. A long time ago, he'd sworn he'd have those things. And then, when things had gone to SHT, he'd sworn never to let anyone close enough for it. But this is one of those times it's too late to do anything but pick up the pieces. His father had tried, mostly failed, and as for Darby, karma is karma. He's made himself a little broken bed out of his little broken home. It's high time he slept in it. If there's one thing Darby has always been good at, it's disappearing. I promised myself I wouldn't waste any more tears on him. His mother says. There's a distinctive tremor in her voice, and Natsuo has to look away. Just like the old man to get the last laugh. Natsuo says gruffly, trying for a humor he doesn't quite feel. Faint stab of pain in his chest, not funny, he knows, but what else was he supposed to say? This is Fuyumi's domain, not his. Maybe it's for the best, her mother whispers, but I can't help wishing I could have at least seen him once more. Natsuo knows she'd been preparing for it. He hasn't even forgiven his father for everything, maybe anything, himself. Maybe he doesn't have to and wouldn't have anyway even with more time, but dear Menet, this still isn't how things were supposed to have gone. He silently passes his mother a packet of tissues. She accepts it wordlessly, offering Natsuo a WN smile, and neither of them says anything more about the tears streaming down her cheeks. The results of the tests take 5 working days to come in. Yes, NG is physically fit for hero work. No, Tuia's ice-resistant body isn't compatible with his fire quirk. 2 pages worth of numbers and words, mere black text on white paper. They shouldn't have the power to shatter a child's dream, the same way Destro's ramblings should never have had the power to start a war. He'd stopped by the clinic to collect the results, this time without his family in tow. The last thing he needs is having to field questions on multiple fronts if his situation gets discovered. The last thing he wants is for Tuia to have to find out the nature of his quirk by piecing together whatever he can gather from a stranger's somber diagnoses. That said, if NG had thought that going through this for the second time would have dulled its impact, he was laughably mistaken. This time, he gets to listen to the physician explain Tuia's projected limits, while the sounds of dry retching and I can't go any further ring in his ears, Shoto's and Tuia's voices melding together in cacophonous dissonance. Most of him is shamefully relieved that by the time he gets home and washes up that night, Tuia is already asleep. He lingers in his own doorway for a while, watching as Ray adds the finishing touches to an ice sculpture of the Eiffel Tower. She smooths her hand over its tip, and the ice molds itself into a sharp spire. It's a strangely calming scene to observe, even with the way Ray's brows are scrunched in concentration. There's many ways NG could break the silence. He could launch straight into the subject of Tuia's quirk, or perhaps point out how ice sculpting is really much more suited for a desk than a bed. It shouldn't be difficult, really, but somehow, he can't bring himself to ruin the moment of peace. That's nice. NG ends up commenting. Ray startles, giving him a sheepish smile when she glances at him. Thank you. I'm a little out of practice when it comes to fine architectural details though. He leans in to inspect it. The structure is far more hollow than he'd expected. What he'd thought were simply crosshatches carved into the surface are actually thin needles of ice, arranged in intricate lattices to form the unit cells of the tower. There's even spiral detailing on the lowest arches. Out of practice. Right. NG raises his eyebrows. And people say I'm a perfectionist. Ray laughs, light and soft, and he nearly decides there and then to leave the discussion he'd planned for another time. I might keep this one around for a bit. She admits, placing it on the table by her side. It seems a bit of a waste to let it melt so quickly. It's a waste in general that you haven't turned this into a burgeoning venture. NG says. Weren't you the one who told me that would be unfair to the companies making an honest effort? Ray asks with faux innocence, and NG manages the smallest hint of a smirk. His heart isn't in it, however, and Ray notices. Her attention drops to the stack of papers in his hands. What's that? She asks. It's best to get this over and done with. I collected our reports from the clinic today. 𝐭𝐲 admits. Rei's fingers wrap around his arm when he joins her in bed, her grip tighter than usual, and at least that's something, 𝐭𝐲 thinks, that they have a usual now. Is something wrong? She searches his gaze, making no attempt at hiding the worry in her own. Somewhat. Not with mine. 𝐭𝐲 clarifies. He hesitates for a moment, then offers her the reports. She reaches for them slightly apprehensively, her fingers lingering on his before she lets go to flip through. She freezes when she reaches 𝐒𝐿's portion. This is... She trails off, her face crumpling. The blue flames will be too hot for his body to handle. He summarizes, perhaps unnecessarily, just to fill the silence that's beginning to feel suffocating. Rei doesn't answer right away. Instead, she glances back at her project, seemingly lost in thought. It's one of those times he wishes he could read her mind, but that would be cheating, even more than he already is. When she eventually speaks, her voice trembles. I'm sorry. It's funny how history repeats, sometimes. 𝐭𝐲 exhales harshly, his fists momentarily clenching as he lets his memories play spot the difference. This time, he doesn't sneer at her, a flash of disgust at his younger, foolish self, nor storm away in frustration. She doesn't rush after him, and he doesn't turn back only to snarl unreasonable accusations he'd never even truly believed. Sometimes, it feels as if all he really knows is what not to do. Learning what goes in between has been both easier and harder than he'd imagined. This wasn't how combining our quirks was meant to have gone, was it? Rei continues, sounding uncertain, still with that tremor of fear in her voice that he hates, and 𝐭𝐲 isn't sure how much of it can be attributed to simple worry about 𝐒𝐿, if it's just his guilty conscience suggesting otherwise. No. 𝐭𝐲 agrees, fighting to keep his own tone even. But we couldn't have known, and it's not like we would have changed our mind if we did. Of course not. Rei sounds horrified at the very suggestion of not having had 𝐒𝐿. Evidently, his attempts at reassurance need some work. But it's going to be so much more difficult for 𝐒𝐿 than it should have to be. He was so excited. The timbre of his wife's voice is plaintive and imploring, probably the closest he's ever heard it come to bitter, and he isn't surprised that it's from injustice on their son's behalf. Didn't we agree he was a fighter? 𝐭𝐲 says slowly, firmly ignoring dark memories of a bright blue burning landscape that proved just how much so. It's not as if it's completely unusable. He points out. We can still figure something out for him. A ghost of a smile. I suppose. She says in a lighter tone. But then, her expression flickers, and 𝐭𝐲 decides he doesn't like the way she seems to shrink into herself when she chooses her next words. But also... She pauses, hesitating. What? He prompts. Rei's voice drops to a near whisper. Are you really all right with this? Something in 𝐭𝐲's chest clenches. Do you love him less? 𝐒𝐿, defective, Fuyumi and Natsuo, failures, Xiaotou, success, quirk marriage, goal achieved. Conditional love. He'd rubbed that in for all it was worth. That his wife's value lay in her ability to give him his perfect heir, that his children's lay in the power of their quirks. How pathetic was it that it took losing all of that, and so much more before he even recognized their loss, for him to realize that for all he'd convinced himself and everyone else, he did truly care for them on top of all of that. I am... 𝐭𝐲 says. There's probably too much force in it for it to count as comforting, but it's more important that it's convincing. I think I'd be fine with it even if he was quirkless. The words slip out before he realizes exactly what is admitted. He jolts for a moment, reeling slightly from the weight of his own admission, by how much he means it, how much is needed to hear himself say it. Rei's gaze snaps back to meet his, wide and surprised. 𝐭𝐲 clears his throat, but he doesn't look away. Carefully, he rests his hand over hers, and slowly, her lips curve up into a tender smile. Then, I guess we'll just take things as they come. She murmurs. A fatalistic statement he would previously have scoffed at, but he's seen it all once, and he's in no rush. 𝐭𝐲 nods slowly. Another moment of hesitation, and then he laces their fingers together, gently pressing the pad of his thumb to her skin in circles the same way she's done for him. Rei squeezes back, and it's her turn to surprise him when she slowly lifts their hands where they are connected, then presses a featherlight kiss to his knuckles. It's a simple gesture, but it feels more NTMT than it should be, laden with significance that 𝐿 can't quite pinpoint but can't help recognizing. Sometimes, it's strange to think about how far they've come since that first night he returned. The road that lies ahead may be long and daunting, but at least there is a road, and that's all 𝐿's really asking for. Ray likes to think that there's some things no parent ever wants to experience when it comes to their children. Burying them is at the top of the list, and that's the thought that Ray keeps in mind when they decide it's a good time to tell 𝐒𝐿. She doesn't like to see her son sad in any form, but there's worse news she could be giving. She's still so afraid for 𝐿 whenever he's in the field, and compared to that, this honestly isn't that bad, is it? Of course, that doesn't make it easy to explain. What's that mean? 𝐒𝐿 asks, and Ray can't help thinking that his confused frown looks a lot like his father's. His gaze settles on his hands, regarding them as if they are a foreign entity from the rest of his body. How will it feel? She tries to imagine it, if her ice hurt her every time she summoned it. It's a part of her, a comforting coolness humming beneath her skin. The idea of it ever betraying her like that is unfathomable. She hesitates. Luckily, her husband chooses that moment to take over. He clears his throat. You can still use your quirk, but it might be painful if you use it for too long. That being said, there's a flash of desperate indecision, a split second where he glances at Ray almost as if for permission. Something about that feels wrong, it doesn't suit him, but either way, whatever he sees on her face convinces him to continue. We can practice controlling it together slowly. He finishes carefully. Is he still so afraid of his nightmare coming true? Despite this unexpected twist in 𝐒𝐿's quirk. Okay. 𝐒𝐿 nods slowly, and this time there's a noticeable wobble in his words. But I can still be a hero, right? Even if it hurts. It's 𝐿's turn to freeze. His face flickers with that expression that Ray still can't place, of something close to dread that makes her heart ache even more than all it already does for their son. Oh, 𝐒𝐿. Ray moves forward, bending down to hug him. 𝐒𝐿 all but throws himself into her arms, and she has to kneel down properly to support his weight. She wishes she could just say yes, of course, and then she nearly does, but that's too close to lying, isn't it? Her words are slightly halting when she speaks. It may be difficult, but where there's a will, there's a way. 𝐿's voice cuts in, this time with an element of calm steadiness to it. It's the same sort of tone he's begun using during hero interviews, usually when he's asked hard questions on what he can do about some new threat or the other, and there's a reason people believe him when he does. 𝐒𝐿 smiles up at them both. It's a watery one. He's trying to be brave for their sakes, she thinks, and she can't help being proud of him even if he really doesn't need to. Ray smiles back, rubbing 𝐒𝐿's shoulder before looking up to meet 𝐿's gaze, an unspoken question in her own. She doesn't get the answer she's looking for, but it's an answer nonetheless when his arms envelop them both in a quick hug. He ruffles 𝐒𝐿's hair and presses his lips to her temple before standing back up. If a backslide ever happens, it's the little things like these that she'll miss the most. Ray pulls away from 𝐒𝐿 slowly, smoothing out the mess that 𝐿's made of his hair. Do you still want to help me bake a cheesecake? She asks with an encouraging smile. 𝐒𝐿 brightens, nodding, and the weight on Ray's heart lightens as well. Isn't it cruel to give him false hope? Ray asks that night, her voice nearly drowned out by the sound of running water. 𝐿 uses his quirk to dry off the dish she passes him, and a faint puff of steam rises into the air between them. It isn't necessarily false, he says. She might have asked more, if 𝐒𝐿 hadn't chosen that moment to rush back in. Quirks and genetics. Despite countless advancements made since the discovery of the first quirk wielder, no one knows for sure how it all began. What were the odds that seemingly spontaneous mutations, at similar loci, would manifest in discrete populations on a massive scale? The biological how was, fortunately, far easier to characterize. Quirk wielders were found to have a specific gene complex on chromosome 21, the diverse yet hereditary nature of quirks attributed to at least 6 known hypervariable regions, 3 from each parent, within it. For all the diversity of quirks, the patterns of expression of their encoding genes rarely stray far from established norms. While any attempts at building a genomic library of all known quirks had long since been dismissed due to the sheer level of genetic polymorphism, it's not uncommon for individuals with medical needs and the funds for it to request for chromosome 21 sequencing. Of course, trying to find out how novel nucleotide sequences translate to practical functions still remains nothing but a glorified guessing game. It's the main obstacle faced when analyzing quirks that seem to spring out of nowhere, but that isn't much of a problem in 𝐻𝐬𝐽's case. 𝐻𝐬𝐽's sequence can serve as a reference standard for comparison. Yet another variation of spot the difference, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 thinks dryly. We postulate that the differences in these few codons are responsible for the difference in flame temperatures. The project representative says, poking the screen rather enthusiastically. Of course, there's nothing we can do about that part, but these bits that seem to code for fire and ice resistance are more interesting. She closes the long strings of nucleotide sequences and brings up another window, this time showing a zoomed-in diagrammatic representation of a certain segment of each pair of chromosomes. It seems that both ice resistance and fire resistance are co-dominantly expressed, so it's not an either-or thing like we feared. She continues. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 nods. He already knows this part. 𝐔𝐬𝐽 had been living proof. In yours, this particular sequence that should code for fire resistance is repeated over 20 times in each chromosome. In comparison, your son's only contains 8 copies of it in one chromosome. The other prominent repeated sequence, you can see a lot of it in the maternal chromosome over here, is likely to code for ice resistance. Actually, it's rather interesting that the two resistance genes seem to have a similar mechanism. The researcher muses, getting somewhat sidetracked. The third person in the room, a representative from the legal department, looks like he's tuned out. 𝐻𝐬𝐽 wishes he had the luxury too. The babbling reminds him of Deku, and his past isn't something he wants to think about right now. So, does this mean that conferring sufficient fire resistance would be a matter of increasing the number of copies of that particular gene? 𝐻𝐬𝐽 interjects as politely as he can. The researcher nods vigorously. That's what we think. It'd be a relatively straightforward matter of copy number amplification, which is well within our scope. The main challenge would be figuring out just how many copies are needed. Ironically, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 supposes he should be thanking All for One and the doctor who had designed the nomus. It would never have crossed his mind otherwise to find a solution for 𝐻𝐬𝐽 from this angle, not that he'd even really tried at all last time around, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 admits with a flash of shame. They'd got a definitive diagnosis far too late, and once 𝐿𝐻𝐽 entered the picture, the question in 𝐻𝐬𝐽's mind regarding 𝐻𝐬𝐽 hadn't been how can I help him? As it should have been so much as how can I sweep him under the rug? Of course, this is all still hypothetical, Mr. Endeavor. The legal department representative tacks on a bit hurriedly, so he's actually been listening after all. The quirk-related gene therapy procedures are in the pipeline, but it'll be a while yet before we can streamline it for more widespread application. And then that's to say nothing about getting approval from the PMDA and QRB. And as 𝐻𝐬𝐽 knows, there will be politics and ethical issues to grapple with. What constitutes valid medical need? With the unique case-by-case basis this kind of targeted therapy requires, will exorbitant costs hinder all but the richest clients? Of course, 𝐻𝐬𝐽 has no wish to involve himself in any of those debates. So, all he does is nod curtly, offering a polite smile. Of course. I understand. Thank you for taking the time to explain this. It's a risky game he's playing. But at least, the heightened public scrutiny to come, what with this coming through and that other research lab, should serve his other goal. Public scrutiny backfires in the way 𝐻𝐬𝐽 least expects. Endeavor's son requires quirk treatment. If you're famous enough, the line between top hero and celebrity is depressingly thin. Heroes Weekly may not be a gossip rag per se, but it comes pretty near it in Ray's opinion. This article's title alone is, after all, hardly the pinnacle of journalism, what with its gratuitous use of interrobangs and blatant speculation. She's glad he's trying to find a solution, but she wishes she could have heard about all of this from her husband, instead of from a tabloid. Thank goodness, there's no mention of 𝐻𝐬𝐽's full name or any details behind the cursory mention of a mismatch. For now, what worries Ray the most is a comment left by someone who'd zoomed in on a seemingly irrelevant piece of information about 𝐻𝐠 being involved in the project's funding. The direction of the comment thread it sparked smells like trouble. The fact that it isn't really a conflict of interest won't matter. Ray's heard enough of her father's rants about corporate image and public perception growing up to recognize the sort of thing that can boil into something more serious. If there was one thing Ray and 𝐻𝐠 had always been on the same page about, it was the agreement they would keep their family low profile, well out of the media circus. Yet, she looks back down at her phone, the message from her brother still on her screen. Do you two have a plan? Just a few months ago, Ray would have chosen to hold her tongue, to feign ignorance for fear that raising the issue, even especially to 𝐻𝐠, would just make things worse. She blinks at the slow realization that all of that isn't what she's going to do. It's something, isn't it? An inside leak. 𝐻𝐠 sighs in frustration. It's not like he can really blame the research organization itself for much, aside from poor human resource choices, after the profuse apology he'd received, accompanied by an assurance that the perpetrator had been dealt with. He'd read the original article, of course, but he hadn't expected that Ray would even know of it, let alone ask him about it before he mentioned it himself. Further proof of all he'd missed the first time around. It's still a bitter pill to swallow to be reminded just how much so. Like the rest of their home, the courtyard garden is large and traditional, an open design with well-placed bonsai, a flagstone path leading to a central table. He rarely comes out here, but he admits that there's something tranquil about the landscape. That's probably for the best, considering their current topic of conversation. Ray gives him a faint smile, her gaze flitting from him to the rocks, and then back to him again. Is your agency doing anything about it, then? I considered having the original article taken down, but it was too late by the time it came to my attention. 𝐻𝐠 admits. You know how it is when news spreads. Ray hums. An official statement from you could still help to set the story straight. 𝐻𝐠 frowns. You want to move our family into the spotlight. His question sounds more accusing than he'd meant it to. Ray doesn't get defensive, she never does. But she holds her head high, and there's something firm in her voice he remembers from long ago, except he'd ignored it back then, and at some point, he never heard it again. Not exactly. She begins. But I don't want 𝐒𝐿 to be considered as some dirty secret of our family. 𝐻𝐠 stiffens at that. And I don't like how you're being used as a scapegoat for commentary about social engineering or the privilege of the few. It's slightly alarming how fast his anger can ebb nowadays. He would welcome it more, if only it didn't leave him feeling a bit like an empty husk. The second part isn't entirely unfounded. 𝐻𝐠 points out. In the end, it boils down to making the most of the hand you're dealt, and he admits he's got a great one. His machinations may be for a good cause to counter a future threat, but that's hardly information he can spread or even justify at this point. But Ray is right. His family was never meant to be involved in his long-term strategy against the villains, even indirectly. The invasion of privacy regarding 𝐒𝐿 is infuriating, to say the least, and any insinuation that he's ashamed is exactly the opposite of what he wants. Your funds do have to go somewhere, and there's nothing weird or illegal about investing in a cause that's dear to your heart. It's not like the program's scope is limited to 𝐒𝐿. Ray counters. It sounds unreasonably reasonable when she puts it like that. When did you become an authority on public relations? 𝐻𝐠 grumbles without heat. Regardless, he leans against the table and allows himself to seriously consider her point. I don't like it very much either, but this could kill two birds with one stone. Ray adds, quieter this time. Besides, if this narrative continues, it might affect your hero image as well. Isn't it better to do preemptive damage control? If Hawks could handle the derision of almost everyone he'd been fighting for during that year, how can 𝐻𝐠 possibly complain about this tiny backlash? Perhaps, but that's hardly worth placing targets on your heads. 𝐻𝐠 sighs. Ray blinks, then reaches for his arm. That's probably an exaggeration. Besides, even if it does, that's what heroes like you are here for, right? 𝐻𝐠 exhales sharply, and for a moment, he's back there staring helplessly at Natsuo, his legs refusing to listen while his brain screamed at them to move. 𝐻𝐠 never wants to live through that again. He can't. But just as 𝐿𝐼 and his friends were there then, there's plenty of others now. He'd placed his faith in the future generation of heroes when he died. He can accord that same trust to his contemporaries in this time, can't he? 𝐭𝐺 presses his lips together, then sighs, jerking his head downwards. I suppose it's worth a shot. The corners of Rei's lips quirk up, and he thought that would have been the end of the discussion. But her smile doesn't quite reach her eyes, and 𝐭𝐺 is more familiar with that flicker of uncertainty in her gaze than he wishes he was. What has he done wrong now? Is there something else? He finds it in himself to ask. Rei threads her fingers together, seemingly struggling for words, which, well, who would have thought she'd be more comfortable discussing PR strategies than whatever it is that's troubling her? It's just, are you really fine with this? A sense of déjà vu. It's amazing how one question can ask such different things. Yes. 𝐭𝐺 says after a pause. He peers her head at her, slightly confused. Would you rather I disagreed with you? Well, no, but it's just, this isn't the first time I've observed that it seems like Rei cuts herself off, chewing her lip. I'm just worried that this is turning into some kind of role reversal. I don't want you to be in the position where you feel like you need to please me all the time. I know what it's like to be on that side, and... She takes a deep breath, rushing her next few words. I may have been scared then, but that's not how it is anymore. So, you don't have to keep feeling guilty about it. Her words feel like ice-cold water trickling down his neck. Rei's tone grows even more gentle and understanding. Even if you actually did all the things you did in that dream no. 𝐭𝐺 swallows. It comes out hoarser than he wishes it did. He'd prefer not to engage in this turn their conversation has taken, but, if that's true, you'd be far too forgiving for your own good. If a tree falls in a forest and no one is around to hear it, does it make a sound? Just because no one else remembers it doesn't mean he hasn't done what he has. This Rei can't understand, he deserves it. All the atoning he's trying to do, everything it entails. And yes, 𝐭𝐺's aware that maybe he does crave his family's approval a little too much, that their happiness might just be too powerful a determinant in his perception of success in this lifetime. But what's wrong with that if it's what he wants, if it's for the best? He doesn't quite register that Rei is hugging him until he exhales slowly, and a few strands of her hair tickle his face. He wants to push her away, to pull her even closer, and in the end, he just holds her, his hands somehow slipping into place around her shoulders without explicit motor input. Sometimes, it still feels like he's living a lie. The first, the older. Rei would never have held him so tightly. Not before, and definitely not after. That's not really fair to either of us, though. Rei whispers. Don't I get a say? No, because you don't have the full picture. 𝐭𝐺 falters, pulling away slightly. He opens his mouth, closes it, nearly wringing his hands in frustration from how hard it is to explain. It's fine. He starts. I'm doing this because I trust your judgment when it comes to our family. Much more than I trust my own. Rei furrows her brows. That's not exactly mutually exclusive with guilt, is it? She softens the edge of her words with a gentle caress of his hand, now resting at the small of her back. 𝐭𝐺 sighs, pressing his lips together as he tears his gaze away and just tries to gather his thoughts. That weight in his chest is a firm hand and a guiding pressure all in one. He doesn't think he could, but if he lets go of it, is anything else stopping him from plunging off yet another slippery slope? He's never been the kind to wish for anything as lofty as happiness. Not for himself, nor for anyone else around him. All that he has now is already so much more than he'd ever asked for, and he doesn't deserve it. Not without a healthy dose of guilt on the side. He owes his previous lifetime's family that much at least, as much as he owes it to this Rei to consider her request of letting go of some of it. She wouldn't ask that of him if she knew. Now, more than ever, 𝐭𝐺 wishes there was a guidebook he could just follow. Your second life, how not to fail twice, perhaps. I'll try to work on that. He eventually says, and it's too vague to be a lie, even if it's not entirely the truth. Rei searches his gaze for a long, fragile moment. Something about the glow of the sunset and the autumn foliage makes her eyes look more brown than gray. As long as you aren't making yourself miserable. How can he possibly explain that watching Ray open up, their interactions colored with less and less trepidation as the days go by, brings him a kind of satisfaction he's never before felt in his life? That the little things that he can do for 𝐂𝐿 to bring a smile to his face are pathetically small compared to the wrongs he'd wrought the last time around. Don't worry. I'm far from miserable. 𝐿 says simply, and he hopes the certainty in his voice says the rest. Okay. Ray murmurs. For those few moments, it's just them and the rapidly darkening sky and the sound of their breaths between them. It's the sort of scene that lends itself to more. It's in the way his gaze lingers on her lips, the way her eyelids flutter shut when he leans in, the way his breath hitches at the simple display of trust. This time, there's nothing awkward about it when their lips meet, no undercurrent of urgency or deep-rooted uncertainty. Just a simple press of lips against lips, and then a not-so-simple sweep of her tongue over his. She tastes like she always does, albeit with a hint of matcha on top. That jolt of realization that he has a frame of reference, multiple, technically, warms his chest in a way that's hard to describe. It's times like this that he can't help thinking reality can wait, and if this is a distraction, so be it. It's dangerous, the sort of thing 𝐿 would never have stood for, and there's some cognitive dissonance there that he can't shake off, but can't quite bring himself to care about either. Ray smiles at him again as they draw apart, her fingers slowly uncurling from their grip around him. She doesn't step away, however, and neither does 𝐿. His hand still rests loosely against her back when they return indoors, and when he slides the door shut behind them. It feels like another step forward. In the end, Ray was right. While there had been an initial burst like 𝐿 had predicted, simply putting his statement out there had ultimately gone a long way towards quelling the vicious CYCL of speculation. Some people support the idea, some people don't, and 𝐿's not too concerned about it either way. Polarizing reviews are nothing if not an old friend. If anything, he's more surprised about the sheer number of well-wishes for 𝐂𝐿 he's received, sometimes complete with personal stories. Although 𝐿 would still pick getting to maintain their privacy any day, it's nice of them, he supposes. He'd brought the letters physically mailed to his agency back home for Ray to read, and from the ones she's shown him, he agrees that it's heartening to know that there's many others out there who'd benefit from some sort of gene-based quirk therapy. But of course, it's early days, and right now, the specter of 𝐿 quirk still looms fresh in people's minds. Never mind that it's been done, the very idea of modifying quirks makes plenty of people nervous. Like he'd expected and banked on, there's been discussion within the scientific community on reviewing outdated clinical research regulations. Black markets will always exist and 𝐿 has his ways, but 𝐿 will count it as a win if greater stringency makes it harder for the doctor to get the resources he needs to create the nomus without 𝐻𝐿 suspicion. And perhaps, with the additional publicity this whole fiasco's created, if the politicians do end up focusing on more quirk-related issues and people feel like their voices are being heard, well, the less of them who see the need to join an underground army, the better. 𝐿 sighs. So much for hero work being straightforward. There's no shortage of villains picking fights on multiple fronts, and is already choosing his battles. The uncertainty is frustrating, as is having to admit that even the benefit of hindsight can't change the fact that all of this isn't a one-man job. If he doesn't want history to repeat, the heroes will have to make a more coordinated stand from the start. And with the current iteration of the Hero Commission being what it is. The last person he'd ever have expected to push for more collaborative efforts is himself, but he supposes that stranger things have happened. Like how he's here at all. At any rate, if they could manage it in the future, albeit largely from the effort of the youngest pro-heroes, 𝐿 refuses to believe they can't figure something out now. And when it comes to 𝐿 and Tomura Shigaraki, or rather, Tenko Shimura, we're better to start than All Might. It's making decisions like that which makes 𝐿 feel old. He presses his lips together, catching his reflection in the monitor as he glances to the side. What would the him that's actually supposed to be here say about any of this, let alone all of it? He doesn't have to reach too far to know the answer. It's probably for the best that at this point, 𝐿's opinion of his younger self's views is just as unflattering. It could be worse. That's what Ray tells herself as she wraps her hands around 𝐂𝐿's, letting her temperature run cold to draw out some excess heat. Some resistance is better than none, slightly tender is better than burnt. Have you been using your quirk? Ray asks gently. No. 𝐂𝐴 answers unconvincingly. Kids will be kids, heaven knows how much she'd played with her quirk in the past. Not at all. Ray prompts. Maybe a bit. He admits sheepishly. But I try to make it go away quick. But sometimes it just doesn't want to. Ray wishes she could help more, but if anything, using her quirk has always felt like coaxing a plant to life. Nothing like taming an uncontrollable beast, the way 𝐂𝐴's is starting to sound like, and so, she turns to glance at her husband. He's expecting it. The screen of his laptop has been angled downwards, and his gaze slides readily enough to meet hers. It's strange, in a good way, when she realizes she can read his deliberation in the furrow of his brows, that he understands her invitation to go ahead with one look at her face. You can try what I used to do. 𝐿 suggests slowly. It's the right way to frame it. 𝐂𝐴 perks up. The next time it happens, try to imagine a tap. The kind with two knobs like the one in our kitchen dish. To be honest, this might only be the second time Ray's ever heard her husband talk about using his quirk in a way that suggests anything less than natural mastery. Once upon a time, the less she saw or heard of his flames, the better. It had never meant anything good. And it's not that she can forget the worst bits, draining, apprehension-filled days of seemingly endless tiptoeing, the dread that would strike when she'd set off landmines anyway, but all of that's been a lot rarer lately, and in their place, they've been treated to many more casual or even playful displays. Although, Ray muses, that probably goes for them both, in more ways than one. It's slightly scary how much she wants this to work. And this part surprises her, but she thinks that maybe, as long as there is good, the kind that she can trust to be there at the end of the tunnel, she might just be able to find it in herself to handle the darker moments in between. A few things 𝐿 doubts he'll ever admit, and one is that he likes having a family to come home to. It surprises him a little. 𝐿 had thought he'd adapted well to the solitude after they'd all moved out. But the part of him that misses it is nigh negligible, and the part that prefers this can't be called a part at all. It's impossible not to compare when it's in everything. Hot meals instead of lukewarm takeouts, actual conversations instead of suffocating silence, the glaring absence of an altar he hadn't had the damnedest clue what to do with once. Well, Fuyumi's best efforts never could chase away the elephants in the room. Not before, and definitely not after. And so, although 𝐿 had never envisioned anything quite like this, getting ambushed by a human cannonball before he can even step through the front door is more than fine. Even if it's actually a ridiculous test of his reflexes to be able to crouch in time to catch his son. Guess what it is? 𝐂𝐴 brandishes a sheet of drawing block, moving it into 𝐿's hands with surprising force. He raises his eyebrows as he inspects today's drawing from various angles. It's nice. He starts. In an abstract fashion. Technically, the most accurate description would be an abomination, but even he knows better than to describe the polka-dotted amorphous creature as such. An alien, perhaps. Or conceivably, a cheetah. 𝐂𝐴's still bouncing on his heels, an expectant look on his face, and so 𝐿 tries his luck. A leopard. 𝐂𝐴's face falls. Oops. Ray laughs from the kitchen doorway, walking over to pat their son's shoulder. It's a giraffe. She informs 𝐿 in a conspiratorial tone. He blinks, looking back down at the drawing. It's admittedly plausible, but shouldn't its neck be longer? 𝐂𝐴 pouts. My friend said so too, but it's not fair 'cause he's seen one. When can we go to the zoo? 𝐿 pauses. It would just be a family outing. Most families do partake in those, he knows. Goodness knows how many he sees out on the streets during his patrols, children beseeching, wailing at their parents for ice cream, parents dragging their kids to museums. Your father is busy, 𝐂𝐴. Ray says, her tone a paradoxical blend of gentle yet admonishing. It's an easy out that she's giving him, if he chooses to take it. The very same excuse he'd use time after time, until they knew better than to ask. Or rather, by then, his absence had probably become a relief. 𝐂𝐴's pout intensifies for a moment. But then he nods, not looking particularly gutted, and something about that doesn't sit right with 𝐿. It's not that he wants to spoil his son either, but something tells him that children shouldn't be used to disappointment. Not this young, at least. There's nothing much else he can do about Tuia's quirk for now, but the solution for this is clear, and it isn't asking for much at all. As busy as 𝐿𝐺 is, if he can squeeze time out to spend a full day at home, there's no real reason why they can't spend it out, is there? I can still bring you there sometime. Ray offers as she helps their son up onto his chair. Tuia brightens. When? Is he just sticking his nose in where he's not needed? 𝐿𝐺 hesitates as he takes his own seat. Actually, I'll be on call this weekend. He starts, and Ray's eyes widen as she catches his drift. But next Saturday should be fine. He clears his throat. That is, if you'd like me there. He's barely finished his sentence when Tuia announces yes, loud enough to drown out Ray's softer if no less warm of course. It's the easy conviction of their responses that takes 𝐿𝐺 aback, nearly catching in his throat when he mutters a quick "that's that." Hope is dangerous, and it's hard not to feel like he's just reading too much into things. But when he's faced with the twin brilliance of their smiles like that, it's even harder not to let himself believe it. This one's for you. Tuia brandishes the piece of paper at him. Oh. Wow. It's me. He starts. Yep. Tuia says proudly. You were on TV. 𝐿𝐺 smooths a thumb over the crudely colored in red blobs, scratching out his eyes and strangling his neck. The proportions are a little off. He's quite sure that his arms aren't that long, to the point it's a bit reminiscent of a gorilla, but I like it. 𝐿𝐺 says honestly. And you know what? He's actually going to keep it. These days, 𝐿𝐺's nights tend to follow one of two broad patterns. The sole determining factor. 𝐿𝐺 raises an eyebrow. He's asleep already. Luckily, Ray quips. I might have lost a few years of my life chasing him around today. A terrifying and entirely believable prospect. Better you than me. That earns him a rather impressive side eye. He gives her a small smirk in response, and then she shakes her head in what is starting to recognize as her own brand of fond amusement. Tonight seems like it's going to be one of those nights. Ray's gaze searches his out, and he decides it's in the look in her eyes. Something playful yet almost uncomfortably earnest, as if she's the one who still can't quite believe that he's here, as if he's the one that needs to be worried about. A part of him wants to swallow and look away, another part can't help drinking it in and wanting something entirely different. Slowly, a corner of Ray's lips quirk upwards, and slowly, her fingers trail up his arm to linger at the back of his neck. There's an unspoken question there, written in the tentative pressure of her touch, and who is 𝐿𝐺 to say no? Wrapping an arm around her waist is easy, shifting to pull her in even more so. He slips a hand under the hem of her nightgown, another wordless question asked by way of a pause, and it's all far easier than it has any right to be when she interlaces her fingers with his, guiding him where she wants him to go. For one long moment, 𝐿𝐺 lets himself wonder, could he ever have got things right on the first try? Stumbled onto the right path, for want of a nail? Or is this scenic route is taken the only way it could ever have worked? It's the sort of question he'd always strove to ignore. Whichever the case, what does it say about him? What has always been important is the road ahead, and little else. But does that have to change, as long as his definition of a good future has? If you have the capacity to think, I'm clearly not doing something right. Ray whispers, her breath tickling 𝐿𝐺's cheek. Her fingers trace down his chest in playful warning, and a sudden brush of ice makes him jolt. He narrows his eyes, she gives him an innocent smile. Oh. She always seems so surprised at the little things he finds in himself to do, she doesn't know how it's just the same for him. But two can play at this game. There's no reason to fight the smirk that tugs at his lips, unspoken acceptance of her de facto challenge. And because doing anything halfway isn't something 𝐿𝐺 stands for, one quick maneuver and a surprised squeak later, he's holding himself up over her, his knee pressing against her hips and her eyes easily pulling him in. They say that curiosity killed the cat. He murmurs. Good thing that we aren't cats. Ray answers agreeably, if slightly breathlessly, and this is dreadful bedroom conversation. Really? But 𝐿𝐺 can't help the traitorous quirk of his lips, And it certainly doesn't stop him from dipping his head to worry the sensitive skin of her clavicle, slow and insistent slide of his palm up her skin just the way she likes. It feels like he's on the cusp of something. Not quite an epiphany, and of what, he isn't even sure. All 𝐿 knows is there are answers in Ray's lips, pressing benediction against his own, and every gasp he earns from an experimental twist of his fingers, their revelation and reward all in one. It may very well be true that 𝐿 shouldn't be here, that he doesn't deserve to be here, but he is. And as his name falls from Ray's lips, wrecked in a way he never knew he wanted to hear, as hers is wrenched from his own, a shuddering breath imbued with too many things he still doesn't know how to say, he admits to himself in a moment of weakness, while it's true he'd never asked for any of this, he's asking now for all of it. The day eventually comes where he receives the approval he needs to get on with things, which includes arranging the discussions that need to be arranged. To say that he hasn't been looking forward to this would be a gross understatement, but it's not as if he's been putting it off in the name of procrastination. As much as he'd like to have been able to magically compile a list of names and foist it off on the police to be added to their watch lists, it's unfeasible on multiple counts. Loath as he is to admit it, he simply doesn't remember and in some cases, never knew a number of the villain's civilian identities, never mind the ones who might have successfully reinvented themselves. Secondly, without some sort of basis or proof, at best, they wouldn't take him seriously. At worst, they would, and they'd probably tip off the Hero Commission to launch an investigation on him as well. Either way, the last thing he needs is to spook the MLA leaders and have them overhaul their strategy so early on. If the math proves right, Destro and his inner circle should have begun to sink their claws in by now. Detnerat has recently been founded, he's checked. And unfortunately, learning the who's who of the compromised compromisable. Within the police and the government had never been 𝐿's job to worry about. The list of turncoat heroes Hawks had compiled, on the other hand. Well, it's good to keep in mind. Is there a moral hazard in not actively trying to halt their recruitment? 𝐿 sighs. More things to worry about later. At any rate, the point is, it's taken a disproportionate amount of effort to have dug out these links, and 𝐿 would appreciate it if his sidekick would give him some sign of acknowledgement instead of catching flies. Is there a problem? He prompts with a tinge of impatience. I recall you explicitly mentioned wanting exposure to the administrative workflows behind interagency cooperation. A liaison role should serve that well. No problem. She comes back to life. It's just, I could have sworn you also said, schedule a meeting with All Might-𝐿 massages the bridge of his nose. You heard correctly. She blinks. Is this a test? Something about keeping the mind sharp and skeptical or looking out for an impersonator. Wow, had he been that obvious? Actually, never mind that question. And I guess not. She continues sheepishly. I should be able to do it. Good. I'll send the relevant details to you on the intranet. 𝐿 says, lifting his brows at the look of horror she doesn't quite manage to hide. Will you need me to edit the coming week's roster? And I mean, probably not. She amends with a salute. At least that seems to be an improvement in her tendency to bite off more than she can chew. I'll take a look and get back to you soon. 𝐿 nods in acknowledgement before ending the call. It seems that if there's one thing he'd never got wrong, it's his choice of sidekicks, both past, future, whatever, and present. Variable levels of enthusiasm aside, most of them have demonstrated the ability to take things in stride with good morale. It's something that will serve them well in the future, especially if things end up playing out the same way, or worse. And there he goes again. 𝐿 sighs. At this rate, he'll be finding grey in his hair again a lot sooner than he'd thought. This is your fault. Ray eventually says, the closest to petulant he's ever heard her. And I'm offering to take responsibility for it. 𝐿 answers. It would probably be a better attempt at placation if he weren't failing so miserably at hiding his amusement. You've seen me dry the dishes. No open flames at all. Yes, and induction cookers exist for a reason. Ray points out dryly. Tuche. She wrings her hair in yet another futile effort. 𝐿 shrugs. I suppose you could just turn on the hairdryer and risk waking Tuya. Ray narrows her eyes at him. but she settles on the edge of the bed next to him anyway, leaning in to give him easier access. If you burn my hair, I will freeze you where it hurts the most. Well, ouch. Thank goodness that his quirk control is what it is. As it is, 𝐿 can't quite stifle his snort. He spots the twitch of her lips before she turns away. And if her hips rest against his own, that's just for added stability. If his fingers card through her hair for longer than is strictly necessary, well, it's all in the name of being thorough. Objectively speaking, their attempt at a family outing is a disaster. It's Murphy's Law in action. The one day 𝐿 decides to completely clear his schedule, there's a minor villain attack at the zoo. It's just how the universe works. They'd been waiting in line to buy tickets when the herd of elephants came stomping out, helmed by the aspiring villain whose quirk 𝐿 assumes gives him some sort of control over animals. 𝐂𝐻 had been thrilled. They'll need to work on his sense of self-preservation. Either way, once 𝐿 sees that both Ray and 𝐂𝐻 are out of harm's way, he leaps into action. The next few things happen in sequence. 𝐿 manages to pull a woman out of the way of the stampede. He lunges towards the villain and summons his flames in his palms. That's all, he swears. The man decides to turn tail, and effectively runs into the waiting arms of a pair of young heroes who'd been pursuing him from within the zoo. It's all rather embarrassing for the villain. The police and zoo staff members make their way to the scene soon enough, followed closely by the newscasters. The heroes look slightly put out by the reporters trying to approach 𝐿 during his unfortunately unavoidable statement to the police, and honestly, so is he. Dealing with the media is one thing when he's on duty, and another entirely when he's not. He'd actually tried to be polite about redirecting the attention, if only for the sake of his family, but it's difficult to, with their very presence fueling interest. Some of the onlookers have begun snapping pictures as well. It's quite obvious that there's no way they'll be able to actually enjoy themselves if they stay. Fortunately, both Ray and 𝐂𝐻 agree, and so, that's how they end up in the car for the second time in 2 hours, making their way to a smaller zoo at the outskirts of the city. Maybe you should wear sunglasses and a hat. 𝐂𝐻 suggests brightly, earning himself snorts from both Ray and their driver. Good God. Why not? Perhaps he should even get a hulking trench coat while he's at it. Objectively speaking, their attempt at a family outing starts out a disaster. But Ray doesn't mind, and she dare says 𝐿 doesn't either, not after they lose the reporters, at least. There's something about the absurdity of the morning's incident that's effectively killed off any lingering uncertainty on how they should go about things. Mummy, I want to see the penguins next. And as for 𝐂𝐻, he might just be having the time of his life. Her brother is right, toddlers are demons. She's surprised that she and 𝐿 managed to keep up at all. That said, there's something to be said for stamina. With the way he's been running about, it's no surprise that by the time the sun begins to set, 𝐂𝐻's begun to droop as well. We should probably call it a day. She laughs, gently smoothing their son's hair. We could. 𝐿 hums as he checks his watch. But while we're here, I actually have one last stop in mind. What? 𝐂𝐻 whines, plaintively stopping in his tracks. I can't walk anymore. It surprises Ray when 𝐿 merely quirks an eyebrow at her before bending down to pick 𝐂𝐻 up. Perk of his profession, she supposes, but he looks far more comfortable carrying their son in the crook of his arm than she would ever have imagined. This one's for your mother. 𝐿 tells 𝐂𝐻, now fastidiously looking everywhere but at Ray, and somehow, she has a feeling she knows just where it is he's talking about. It's only been years, but it feels like a lifetime ago since the last time they'd gone there. It's not that far of a walk, and they don't say much at all. It would be a shame to wake 𝐂𝐻, who's beginning to nod off against 𝐿's shoulder, and there's a bit of a lump in Ray's throat anyway. The sunset is nearly over by the time they reach, but that's not a bad thing. Most of the people there are beginning to leave, and the couples who remain seem far too wrapped up in each other to pay them much heed. With it being as quiet and peaceful as it is, it's easy to just forget the world and breathe in the faint scent of cherry blossoms in the air, to let her eyes drink in the view in its entirety, from the warmer-than-usual hues of the petals to the amber glow of the sun, reflected in the smooth surface of the lake. It's familiar despite the small changes here and there, and Ray feels her lips curve into a soft smile. It's even more appealing than I remember. I think so too. 𝐿 murmurs after a beat, almost like an afterthought, and Ray can't help swiveling on her feet to face him. He's already looking right back at her, seems like he has been for a while, and the intent focus of his gaze makes her duck her head for a moment. Ray knows what they say about her husband's eyes, that it's ironic that they are stern and blue and striking and so very cold, like ice. The thing is, Ray knows ice, is familiar with it in all its freezing, destructive beauty, and she might have agreed, back then. Back when it had felt like he'd been looking past her even when his eyes were on her, fixated on something only he could see. But if they could see this right now, this something in his gaze that's unmistakably warm and content, coupled with the almost fond smile that's playing with his lips, they'd have to swallow their words. Ray certainly is. She's willing to bet that he doesn't know he's even capable of expressions like this. She's seen her fair share of them in the past few months, tiny maybe but maybe not tricks of the light, and they're captivating. Ray is the one who leans in this time, tiptoeing carefully to avoid jostling Tuya. 𝐿's lips are a little chapped from the wind, hers are probably too cold for comfort, and she has no idea how such a short, chaste kiss can taste so sweet. There are few memories in Ray's life that she would call perfect. But right now, in this little pocket of time with her husband and son beside her, she thinks that this moment might just deserve that title. Rare public appearance by flame hero, endeavor and family indeed. The short articles about his accidental cameo in that villain chase, 𝐿 expects. But he doesn't realize that there's more going around until it gets picked up by some of the more popular hero blogs and news sites. He wouldn't have expected it to be so widely shared, but he supposes he shouldn't be surprised. Ever since the seed grant incident, the public and press, in turn, have been curious about Tuya, and by extension, his family as a whole. What 𝐿 can't believe is how he hadn't realized when someone had snapped a photo of them at the park. In unreasonably high definition, no less. When he'd said, "Just watch me" back then, this wasn't what he had in mind. Maybe it's karma, but if this is how it's going to be from now on, he sighs. It's hard to decide which part is worse, the fact of the matter, or their comments. The effusiveness of some people's well-wishes for Tuya was one thing, but this. Wasn't expecting such a cute family. His wife is so pretty and his son's like a mini him haha, he didn't know he could smile. Nice to see his softer side, it kind of makes him want to crawl into a hole and die. Yet, those have nothing on the worst comments, the ones that say seemingly innocuous things like he seems like a good dad, and wow, actual family goals. There had been no stopping 𝐿's bitter laugh when he'd first read one like that. Even now, skimming through those are impossible. A telltale pressure squeezing his lungs, a bitter tang at the back of his throat, and then, he has to close the tab and visit his dojo. They wouldn't be saying these things if they knew, and sometimes, he thinks it would be easier if they did. If they'd take a page from Darby's playbook and curl their lips in disgust, if they'd scoff and look away in revulsion. Maybe, then, he would feel less like some sort of con. And yes, 𝐿 knows he should be happy with the small steps he's achieved so far, limited as they may be, and he is. He just never expected this part to be hard as well, to feel like he's looking at a stranger when he sees himself. It is a nice picture. 𝐿 tilts his head back, letting it rest against the wooden paneling as he catches his breath. He'll have to order a new set of equipment soon, the punching bag is getting worn. Perhaps, he really is making too big a deal out of this. This is hardly the first time he's reinventing himself, and if he could manage that much at 45, surely he can figure out something now. He just has to look at things from a rational standpoint. And in this case, the bottom line is simple. If it ever boils down to it, who would he rather be? It's a brainless question if he ever heard one. As Tuya would say, duh. He breathes in slowly, clenching and then unclenching his fists as he clambers to his feet. It might take time, but the rest of the pieces will fall into place eventually. 𝐿 will make sure of it. Feel better? Ray asks quietly, somehow finding it in herself to give him the tiniest of smiles. She blinks when he does the same, a barely there curve of his lips that's measurable in micrometers. Yeah. Ray takes the test on a whim, based on little more than a niggling sense of suspicion at the back of her mind. It could turn out to be nothing. 3 to 5 days late happens from time to time, and she's no stranger to false alarms. But with things being how they've been, she supposes it's worth a check, just in case it really is. 2 red lines. Ray blinks. Her heart starts thudding in her ears even as her hands move on autopilot. She fumbles through another brand's kit, dipstick this time instead of midstream, and has to tell herself to breathe during those 6 excruciatingly long, drawn-out seconds it takes for the results to fade into view. Another 2 lines. Another child. It takes a few moments for it to hit. Sharp inhale of surprise, except not really, because it's not like they've just been sleeping all this while, and what else could they expect? A rush of trepidation. For some reason, they haven't actually discussed family planning recently, and while this is technically on schedule with the plan they'd first laid out years ago, so much has changed. What if 𝐿 isn't ready? Is she even ready? She thinks. She might be. 2 years old enough that caring for both children should be manageable. He's been going on about wanting a sibling for a while now, and it will be good for him at least. But what about 𝐿? Paradoxically, his thoughts on children back then had been easier to understand. As soon as possible, as many as it takes. Learning of her 𝐼𝐺NNCY with 2 year had nearly been a relief. Liberation, in a way, from the pressure from her parents to fulfill her duty, from his parents to produce an heir. And from 𝐿 himself. Children had been the purpose of their marriage, no matter how any of them had tried to frame it, whether in the name of uniting their families or combining their quirks. With her thoughts racing as they are, Ray isn't sure how she manages to clean up and re-enter the bedroom, but she does. After that, though, she just sinks down onto the mattress. She's no longer terrified of what it means to be a mother, although 2 year is still teaching her new things every day. But there's still plenty Ray isn't sure of, and now everything is going to change again. There's a part of her that's still irrationally afraid that a second child could act as some sort of trigger, that he'll slide back into that same mindset, that they'll spiral down that vicious cycle once again, but that's not fair to either of them, is it? To all that they've said and done since then, confessions whispered into his skin and promises made just for her ears. Ray rests her hand on her abdomen. Maybe she's just being idealistic again, but she does trust her husband not to go back on all of that. And if this anticipation is unfamiliar, it's certainly not unwelcome. Does your tummy hurt? 2 year's voice drifts in from the doorway. She startles for a moment before looking up, only to see her son peering worriedly at her. Ray smiles in spite of herself. She'd meant to tell 𝐿 once he gets home from work tonight, but she doubts he'll begrudge 2 year finding out first. After all, their son has always been great at delivering news. 2 years all but camping at the doorstep when 𝐿 returns home that evening. He raises an eyebrow. Did something happen? Yep. He grins, almost vibrating in excitement. Mummy says I'm gonna have a little brother or sister soon. 𝐿 nearly drops his laptop. His gaze snaps to meet Ray's across the room. She gives him a soft smile and nods. Ray tries not to read too deeply into her husband's reaction, a whole maelstrom's worth that only reminds her how overwhelmed she'd felt just this morning. All at once, she regrets having let 2 year relay the news instead of doing it herself. But if 𝐿 feels anything less than positive, and she notices those flickers of doubt easily enough, he manages to prevent their son from picking up on it. It's only when they're alone in their room that he withdraws, their conversation petering out as he gets increasingly lost in thought. She can't help wondering, sometimes. It's strange how he takes news she would have thought he'd react badly to, like 2 years quirk mismatch, surprisingly well, but then balks when it comes to things he shouldn't be that conflicted about. She hadn't brought it up back then, but she remembers his reticence when 2 years quirk had first manifested, almost as if. 𝐿. She tries. A pause. Yes. Did we? Ray hesitates, trying to keep her tone light. I was just wondering, in that dream you had, did we ever have other children? Her husband stiffens, a flash of something in his eyes that nearly breaks her heart. He gets like this sometimes, she knows, but in that instant, she hates herself for causing it anyway. I'm sorry, you don't have to answer if Ray cuts herself off, feeling like she's grasping at straws. Her words hang uselessly in between them, glorified dead weight for all they are worth. They both know that with his reaction, her question is as good as answered. 𝐿 looks away, and Ray drops her own gaze in a bid to let him have that moment of privacy. By the time she looks back up, his expression has shuttered into something she can't read, the sort of put together that's so deliberate and precise it goes right back to falling apart. "It's fine, I was just surprised." He lies, his tone painfully clinical. Ray wishes he wouldn't, that he'd just tell her what's wrong, perhaps even if it came in the form of him lashing out, but she holds her tongue, and he finishes without offering any further elaboration. In the end, all she murmurs is a soft "I see." Ray had always thought that all those quotes about the silence being deafeningly loud were nothing more than pretty clichés. But as they turn off the lights and turn in for the night, she thinks there might be truth to them after all. She wants to comfort him, to interlace her fingers with his, to hold him the way she knows he doesn't really mind. But for the first time in a while, she's afraid to. It's not even that she's scared that he'll hurt her, not physically, at least. If anything, and this thought would have been so unfathomable once that her heart aches, she's afraid that if she pushes right now, she might just push him over the edge. This isn't right either. She'd always thought of her husband as strong. In every sense of the word, intimidatingly and impassively so. And even though she treasures how he's just felt so much more human since then, the fact that her question could affect him so much feels fundamentally wrong. Oh, it's been much easier than she'd thought to just take it all in stride, the idea that a mere dream could have changed so much, but there are times like this when Ray thinks she maybe shouldn't. But if her asking only opens up wounds, how could she ever bring herself to? Ray feels the shift in pressure on the other side of the bed, dipping heavier for a few seconds before it fades. She keeps her breathing even through the sound of his footsteps, keeps her eyes shut through the faint creak of their door, and tells herself it's okay, really, when she's left alone with nothing but the residual warmth of the sheets behind her back. It's not the best night's sleep that she gets. The walls of the dojo may be thick, but with it being as quiet as it is in the dead of the night, 𝐿 has no wish to take the risk. 𝐒𝐿 is a growing kid and Ray needs her rest, more so than ever. So, instead, he ends up heading out to the garden. With the full moon out, it's not as dark as he'd expected, and getting some fresh air can't hurt. Or at least, so he'd thought. There's no single especially poignant memory that 𝐿 associates with this courtyard, but the little things add up anyway, invisible footprints and phantom voices that exist only within the recesses of his mind, countless scenes he doesn't remember remembering at all. He doesn't need to close his eyes to see 𝐒𝐿 and 𝑁𝐴TSUO competing with each other, using these same stone tiles he's walking on as a measure of how far they could jump. He need only run his finger across the rough surface of the table to recall how Fuyumi had often pored over her homework at this very spot, Xiaotou occasionally seeking her help once. Their mother was no longer an option. There are other things he remembers, Ray's lips on his in the orange glow of sunset, the faint smell of freshly cut fruits. How 𝐒𝐿 had laughed when 𝐿 had stolen a bite from Ray's slice, the faux-affronted look she'd given him in return, his eyes burn. 𝐿 blinks harshly, letting out a surprised snort in spite of himself. This is ridiculous. The situation, himself, everything. Technically, he's the one who died. So why does it feel like he's mourning them? It's not like he hadn't known he'd never see his younger children again. At least, not as they were. And it's not even like he truly assumed he'd get them back either. If anything, he just refused to think too deeply about what that meant. But he should have. It's tempting, so very tempting, to pin his hopes on simple back calculation, on the slim possibility that his next child's age might just coincide with Fuyumi's own December birthday. But even if it's like that, even if they are genetically identical by some whim of fate, and fate could throw so many wrenches into his plans that he has no idea if he even wants it to exist, they won't be the same. They might as well be completely different children, shaped by a distinct set of experiences, and isn't that precisely the point of everything he's trying to do? Sometimes, 𝐿 misses the times he'd made more sense to himself. He isn't sure how long he spends just sitting there, specks of granite digging into his elbows as he rests his forehead against his hands. But it's long enough for his thoughts to settle, and if the pang in his chest doesn't entirely disappear, at least it fades somewhat. The door creaks again when 𝐿 returns to their room. He grimaces at the noise, but fortunately, Ray doesn't stir. He slips under the blanket as quietly as he can, allowing himself to study her for a few beats. There's a faint crease between her brows, and her hair is haphazardly strewn over her face. It's the sort of messiness he'd attribute to repeated tossing and turning. He wishes he hadn't reacted so poorly just now, so soon after she'd shared the news. He should have mentally prepared himself earlier. But what's done is done. 𝐿 can only hope he hasn't done any lasting damage. He extends his fingers, half curls them back, hesitating, and then, carefully, brushes his wife's hair away from her cheek. On the surface, breakfast appears to be business as usual. Him alternating between bustling about and scarfing down his meal, Ray leaning against the wall and drinking her tea at a far more measured pace. But something about it feels. 𝐿 clears his throat. Has the morning sickness started? Not yet. Ray looks up with a small smile. I'll probably call the 𝐵𝑆𝐻𝐻 later today. 𝐿 nods, finishing the dregs of his coffee in a gulp. Let me know once you fix the appointment. This Saturday aside, I should be able to figure something out. If you're busy, Ray starts, and he turns to give her a look even as he makes for the sink. She cuts herself off with another faint smile, one that somehow says, well, all right then, in the half lift of the corners of her lips. There's another lull in the conversation. 𝐿 has never had anything against silence before. But somehow, even the gurgle of the running water seems much louder than usual, and he ends up punctuating it with a sigh. About last night, it's all right, Ray interrupts gently. He twists to glance at her. She adjusts her grip on her cup. We can talk about it another time. You have to leave soon, don't you? That hadn't been the response 𝐿 had expected. He works his jaw for a second. I suppose. Their forearms brush when she leans in, reaching past him for the soap. It's the same cool touch of her skin against his, familiar and fleeting, and 𝐿 exhales roughly. When was it that he'd even let too much become not enough? There's a part of him that wants to tell her anyway, to catch her wrist and pull her in and feel that she's real and solid instead of some sort of nebulous concept slipping from his grasp. Fortunately, 𝐿 manages to stop himself from acting upon any such absurd impulse. Instead, he swallows, then takes a step back to give his wife more space to maneuver. If Ray doesn't want to talk about it, 𝐿 isn't going to force the issue. Heaven knows he's had plenty of experience learning when not to push. The door swings shut, and a sudden silence fills the room. Something about it amplifies Ray's sense of not unease, something more like loss, although that doesn't quite capture it either. It's just an overwhelming impression of words left unsaid, still lingering in the air and on the tip of her tongue. She regrets, just a little, having interrupted instead of letting him finish. But she would have been blind not to have noticed how uncomfortable he still is with the topic, and the last thing she wants is a repeat of last night. Mummy, I'm done. 𝐿's voice rings out from his room. Ray snaps into action, shaking her head as if the gesture might help banish her worry. At least, she reasons, it's not like 𝐿 is against the idea of another child. And if all her husband needs are space and time, Ray can definitely give him that much. Is getting a younger brother or sister bad? The question comes out of nowhere, uncharacteristically quiet enough that it's nearly drowned out by the spy cartoon he'd thought 𝐿 had been engrossed in watching. 𝐿 is woefully out of his depth. He has no idea why his son thought asking him would be a good idea. Ray is far more well-equipped to deal with this sort of thing than he will ever be. No. He answers carefully. Why do you ask? I don't know. 𝐿 says, worrying his lower lip. It takes 𝐿 a few seconds to place it as the mirror of an expression he's seen on Ray, often, less so, more than before. The realization twists unpleasantly in 𝐿's chest. He clears his throat, trying to summon some semblance of the gentle tone that Ray had used to wheedle an answer out of their son. You can tell me more, he says, somewhat awkwardly. I won't get angry. I don't mind. It's just. 𝐿 fidgets with the sofa cover. You and Mummy don't laugh so much now, he says, looking up at 𝐿 even as his voice drops into a near mumble. And Mummy looks sad again sometimes. I don't like it. 𝐿 falters, his mind reeling. It had felt like a subtle shift. Still a far cry from how it had been, but perhaps a touch foregone, a tangent in a conversation unexplored, the kind of thing that might have existed solely in his head, except, evidently not. They say that children can be unexpectedly perceptive, but 𝐻𝐬 had never seemed the sort. Although, of course, 𝐿 could probably chalk that up as just another thing he'd missed. He exhales slowly. Me neither. Then, can't you just fix it? 𝐻𝐬 furrows his brows. Wow. The faith would be heartening, if it weren't so misplaced. How is 𝐿 supposed to explain that he would, if he could only figure out where to even begin? His go-to solution has always been talking things out. Failing that, he's pretty much at a loss. He can hardly broach the original topic if Ray would rather let it go, can he? It might just be the sort of thing that takes some time. 𝐿 says. He sounds unconvincing even to his own ears. Why? 𝐻𝐬 asks, now with a full-blown confused frown. Are you and Mummy fighting? 𝐿 blinks. Not exactly. He starts. If he had to describe it, he'd say it's more like they've just been circling around each other. Not to the point that they are walking on eggshells, but it does feel frustratingly like they're stuck in some sort of impasse, as if I know what it's like to be on that side, and… Oh. 𝐿 pauses, cutting himself off. If that's what this is about. He might finally understand what Ray had been getting at. Old habits are easy to slide back into here. And with 𝐿 being just as overcautious, it's no wonder things played out like this. But that just means that this time, instead of fixating on the root cause, he's better off cutting off the vicious CYCL by targeting the secondary complications, so to speak. And as for the how, 𝐿 tilts his head, considering. Technically, he's already cleared his schedule for this Saturday's afternoon as a buffer in case the meeting with All Might drags, so… well, it's worth a shot. Actually, 𝐿 starts, turning back to his son. I think you just gave me an idea. 𝐻𝐬 gives him a quizzical look. What? Your mother is bringing you to the library tomorrow, right? If his voice sounds lighter than usual, it's just from the heady rush of finally having a clear plan of action in sight. His son looks even more confused than before, but he rolls with it easily enough. Yes. I have a plan to cheer her up, 𝐿 continues, letting his tone run the slightest bit conspiratorial. But I might need your help for it to work. That does the trick. 𝐻𝐬 lights up, and 𝐿 wastes no time leaning in to give him a simplified summary. It'll be our little secret. He finishes solemnly. Do you think you can handle your part? Yep. 𝐻𝐬 grins. He sticks his fifth finger out at 𝐿 with an expectant look. Is this how kids swear each other to secrecy nowadays? He'd been under the impression they were more for promises. Regardless, 𝐿 supposes he does know the done thing. And considering all the other firsts he's been allowing himself to live this time around, what's adding a pinky swear to the list? 𝐿 doesn't particularly like playing host, but considering the need for a secure location and the fact that he did call for the meeting, his office is the most logical choice. The next best alternative would be All Might's agency, and 𝐿 freely admits that most of him would still rather drop dead than drop by that building of his own volition. The thing is, with the way All Might is always plastered all over the news, seeing him in the flesh shouldn't be jarring, but it is. It's difficult to look at him and not think of Yagi Toshinori, gaunt and damaged and so impossibly weak. It's times like this where foresight tastes the most bitter. There are things he wants to say, things like I figured out the sort of symbol I want, and warnings that he wants to give, but he can't. Not without sounding like a lunatic, heads up from your future self, look out for your mentor's grandson that hasn't actually been born yet, or having to supply explanations that he'd rather not. There are too many variables in the mix already, and it's far too early to throw another in. If this was how Hawks had felt when he'd been grappling with what he should or shouldn't divulge, he has renewed respect for the boy. There's a frown on 𝐿's face when he lets All Might in, but as usual, it doesn't deter the other. Nice to see you, Endeavor. I must say I was surprised to hear from you. All Might laughs loudly by way of greeting, that same mix of tactless and genial as always. 𝐿 knows now, but how was he supposed to have known back then that none of those were even meant to be mocking? And what do you say, honestly, to someone you've spent most of your life hating? He sighs, shoving those unnecessary thoughts aside, and gestures for the other to sit. Yes. We need to discuss the prospective raid locations. I assume you've seen the files. For a moment, All Might just stares at him, that ridiculous grin still on his face. God, don't tell 𝐿 he plans on playing the bumbling idiot now. Ah yes, of course. All Might replies with a grandiose sweep of his arm. 𝐿's eye twitches, and he has to take a deep breath and remind himself that the man in front of him and the far quieter and serious Yagi Toshinori that he remembers are one and the same. It's a very comprehensive list. I've been looking into All for One's activities myself, as you know, and I'm surprised I missed some of these. How did you come by them? Memory, detective work, the usual. 𝐿 shrugs, powering up his laptop. The police flagged them out, but you'd have to ask my sidekicks for the details if that's what you mean. I gave them plenty of independence when I assigned them this task. Technically, not a lie. The police had been more than happy to give him more unresolved cases. 𝐿 had taken the unfamiliar and standalone cases upon himself while assigning his sidekicks the rest. With All for One's criminal empire being as vast as it is, there had been quite a few, and after some cursory hindsight-aided pointers, they'd done the narrowing down rather accurately. Ah, they must be very talented indeed. When did your agency even begin this effort? A lifetime ago, since you retired, since my son got mixed up with the wrong crowd. 𝐿 sighs again, slightly annoyed by the interrogative turn even though he'd anticipated it. Time for deflection. 6 months or so. He says, making a show of rolling his eyes. Don't worry, I'm not planning to get involved in your sworn feud with All for One. All Might tries to laugh it off, but it comes out slightly strained. What do you mean? Your speech at your mentor's funeral was recorded, remember? 𝐿 says, keeping his tone bland. How convenient that no one could probably forget All Might's dramatic proclamation to defeat All for One that day. Ah, I see. All Might laughs again, but there's an edge to it this time, and 𝐿 recognizes a minefield when he sees or hears one. As far as destabilizing the future League of Villains go, the neatest solution 𝐿 can think of is making sure it never gets formed in the first place. And if 𝐿 is effectively taking responsibility for making sure 𝐻𝐼A never takes on the role of Derby, All Might can make sure that Tenko Shimura doesn't grow up under the tutelage of All for One. He'd meant to test the waters by probing for the relationship between All Might and his mentor's family. But evidently, he isn't going to get anywhere near that topic today without coming off even more suspicious than he already is. Unfortunately, that just means there will have to be a next time. And on top of that, if 𝐿 wants to be able to broach the issue in a more natural manner, well, at this rate, he will have many more opportunities for rapport building anyway. 𝐿 feels his soul shriveling up. He sighs for what feels like the millionth time that day, then redirects the conversation back to the safe territory of minutiae. Thankfully, the rest of the meeting ends up decently productive even by his standards. They manage to settle the allocations like he'd hoped, and even some preliminary plans for a joint raid. Of course, it would be even better if the other would stop staring at him like he's a scientific specimen. Those sneaking glances aren't subtle at all. Is there something on my face? 𝐿 asks pointedly. My apologies. All Might laughs. I'm just curious. You seem to be in a much better mood than usual. Oh. 𝐿 nearly snorts. Of all the people he knows in this era, he hadn't expected All Might to pick up on it. They've only met that many times so far, after all. But he supposes the contrast between ill-concealed hostility and this attempt at genuine civility must be obvious enough even for someone like except, he can't deny that for all he'd ended up the center of attention of any room, All Might had always looked outwards to everyone else, ever perceptive to what they needed. 𝐿 had been the case study of tunnel vision, with nothing but himself and 𝐿𝐼A, or, rather, his own ambitions for 𝐿𝐼A, in his sights. Not this time. Is 𝐿 really going to do this? He doesn't have to, and it's not like he owes All Might anything. Well, fine, some insights, perhaps, but to hell with it. If he could bring himself to ask the older All Might all those questions back then, he can do this. It'll be for his own peace of mind if nothing else. If we're going to be working together, you might as well get used to it. 𝐿 grimaces. He stands up before he can think the better of it, then offers his hand for a handshake. I'm Todoroki 𝐿. Let's start over. Alright, that sounded far less dramatic in his head. For a few seconds, All Might just stares at his outstretched hand, his eyes comically wide. If 𝐿 had known this was the way to wipe that permanent grin off his face, he might have done this hours ago. As it is, the other recovers quickly enough not to leave him hanging. Yagi Toshinori. All Might says, ever-present smile back on his face. I look forward to working with you. 𝐿's own eyebrows fly up. He hadn't expected that this early into things, but he won't complain. At least letting slip his knowledge of All Might's well-guarded civilian identity to the man himself will no longer be a concern. He's probably never going to like All Might. There's a little too much baggage there for 𝐿 to ever forget. The entire obnoxiously bright persona had never sat well with him, and his one-man pursuit of his symbol, while admittedly effective, had ended up fostering an unsustainable focus on individualism and showmanship that 𝐿 doesn't agree with. But it's clear there's more to him than that even in this era, and Yagi Toshinori. 𝐿 thinks he can at least work with. This is the scene that Rei is greeted with once she's done with her shower. A tray set at the foot of their bed, a small bowl of yakisoba on it. Her husband leans against their half-closed sliding door, watching her. She blinks. This is what it looks like. 𝐿 finishes after a pause. I did say I'd settle dinner tonight. Rei feels her lips begin to tug upwards. By cooking? Yes. He replies, uncrossing his arms somewhat self-consciously. Consider this a formal apology of sorts. You really don't have to. Rei says, flushing. If anything, I should be the one apologizing for. She trails off as 𝐿 quirks a corner of his lips. It's fine. He says simply. I'm not made of glass either. Rei stills, her eyes widening. Is that really how she'd been treating him as well? It's so ironic that it's hard to even wrap her head around the idea, but now that she thinks about it, let's just call it even. He suggests, as if things could ever be that simple, except, that is the best path forward, isn't it? Rei nods slowly. Sounds like a plan. A flicker of a smile, blink and you miss, and then 𝐿 closes the distance between them. It takes her a few moments to register that he's offering her his hand. Since apparently, you're going to just stand there unless I escort you to your seat. 𝐿 says, his tone dry and long-suffering, but all those paragraphs written in his gaze tell a different story. Everything about this is almost overwhelmingly sweet. More so, even, than the kiss she'd been sort of expecting, and Rei feels her cheeks warm even as she laughs, strangely nervous in spite of herself. Her pulse quickens ever so slightly as she slips her hand over his palm, his fingers wrapping around her own, and she can't help feeling like she's dreaming as she lets him lead her that short distance. To their bed. Were you planning this with 𝐻? Rei wonders out loud. The idea warms her heart more than she can say. She gently twists her grip to interlace their fingers. He allows her to tug him down next to her. I did ask him to delay you. He says. Why? On hindsight, it was obvious you two were up to something. Rei quips with a fond smile. 𝐻 wasn't exactly subtle about his sudden need to search for the perfect book and visit the toilet 5 times in an hour. 𝐿 snorts, the sound rich with amusement, and Rei can't help leaning in to press a soft kiss against the corner of his lips. She lingers, whispering a soft thank you before pulling away. He squeezes her hand lightly before letting go. Well, try some before it gets cold. He says, gesturing to the bowl. At this rate, 𝐻 will be done before you even start. Rei smiles, reaching for her chopsticks. Oh. To say the taste is unique would be an understatement. Maybe it's just uneven. She surreptitiously mixes the noodles. It's somehow even saltier. She's a little concerned if this is edible. Is their son actually eating his own portion of this thing silently? 𝐿 watches her expectantly. How is it? Rei coughs delicately. Have you tried any? He hums. I managed one mouth before giving up. Wait, what? Rei snaps her head up to stare at him. Did you dash? She starts, then trails off, because that's the moment she spots a red mop of hair in the doorway. 𝐻, holding, or half-dragging, rather, a white paper bag with a very familiar logo. 3 boxes of cold soba. One of her favorite restaurants. I had a feeling my cooking would come out terribly. 𝐿 says, using an innocent tone that Ray doesn't buy for even half a second. She narrows her eyes, looking at her son and husband in turn. Did I get the time wrong? 𝐂𝐭𝐴 asks worriedly, and, well, that confirms it. 𝐿 gives their son a look of betrayal even as he shakes his head, taking the bag from him and helping him up onto the bed. Ray smiles sweetly. How long were you going to watch me eat this when you had that prepared all along? There's a reason I made so little. How was I supposed to know you'd try to stomach so much of it? 𝐿 asks, his lips twitching. It would have been rude not to when I thought you'd tried your best. I did have to put quite a lot of effort into ruining it while ensuring it still looked presentable. He muses, and Ray can't help getting caught up in that gleam in his eyes, the way they flash with something bright that looks like relief. Shouldn't that count for something? Trying to poison your 𝐵RGNT wife and unborn child. She starts, except she doesn't manage to sound even halfway too offended, and there's nothing she can do about the laugh that's tumbling past her lips. 𝐂𝐭𝐴 and 𝐿 exchange a glance, both looking far too pleased with themselves with their respective grin and smirk, and in that one moment of infinity, her heart feels so full it could burst. 𝐿 had planned this, she realizes, and Ray isn't sure if she should be indignant that she's just been pranked. Does this count as one? Or simply amused or surprised or touched because she loves the cold soba from Itoen and this has to be the most excessive, roundabout way of trying to lighten the mood ever, but it's working. Either way, I hope you know I'm never going to trust you again. Ray finishes with a pout, and then winces. That must be too much too soon. Did she have to phrase it like that? A soft chuckle. It's just a short laugh, one she's heard maybe 4 times now, but it's warm and real enough that it nearly takes her breath away. And yes, Ray is counting, and secretly, she hopes that one day she'll find herself losing track. It's probably for the best that 𝐂𝐴 takes it upon himself to interrupt by prodding the paper bag. I'm hungry. Can we eat yet? Ray tears her gaze away, fighting the blush that's threatening to spread on her cheeks again. Of course. 𝐿 makes quick work of opening the containers. For her part, Ray blasts each lukewarm portion of soba with a rush of ice-cold air, then drops in a few ice chips for good measure. A comfortable silence settles as they tuck in. If someone had told Ray just a year ago that she'd be having dinner in bed with her family today, she would have laughed it off as nothing more than a fever dream. But here they are, sitting cross-legged with chopsticks in hand, huddling over the dining tray like it's a campfire in one of her long-gone days of school camps. It's actually so surreal to think about how they even got to this point. Change can be good, here. 𝐿's gaze slides over the top of 𝐂𝐴's head to meet hers, a silent query in the arch of his brows. She wonders if he can read her thoughts in her eyes, a jumbled mess of thank you and are you really okay, and I'm not going to be outdone, and I think I might love dash. If the inquiring tilt of his head is any indication, probably not. But he must understand some of it at least, because his eyes lose their questioning edge, and when Ray smiles and gently rests her knee against his, he shifts to solidify the touch. It may look like nothing to an outsider, but it's this sort of casual, unnecessary nothing that means everything to Ray. The scariest, yet best, part, she thinks, is that so much of their future remains unwritten. It'll be months before their family of 3 will become a family of 4, years before 𝐂𝐴 will even enter high school. And if thinking about how far they've come just this past year is surreal, then thinking about how far more they could go is exhilarating. Ray's pretty sure she doesn't stop smiling for the rest of that night. Again. The dismay in 𝐂𝐴's tone pretty much sums it up. Having the toilet bowl as her best friend every morning isn't exactly an experience that Ray misses. She resists the urge to pull a face even as she rinses her mouth. Are you sure you're not sick? 𝐂𝐴 asks, following her out. Ray nods, giving him a warm smile. Don't worry, it's quite normal. Her son doesn't look convinced, but he nods anyway, throwing himself onto the sofa even as Ray makes for the kitchen. It may be the new normal for the time being, but her lips still tug into a smile when she notices the saucepan already waiting on the stovetop. Sure enough, there's a few chunks of ginger inside. They're much more neatly sliced than they'd been just last week, let alone 4 years ago. Ray pauses at that thought, blinking. It's been so easy getting caught up in the whole before and after of it all that she'd almost forgotten not all of this is new. If it hadn't been for that dream, if they had gone further down those diverging paths they'd been taking, would this 𝐼𝐴𝐴𝐶Y have brought them closer again anyway? Or, the water starts to bubble, and the distinctive aroma of ginger wafts into the air. Rei could guess, and no one need ever know how glad she is that she won't have to find out the answer. The easiest part about routine patrols is, honestly, hero work itself. What's challenging comes during the lulls, in between accidents to avert and villains to defeat. Deja vu strikes when two middle school boys shove a third right into 𝐻𝐻's path. The victim all but squeaks, his knuckles white around the notebook and pen he's grasping in either hand, and it doesn't take much deductive ability to surmise where this is headed. Would you the boy starts, sounding as mortified as 𝐻𝐻's starting to feel. Does this one actually want an autograph, or is the correct answer once again to brush him off and continue walking? He doesn't seem like the sort to go off on a spiel, but then, neither had that first boy, and you know what? Would you rather I said yes or no? The boy swallows. Why yes? What follows is an awkward 20 seconds of signing the notebook in silence, trying to pass it back, and failing because the boy seems to be suffering from a spontaneous case of shell shock. In the end, 𝐻𝐻 gives up and essentially pushes the DMN thing into the other's hands, wrapping his fingers closed before the book drops into the mud and wastes 𝐻𝐻's efforts. He can feel his sidekick snickering behind him. You probably just single-handedly made that boy rich, boss. Ozone snorts once they're out of earshot. Please, did you see his face? I think he'd sooner make it a family heirloom than sell it. Aloy laughs. Not that it'll matter anyway if you're gonna make this the norm. It's a shame that his two oldest sidekicks work so well together on the field, because grouping them with him rarely bodes well for 𝐻𝐻. To think we'd live to see this. First, all those interviews and stuff, and now, actual fan service -- would you two like a pay cut? 𝐻𝐻 asks pleasantly. No thank you. Aloy answers just as cheerfully. You can't blame us for being curious though. It's a big deal if you're ditching the whole dark and scary vibe, you know. Ditching is a stronger word than he'd use. It's still early enough in his career that if he really wanted to, he could probably get away with it. Wave off his initial years as a rebellious phase, explicitly try for approachable or, God forbid, likable. But that's a level of disingenuity 𝐻𝐻 refuses to sink to. There has to be a middle ground somewhere, and to be honest, he thinks he'd come pretty close to finding it those couple years before he went and died. I'm not. 𝐻𝐻 shrugs. I'm just giving myself some leeway. For what? My future sanity. In case it becomes counterproductive to work with. 𝐻𝐻 answers, except they still look confused. He sighs. It's the same rationale of civilian morale. For reasons you could imagine, most people don't feel particularly reassured by individuals they are highly intimidated by. He explains dryly. Honestly, this would be much easier if society had greater faith in the hero system as a whole, but until then. There's an uncharacteristic moment of silence. 𝐻𝐻 turns in time to catch his sidekicks exchange a look. What? Nothing. Aloy replies a little too brightly. Gotta say that's kinda deep, though. Right. Well, 𝐻𝐻 isn't invested enough to press the matter. He tunes out their conversation as it grows more banal, making a mental note as they pass by a grocery store to stop by one before heading home. Whatever Rei might think, he has no wish to repeat last week's post-night raid experience of hunting down citrus-flavored ice pops in convenience stores at midnight, all the while receiving suspicious looks from the cashier for smelling like gunpowder. Tuya tilts the LTRSND printout this way and that, inspecting it with an almost comically serious frown. Why does she need so long to come out? You took that long too. Her husband points out. Everyone does. Oh. Tuya says, glancing at Rei's now visible baby bump. He scrunches his nose. How'd she get in there anyway? Rei feels her cheeks start to flush an interesting shade of red. She turns to 𝐻𝐻, only to watch the gulp of coffee he's swallowing go down the wrong pipe. She winces. On the bright side, it turns out a choking father is a very effective distraction, so at least his sacrifice wasn't in vain. It's not that 𝐻𝐻 has been trying to avoid his parents, but it's just discomforting to be on this side again. He hasn't had to play the role of son for years now, And even if he knows very well how things could have been worse, his own relationship with his parents were never that good either. Civil, mostly, but even that was only ever really maintained by a series of unspoken rules. One shall not raise the taboo topics, they will not contact him unless he initiates it, he will respect the arrangement by updating them periodically. Not that he's been doing a good job of that lately. It's just, he's mourned them, made his peace, and he'd rather not meet ghosts he's laid to rest. The video connection stabilizes. Familiar, unfamiliar faces. His mother's hair, still more red than grey, his father's eyes, a cataract-free piercing blue. There's a sudden pang in his chest. He falters, abruptly regretting not reaching out earlier anyway. You've certainly been keeping busy, NG. His father begins crisply. How nice of you to finally deign to contact us. And then, they remind him why he hadn't. And he swallows all those words he might have said. A few perfunctory questions on Ray's expected due date and the baby's gender, and then the focus shifts to his public activities. There's no room for awkwardness, let alone sentiment, in an interrogation, when his mother seems unusually bent on deliberately antagonizing him and his father is all too willing to follow her lead. It would be nice if NG could bring himself to take the high road, but he should have known the peace he made was an illusion. Yes, he's set aside part of his investment portfolio for non-profit ventures. No, it's not unsustainable, they know his agency is far from being in the red and he has no plans whatsoever to touch any reserves for this fickle whim. Yes, he's perfectly aware all those family photos are going to affect his image, and isn't it great that they agree it's fine as long as he knows what he's doing. If they'd bothered to check his hero statistics instead of merely keeping tabs on his financial activities and media coverage, they'd know he's been closing cases at the same rate as before. And even if he wasn't, it can't be helped during this PRD if he's needed more at home. NG cuts himself off when his mother gives his father a look, one that plainly says "I told you so" in the arch of her brows. The anger simmering beneath his skin gives way to hollow frustration. Of course, they'd never just ask him when they could come at things backwards and sideways with their little games, and once again, NG's played right into their hands. He clenches his jaw as his mother makes to speak, bracing himself for whatever lecture they have planned. Are you happier now, what? Both NG and his father stare blankly at her, on the same page for once. What baseline am I supposed to be comparing to? He asks slowly. Inexplicably, his mother smiles. To before. She suggests unhelpfully, and is about to snap as much when she continues. Unless you'd rather think of it as after. NG's brain grinds to a halt. If I had a choice, I would have started earlier like you. She continues calmly, as if they are talking about the weather instead of what sounds like. For a while, I wondered if I had only made things worse. But if things do work out for you in the end in more ways than one, having the ground pulled out from under his feet would be less shocking. NG would know. What she's saying, the way she's phrasing it, it's not just him. But that means when. His mother's mask slips a fraction. I thought it was like that. She pauses, something unfamiliarly sad weaving itself into her voice. I think you know when. Who wasn't going to question it back then. Not at 14, not when he'd been seriously considering backing down if they really disowned him, not when he'd been overjoyed the day they'd suddenly backtracked and told him they'd sponsor his tuition fees at UA after all. I'll make you proud, he'd stupidly vowed, but it never seemed to matter, and then it truly didn't when they died before he ever got to number 1. There's probably a version of him in his mother's memories, NG realizes numbly, that never became a pro-hero. I wondered if I had only made things worse. It's strange to imagine he could ever have been satisfied as a civilian, even if he's starting to see how. But if it came down to it, if he had to trade away being a pro-hero, the vehemence with which he recoils from the idea surprises him. I am, NG admits, forcibly unclenching his fists. And for me, at least, I'm glad you did what you did. His mother's expression betrays little, but he thinks that's a flash of relief in her eyes. He has questions of his own, how and why, and other foolish ones from a place of weakness he thought he'd left behind. Except, he realizes, in her own way, she did try. But where Natsuo had wanted the space, NG hadn't, and all of this is too much for him to process right now. What are the two of you even talking about? His father frowns, his tone equal parts confused and displeased. His mother places a placating hand on his arm. If she had kept this a secret from him for so many years, why now, and like this? If there's nothing else, your father and I have some things to talk about. His mother says delicately, please convey our regards to your wife, Anne. She pauses, her gaze momentarily weary. Do exercise more caution. You're a public figure after all. They end the call on that note. 𝐭𝐲 closes his eyes with a sigh. Every time it feels like he's finally got a handle on things, the world tilts on its axis all over again. To think that all this time, he never even knew. He isn't one to speak. If this truly is some form of latent quirk running in his family, it complicates matters. Never mind civic duty, even if 𝐭𝐲 could somehow prove its existence, he can't in good conscience submit it to the quirk registry. If that information fell into the wrong hands, well, 𝐭𝐲 can certainly think of at least one villain who'd love adding a quirk like that to his repertoire. It's not surprising that his parents noticed something amiss with him based on little more than publicly available information, but his mother is right, anyone with eyes could. While 𝐭𝐲's been ensuring he has alibis for his most prominent moves, he could stand to be more careful across the board. Patterns emerge across trends, and those most likely to notice are precisely the villains he's acting against. It won't matter if individual events seem like coincidences, a string of them is incriminating in itself. And the moment 𝐭𝐲 attracts that level of scrutiny, he'll already have lost. Call it paranoia, but if it happened before with ending, it can happen again. And with the stakes higher than ever before just by virtue of the opponents he's chosen, with his family having been in the public eye more often this time. I wondered if I had only made things worse. 𝐭𝐲's lungs clench. He can't afford to fail. Not like that, not again, not for real. There are good nights, many, in fact, and then there are nights like this. Ones where it's still dark when 𝐭𝐲 wakes up, the weight of his memories. A crushing pressure in his chest. It's been a while since he had this dream. Of watching as his family from before shares a meal, as they exchange quips with the sort of loud, carefree laughter their dining room has never actually heard. As always, 𝐭𝐲 had watched from the sidelines, knowing instinctively that if he were to make his presence known, all that good cheer would be snuffed out like a flame starved of oxygen. But nowadays, that's not where the dream ends. Instead, the scene melts around him, morphing into a sprawling expanse with nothing but a mirror. In it, he'll see the reflection he should possess, and in a row behind him, the older versions of his children. Their voices weave over and under each other's, a veritable orchestral arrangement of accusations and pleas and warnings and taunts. He'll try to turn to face them, but it never works. They disappear, their voices cut off, he wakes up. Funny, then, how it all still rings in his ears when he's staring at the ceiling. Perhaps 𝐭𝐲's driving himself insane after all. It's one thing not to carelessly toss about his knowledge of events that could affect their society's fabric, but as for the rest. Oh, he'll figure out how to manage somehow, like his mother did before him, but frankly, 𝐭𝐲 isn't sure he wants to follow her example. With all his slip-ups over the past few months, there's still a chance Ray won't believe him, yes, but that's starting to sound more like an excuse than any valid reason. 𝐭𝐲 shifts to lie on his side, grimacing as the movement, while controlled, causes Ray to stir. A stifled yawn, and then their eyes meet almost suddenly, an exchange of startled blinks. If I do get preeclampsia, Ray murmurs, and he has no idea how she makes resignation sound so fond. I'm going to tell the doctors it's because I kept waking up to you staring at me. It's alarming how something in his chest unfurls from just hearing her speak, how that simple curve of her lips dulls the edge of his unease. If they keep this up, I'm pretty sure that's not how it works. 𝐭𝐲 says after a beat. Sorry, he adds, dredging up a rueful half-smile. You should get more sleep. It's still early. Ray hums in agreement, but instead of making any such effort, she studies his face. Whatever it is, you know you can tell me, right? His gaze flickers down as she wraps her fingers around his wrist, firm enough that it can't be called tentative, loose enough not to feel suffocating. It's not a question about trust. Of course he could, but should he? Would she be happier being kept in the dark, or would she rather know the truth even if it came at the expense of her peace of her mind? It frustrates 𝐿 that there's no real way to test the waters, that he can't just come out and ask her what she'd prefer. Although, even if he could, it's not like he should be springing it on her while she's peeing anyway. Excuses. I know, 𝐿 eventually says. It comes out all wrong, the blunt sincerity behind the words bruising his tongue, and what was supposed to be simple acknowledgement sounds more like a desperate confession or plea for another time then. Ray agrees easily, trailing her thumb across the inside of his wrist. Her eyes searches out again. For one long moment, 𝐿 thinks she's going to ask anyway, wishes she would nearly as much as he dreads it, but instead, she gives him a faint smile, then muffles another yawn into her pillow. I might have to kill you if you try to tell me right now anyway. Relief, disbelief, a barely audible snort. Well, she could try, and somehow, that's an invitation for her to casually kidnap his arm and drape it across her waist. It might never cease to surprise him whenever she does something like that. If she knew the truth, would she dare to? Would she want to? He used to think it would be easier if the answer was no, that's how it should be, isn't it? But now, the idea twists like a knife in his gut, and maybe, that's what's truly stopping him after all. 𝐿 stills for a moment, then lets out a slow breath, twisting to hold Ray more comfortably against his chest. Sleep has no business finding him again that night, but somehow, it does. Ray thinks of moments like this as stolen pockets of time, rare hours of peace in broad daylight, the gap between an antenatal appointment and leaving again to fetch 𝐒𝐽. It's probably as close as they'll ever get to lazing, Ray colonizing the chaise lounge with a book in her hands, 𝐿 sitting next to her, balancing his laptop on his knees. He brings it up when she least expects it. There were 4 of them. 𝐒𝐽, of course, and then a daughter and another 2 sons. Ray feels her eyes widen even as she looks up at her husband. You don't have to, she was going to say, but his gaze finds hers easily, and this isn't one of those days where his expression's a carefully blank mask, where his voice drips with ill-disguised vitriol, and so Ray lets herself give in to her curiosity. What were they like? I can't speak for 𝐒𝐽 much, considering the circumstances, but as for the rest, 𝐿 pauses, his voice dipping into something deliberately light. As a whole, they were kinder than I deserved. I suppose they must have got it from you. She blinks, not the direction she'd been expecting, and yet, in other ways, par for the course. Her heart aches a little at that thought. How so? Ray asks gently. She gets the story of a girl who tried to patch everyone's broken wings, of a boy who could never bring himself to walk away, of another who'd been trying to forgive him despite everything he'd done. It's strange to imagine it, this whole other future she'll only ever get bits and pieces of, these children who seem to mean so much to her husband even if it was just a dream. There's no way, she thinks, that all of this could have fit in a single dream. But the alternatives seem even more impossible. Reality isn't one of her storybooks, and whatever he might have said about not being made of glass, she doesn't want to push for the sake of pushing. You miss them, don't you? She wonders out loud. 𝐿 startles. If you consider it possible to miss people who... His lips pull into a ghost of a wry smile. Never existed, I guess. A flash of sadness, and then Ray gets that strange feeling again, almost as if she's intruding on a private moment. They're missing pieces from his original story, she realizes, and even if she still doesn't quite understand how or why. That's not true. Ray murmurs, giving her husband a small smile. They existed for you. 𝐿 takes a sharp breath. For one long moment, he searches her gaze, his eyes brighter than usual with the intensity behind them. Apprehension wars with curiosity in her veins. There's more, she thinks, and he seems on the verge of blurting it out. But then, his laptop rings with the bright tone of a notification alert, and the moment passes. I suppose, is what 𝐿 says in the end. He opens up his email inbox, and Ray recognizes the end of the conversation for what it is. They might not have all the time in the world, but there's time enough ahead of them, right? Ray decides herself even as she hums, tucking herself against her husband's shoulder. Their eyes brush again. The arch of his brow, a quirk of her lips, her heart still skips a beat when he wraps an arm around her, his hand settling on the small of her back. Somehow, this silence feels even more comfortable than before. The calm before the storm, she'd have warned herself back then. But if 𝐻𝐸's doing his best to make this their longest summer, then she can do her part to ward off those storms. Ray flips her book open again with a smile. Silently, she sends a heartfelt thank you to all those children of hers that never were. As expected, their first joint operation is a success. It was probably overkill to have the nation's top 2 heroes there in the first place, but giving villains a fair fight is the last thing anyone wants anyway. 𝐻𝐸 glances at his sidekicks. Would you rather I do the debrief here or over lunch? Their vote is unanimous, which, fair enough, considering it's past 2. You can head over and start ordering. 𝐻𝐸 says. I'll catch up once I finish the handover. Sure. Bolt answers agreeably. Is All Might coming along? 𝐻𝐸 resists the urge to grimace. You should get him too. Aloy grins. Sir Knight I will never forgive me if I don't put in a good word for him. He kind of wants to tell her she should just save her breath. Fine. He can do this. It's just rapport building. For the sake of Japan's future. Just another form of public service, really. 𝐻𝐸 sighs. Get an extra seat in case. Thankfully, by the time he finishes up with the police, All Might seems to have extricated himself from his pool of adoring reporters as well. Do you have lunch plans? 𝐻𝐸 cuts in. All Might blinks at him. No, not dash. Are you allergic to seafood? No. All Might repeats, sounding unduly confused. Pity. 𝐻𝐸 says, turning to leave. There's an unfortunate lack of footsteps following behind him. God, must he really spell it out? He could probably have been more polite or less cryptic about it, yes, but... He sighs. Fine. Are you coming or not? 𝐻𝐸 twists back to ask, this time keeping the bite out of his tone. I don't want to keep the rest waiting. Another blink, and then All Might laughs, jerking out of whatever reverie he'd been in. Sure, lead the way. Maybe it's because 𝐻𝐸's had more practice decoding Ray's own spectrum of smiles, but it's weird that he can tell that the grin on the other's face this time seems genuine rather than plastered on. Which means he probably just gave All Might the wrong idea. Great. Is it possible to feel violated by someone else's mental image of him? Because there's no other way 𝐻𝐸 can explain this dawning sense of horror crawling down his spine. While 𝐻𝐸 may not be as light a sleeper as his wife, it doesn't take that much to get him up. Much, in this case, being Tuya clambering over his chest and shaking his arm with more energy than anyone should be allowed to have before daybreak. He barely gets a chance to blink before he hears the flip of a SWH, courtesy of Ray, he assumes, and the room is drenched in light. Surprise! Tuya announces. 𝐻𝐸 kind of just blinks groggily at him for a few seconds. The mattress dips next to him, and then Ray enters his field of vision as well, a smile on her lips and a gift box in her hands. Right. His 25th birthday. A day he hasn't been looking forward to, if only because it's nowhere near his true age. 𝐻𝐸 clears his throat even as he pushes himself up into a sitting position, then murmurs his thanks as he accepts the present. To be honest, before this whole situation, he can't remember when it was he'd even last celebrated his birthday. He appreciates the sentiment, even though especially because he knows full well how unnecessary it is. But even so, isn't it a little excessive to be doing this at? He glances at the clock, 5:40. You could have just waited until I got back though. 𝐻𝐸 feels the need to point out. I am leaving earlier for a reason. Perhaps, but where would the fun in that be? Ray counters all too easily, as if fun was ever a reason to do anything in this household. Once upon a time, he'd have made some sort of derisive comment. Once upon a time, this wouldn't be happening at all. Open it. Tuya urges him, evidently having run out of patience. Well, 𝐻𝐸 won't deny his curious what-oh. Grudgingly, a snort makes it past his lips. Because sitting innocuously in the box is a hat, a simple dark grey affair, thank goodness, and a spectacle case. It doesn't take a genius to guess what that contains. Why am I not surprised? 𝐻𝐸 asks, prying the case open to inspect the pair of sunglasses within. Again, surprisingly tasteful, although he still doesn't see himself wearing them. At least, not with the hat. He should be horrified. But although this is far less practical, He can't help preferring it to all those nondescript shirts he'd received year on year from Ray, back when they'd still bothered with the custom at all. I helped choose them. 𝐂𝐿 grins. Is that so? 𝐿G raises his eyebrows obligingly. Mummy gave me some to choose from. 𝐂𝐿 admits, sounding slightly put out. 𝐿G exchanges an amused glance with Ray. Small mercies, that explains a lot about why he didn't end up with one of those mirrored monstrosities his son is fascinated with. You two picked well, he says, ruffling 𝐂𝐿's hair. I'll probably use them, sometime. Or right now, he amends dryly as Ray plucks the sunglasses from his hand. 𝐿G tilts his head just in time to avoid getting his eyes poked out. He should probably be offended by how disproportionately amused his audience seems by that prospect. Not bad. Ray decides. Why don't you wear them out later? In a restaurant? Why not? 𝐂𝐿 chimes in. 𝐿G can think of 101 reasons, the one being, this disguise is paper thin at best, and Ray knows it. Maybe the hat. He allows, sliding off the glasses so that his wife can appreciate the pointed look he gives her in its full glory. What is his life turning into, really? As it is, Ray only widens her eyes in response. She's lucky that innocent is a good look on her, or it would have been difficult to go ahead and press a kiss to her temple. Granted, it's harder than it needs to be anyway, what with 𝐂𝐿 pinning his legs to the bed by sprawling across them. And on that note, if you two are done manhandling me, 𝐿G begins primly, earning himself one of Ray's fond eye rolls. I need to use the toilet. 𝐂𝐿 blinks at him. What's manhandling mean? Well, he asked. This. 𝐿G says, unceremoniously hoisting his son up into the air by the armpits before carefully dumping him back onto the bed next to Ray. The disgruntled look 𝐂𝐿 gives him is priceless. Ray laughs even as she provides a more verbally comprehensive definition. 𝐿G heads to the bathroom with a smirk. As far as 25th birthdays go, his had worse. And behind the cover of a closed door, he allows himself a small, private smile. Well, of course they could just use a lighter. But why resort to such plebeian measures? What about Fuyumi? Ray eventually suggests. It sounds different out loud, wrapped in the melodic cadences of her voice instead of the harsher ones of his thoughts, and 𝐿G draws in a sharp breath in spite of himself. He can't say he hasn't thought about it, if it's fair to either of them to give his unborn daughter the same name. Yet, whichever the case, 𝐿G's under no illusion he'll be able to stop himself from comparing anyway. Trying not to will just have to be yet another uphill battle he refuses to lose. I like the sound of it, he says. What kanji were you thinking of? Instead of a verbal explanation, Ray traces a familiar pattern of strokes in the air, creating a faint trail of ice crystals. The characters linger, first winter, then beauty, before slowly dissipating. It's rather traditional, Ray admits, and that's an idea. We could always play around with the kanji, 𝐿G suggests slowly, racking his brains. There aren't that many options, but how about the oniomi reading of Minato, and then Yumi as in bow? He lets his flames flicker into shape over his palm. Minato, Fu, instructor, tutor. Is this variation of her name still too close? It's certainly unique. Ray muses, tilting her head. I kind of like it. It's not what most people expect when they hear such a feminine-sounding name. And the meaning adds a certain dimension, doesn't it? He supposes that's one way to think about it. Are we decided? I guess. Ray hums, her smile growing into something more playful. Anyway, I think she likes it too. I felt her move when you were describing it. 𝐿G raises an eyebrow. She was probably just responding to the light. So, you cheated to get her to like it. Ray continues, this time with a teasing lilt to her voice. But my point still stands, right? Did it ever? You're ridiculous. 𝐿G decides, except he doesn't quite manage to disguise his snort as a cough, and so his accusation falls woefully short of the deeming indictment it was meant to be. 3 points form a trend, 3 was a long time ago. She has this terrible penchant for this sort of thing. Yet, it's hard to pretend he minds, especially when Ray presses his hand over her stomach to have him feel a particularly insistent kick. She looks back up at him with a triumphant gleam in her eyes, as if it doesn't invalidate her own argument if the baby's actively moving regardless of any outside stimulus, but maybe irrationality is contagious, because for some reason he doesn't understand. 𝐭𝐲 feels his lips tug upwards as well. He never saw this coming. There are things he knows about his wife that he wishes he didn't. The way she stumbles over her own words when she's nervous, the way her smiles turn brittle when forced, the way her nails had dug into her palms all those times there are times where it still feels like a twisted game of spot the difference, but that's not all there is to it now. It's hard to explain. He'd always thought of the future as nothing more than an extension of the present, the summit of the mountains he'd climb to attain his goals, a reality he'd shape through sheer force of will. Making time for the little things in between, wanting to watch them play out for their own sakes without even having a vision of his own to impose, all of that is new. New, and, as Ray's smile softens into something dangerously fond, as 𝐭𝐲 leans in, her breath brushing his cheek as his hand moves to cup hers, unexpectedly welcome. It's a Saturday when Ray's water breaks. Not just any Saturday, but the 6th of December, and this can't be mere coincidence anymore, can it? 𝐭𝐲 doesn't know what to do about it, this traitorous hope that's burning in his chest despite all those times he's told himself it shouldn't make a difference. He'd have opted to stay in the DLVY room this time, but with 𝐒𝐿 here and as young as he is, they decided it would be better for them to wait outside. Which was fine at first, but one deliberately drawn-out lunch and a couple of hours later. "Is Mummy done yet?" 𝐒𝐿 asks again. He's always hated this part, feeling helpless, not knowing what's going on, and despite knowing Ray's technically been through this 4 times and come out perfectly fine and there's no reason why this should go awry, they'll let us know when she is. 𝐭𝐲 manages, resting a hand on his son's shoulder. Even if 𝐒𝐿 seems confused about the situation, with the way he's traded his usual chatter for silence, it's obvious that he's worried too. 𝐭𝐲 gives up and reaches for his phone. There has to be some game he can download to distract his son, right? He lets 𝐒𝐿 make the pick, and that's how, against all odds, 𝐭𝐲 finds himself in the middle of a glow hockey grudge match when the BSTTSin finally appears in the doorway, thankfully with a smile. The next minute is a haze. Before he knows it, he's being shown through a doorway, and then there they are, Ray on the bed, a swathed bundle in her arms. For that one moment of eternity, 𝐭𝐲 does nothing but breathe, his heart thundering in his ears. Fuyumi, he realizes. The knowledge slams straight into him, a bone-deep certainty that the mere sight of those pale wisps of hair shouldn't be able to instill. 𝐒𝐿 rushes ahead, and 𝐭𝐲 vaguely registers his excited questions and Ray's warm answers even as he finally wills his legs to move. Ray gives him a smile, one that's tired but blinding, and in a moment of pure impulse, he bends down to press a lingering kiss to her forehead. "She looks just like you," he murmurs. "That's only fair, I suppose." Ray laughs softly, her gaze fond as she glances at 𝐒𝐿, and then back down at their daughter. Their daughter. "Do you want to hold her?" A moment of hesitation, it's been a long time since those days, but 𝐭𝐲 finds himself nodding anyway. It comes back to him slowly, a mix of knowledge and muscle memory setting in as he reaches out, carefully supporting the back of Fuyumi's head with his hand. The thing is, he's thought about it, he's lived through it, and yet, he still isn't prepared for the moment Fuyumi opens her eyes and a familiar pair of grey-brown eyes look back up at him. It's hard to describe the surge of warmth that swells in his chest, tempered and augmented in equal measure by the ache of "I'm sorry, but also maybe this time just she's so tiny." 𝐒𝐿 says in an awed tone, never mind the fact that he isn't even that much bigger himself. But yes, she is. Small. Fragile. A miracle. Try giving her your finger. Ray encourages their son. 𝐒𝐿 does, and as expected, Fuyumi wraps her hand around it almost immediately, holding on instinctively as newborns do. She's pretty strong. It's difficult not to smile at his childish fascination. Evidently, Ray thinks so too, because their eyes meet across the top of their children's heads. It's not like 𝐭𝐲's been having second thoughts about the sort of future he's trying to forge. But in this moment, he wants it with the kind of resolve that burns bright enough to consume, the kind that had led him everywhere and nowhere. All of this was supposed to be for them. For the Ray who'd wasted perfectly good years of her life languishing in a psychiatric ward, for the Ray smiling at him now, for the Fuyumi who tried so hard to piece together the mess he'd made, for the Fuyumi cooing in his arms, for all his children that were, and the ones who are and will be. It's hard not to conflate the two, and if fate really is playing its hand, he might not even be wrong. Yet. 𝐿 pauses, drinking in the scene before him. Perhaps, there's no real difference there, between wanting to get things right in the name of atonement, and wanting to out of the longing to see them happy as they are. It's not even like they're mutually exclusive. But if the past 2 years have shown him anything, 𝐿 is starting to think that for him, at least, there is. Those 2 days they spend in the maternity ward are an exercise in comparison and contrast. That he and 𝐻𝐼a are there for the whole time is the biggest difference. The constants lie in the logistics. It's the same few calls he has to make, the same process of scheduling and self-declaring the leave he plans to take. 𝐿 clenches his jaw. He should know the ins and outs of what comes next, but he doesn't. Even with 𝐻𝐼a, all he has are vague memories of bringing him home, of Ray's mother coming over to help, of Ray seeming to have everything in control with her around. He knew she hadn't really meant it when she'd said it was fine, that he could go and focus on his work. She'd expected him to protest, or at least hoped for it, he could tell, but he'd been in the midst of establishing his agency, and absolution wasn't an offer he'd turned down. So he'd willfully taken her words at face value, cut his leave short, and pretended not to notice the way her face fell. It wasn't easy, it got easier. She never offered again, he never bothered asking. A downhill slope, shameless extrapolation, and what he does remember of the rest of their infancies. Blue flames. His dojo. I'll get it this time, I promise. The cool pressure of Ray's fingers wraps around his wrist. 𝐿 jolts, glancing up at her. A faintly apologetic smile. I assume you don't actually want to crush your phone, right? 𝐿 loosens his grip, hesitating for a moment, then offers it to her, his calendar app still on screen. It's Ray's turn to give him a quizzical look. You know better than I do how much time it'll take. He admits. Her eyes flicker with understanding. They lapse into that same silent conversation again, yet another variation on you don't have to and yes I do. Ray gives in with a rueful shake of her head, and 𝐿 makes a mental note to add another few half-days to the date she marks out. He wouldn't put it past her to give him a purposeful underestimate in the name of being considerate, or of course, he could be wildly off the mark in interpreting all of this. Perhaps, she actually doesn't want him to get in the way. It's true that Ray and Fuyumi had managed just fine without him before. Knowing intellectually that he should be present doesn't change the fact that he has no idea what to do while he is. For all 𝐿 knows. He glances at 𝐻𝐼a and Fuyumi, the former engrossed in some marine life documentary, the latter asleep in the bassinet on the other side of Ray. All of this is the opposite of his strong suit. What exactly does he have to offer? You don't have to look so stressed. Ray murmurs, following his gaze. Her lips lift by a fraction. The hard part hasn't even started yet. 𝐿 scoffs. Is that supposed to be comforting? Ray answers by way of another smile, one tender enough that he feels flayed open. It's ridiculous. He's the hero, she's still recovering from labor. If anyone should be doling out reassurances, spoken or otherwise, there'll be plenty to do. She adds, the final nail in the coffin. It's quiet enough that if he wanted, he could pretend not to have heard. Consider it, but what point is there when they both know the truth? 𝐿 tries to twist his grimace into something resembling a smile. I'll take your word for it. Well, hopefully you won't have to. Ray laughs, ducking her head. I mean, I am kind of hoping that maybe this time we could She cuts herself off, giving him a smile that says nothing and everything at once, and, same. He blurts out, like an utter fool. For one long moment, Ray just blinks at him. A sudden acute awareness of the documentary presenter's animated explanation about anglerfishes, 𝐿 clears his throat. The thing is, he's no stranger to being stared at, the cool, assessing gazes of his parents, the whisper civilians exchange behind his back, and yet. Words are just words, he should tell her, wait until I live up to them before you look at me like that. There are essays written in those grey-brown eyes, spelling out truths he doesn't dare to glean. Things he shouldn't believe, things that he can't, because they might just leave him irrevocably rearranged, except he has this terrible feeling that they already have, because when her eyes shine as if 𝐻𝐻's promised her the world. It makes him want to, and he's not sure he has that much to give. Not when he hasn't figured out just how much he's willing to lose. There's something surreal, Ray thinks as she fluffs her pillow, about being on this side of things. It really wasn't that long ago when she'd been the one desperately trying to absorb all of her mother's tips, and yet, here she is, here they are. A flash of guilt, that her thoughts had went where they did when he'd pulled up his schedule in the hospital. She couldn't help but remember how it had gone back then, a conversation prefaced by that very same action. He'd laid it out oh so reasonably, a simple allocation of roles and responsibilities, a matter of playing to their strengths. Of her apparent prowess at mothering, of all the things he had on his plate, of if there's no need for me to be around this much and if you think you could manage without me. It was obvious, the direction he'd wanted that conversation to take. Ray hadn't quite believed it at the time, had thought that perhaps it was just a matter of poor phrasing. Maybe her husband only wanted to cover his bases, maybe he'd only really take an inch despite asking for a mile, and so, she'd given him the benefit of doubt, given him what he'd wanted to hear, and then, he'd really just stepped right out of the picture. If she'd had to pinpoint a moment, that was when things had begun to derail for them, and to this day, there's only one conversation she thinks she might regret more. What would he have done if she had said no? If she tried to remind him that this wasn't all there was to her, if she'd come right out and verbalized all those ugly questions she'd been screaming in her head, like, who cared if he was needed, didn't it count for something that she wanted him around? Didn't he want to be as involved as he could in caring for his son? Maybe things would have played out differently, maybe they'd only have taken a turn for the worse. There's some irony in it, albeit in the best possible way, that now that Ray thinks she might just take the risk if push came to shove, there's no need for her to at all. There's a part of her that still can't help wishing 𝐻𝐿 could have had this too. But what her son doesn't remember can't hurt him, and with things more than back on track, what's 3 years of lost time in the grand scheme of things? Nothing seems to work. He's tried feeding her, only for her to try kicking the bottle away. Carrying her had worked for a grand total of 2 seconds, and at this point, the only thing stopping 𝐻𝐿 from waking Ray from her nap is sheer pride. It would defeat the point of a shift system if he ends up running to her every time 𝐼umi cries. What is it? 𝐼umi responds by way of escalation, her cries growing more insistent. All babies, 𝐻𝐿 thinks hopelessly, need to come with individualized guidebooks. That, or the natural ability to verbalize precisely what they need, because what do they not cry about? The list seems endless. Hunger, flatulence, sleepiness, discomfort. He pauses. It's a mark of how far he's fallen that when he checks her diaper, he's so relieved to have found the root cause that he can't even begin to summon the capacity for distaste. It would be ideal for the hero system, if not his pride, if 𝐻𝐿's absence went unnoticed. It's part of the rationale, he assumes, behind the legislature forbidding pro-heroes from publicizing their duration of leave. It would be foolish to give the villains ideas, let alone an unnecessary heads-up. Unfortunately, with the lack of any complementary regulations targeting the media. Endeavor away on paternity leave. 𝐻𝐿 sighs, locking his phone. At this point, he's not even surprised that the tabloids manage to get their facts right. What he doesn't understand is why it seems to be such a big deal. He'd thought that public interest would have waned by now, but judging by the volume of congratulatory messages he's been receiving, complete with photo requests, he has no plans to indulge. Civilians will never fail to confuse him. It would make more sense if they begrudged 𝐻𝐿. But in the unfathomable buzz surrounding 𝐼umi's 𝐵H, everyone, or the vocal minority, at least, seems to have overlooked the fact that with him taking time off, it's one less hero on the field. It's frustrating, in a way. What is he supposed to make out of it, really, that all those decades worth of consistent results never seem to matter as much to them as these flawed, romanticized opinions they've formed about him from a series of unsolicited publicity flukes? There's a reason 𝐻𝐿's always rejected the idea of climbing the ranks through popularity. Of all available metrics, it's always felt like the most inaccurate and unreliable measure of a pro-hero's effectiveness. Frankly, he still finds its value too abstract for his liking, even if he would be blind not to recognize the importance of inspiring faith. But while he has set out to work on that this time around, it wasn't meant to be through anything like this. The role of Todoroki Enji in his hero identity, the place that Endeavor has in his family, he's been trying to draw those lines again. Yet, they only seem to be growing blurrier, and not even in the ways he'd feared. At least, there's that. But there's nothing Enji can do about what the public chooses to believe. Not unless he goes out of his way to prove them wrong, which would be counterproductive to everything he's trying to achieve for his family. And there he has it, he supposes. The kettle starts whistling. Enji leaps into action, turning off the burner before the noise can wake the rest. The idea of proving them right is one he recoils from on reflex, but a wry smile. At first it was spot the difference, now it's wujutha, and when he thinks of it like that, it feels like his life has become a bit of a joke. But there are worse things it could be, he'd take comedy over tragedy any day, and if this is just something else Enji has to adapt to in his bid to secure a better future, he can do that much. Rei had not been kidding about the night crying getting worse. Enji is glad that Fuyumi's lungs are in working order. Really? But does she have to keep demonstrating just how much so at such ungodly hours? A rhetorical question, he's done his research. Even so, it's difficult to feel happy about it at times like this. Is he supposed to? His gaze settles on Rei as she picks Fuyumi up from her crib, then carries her back to the bed. If there's an art to all of this, his wife seems like a MSTR of the craft, gentle rocking motion, soft soothing noises, and gradually, their daughter's cries give way to calm. Rei starts NSNG her, and then there's a tight pressure in his chest that has him glancing to the side. The image strikes unbidden, an older version of his wife, alone in her room with that brittle smile that never quite reached her eyes. How many nights had she spent like this while he'd slept, tending to child after child after child? It probably won't be so bad once we start her on formula. Rei murmurs, likely misinterpreting the look on his face. That's how it was for Tuya, at least. Thank you, he wants to say, or maybe sorry, but it wouldn't be fair to either of them. Gratitude laden with too much baggage, an apology making something out of nothing at all. I see. Enji answers after a pause. He shifts his focus to Fuyumi, studying the way her eyelids droop as she starts drifting off, the way her grip slackens and her tiny fist falls to her side. Rei catches his eye at that, offering him a small smile, and just in case, he burns that into his memory too. It still throws him off sometimes. Seeing Fuyumi like this, knowing full well how she'll look in 5, 10, 20 years. For all he'd been effectively absent from hers and Natsuo's childhoods, they were always right there in his peripheral vision, helping their mother to set the table, bringing her their report cards to sign. I'm watching now. Too little too late, yet anything but. It can't be all there is to it, he knows, but right now, it's all Enji's confident enough to promise. Hopefully, it'll be enough of a starting point for him to figure out the rest. In the end, he settles for a gentle squeeze of Rei's hand when she slips back into the sheets, hopefully for the last time that night. Their eyes brush, she gives him a questioning look, and the faint smile that Enji manages probably raises more questions than it answers. But if the way her gaze softens is any indication, even if he has no idea what it is she sees, she seems to have found what she's looking for anyway. What exactly is this supposed to be? A combined hamper from all of us. Well, yes, Enji can see that. Chrome takes over the explanation. We were going to save it for Fuyumi's first month, but we figured we might as well strike while the iron's hot dash. That doesn't even make sense dash, I wasn't asking you. Perhaps he shouldn't have rostered her with the other two. They're clearly bad influences. Thanks, Enji cuts in. But if you had the time for this dash, Alloy triumphantly brandishes a stack of files, dumping them onto his desk with all too much fanfare. The reports you asked for, and free of charge, information briefs for the Nakano robberies and Itabashi drag ring investigations. Ozo narrates, smirking. I'm pretty sure the rest are done as well. Chrome adds. I think they were going to send you an update either today or tomorrow. He's not sure if he should be annoyed or impressed that they took the initiative to go beyond the tasks he'd assigned them. Which is to say, we've got things covered if you need to take more time off. Alloy chirps. Honestly, your eye bags could probably scare off more villains than your fire mask thing ever did. On second thought, definitely the former. Good work. Enji says grudgingly, pointedly ignoring the rest of his sidekick's observation. "Now if you're done, feel free to show yourselves out. I believe I have a whole stack of paperwork to clear." They laugh. Alloy's attempt at an innocent me look falls woefully short of Rei's. Ozone doesn't even try, opting instead for a mock salute. NG gives them the flattest look he can manage as they leave. All of this hadn't happened the last time. They still respect him. That much is clear, and he wouldn't stand for anything less. If anything, it had probably been messier back then, particularly with Alloy and Ozone. A clash of egos, fueled in part by the small age difference, and then the fact that they'd been with him from the start. NG hadn't been surprised when they'd tendered their resignations, around now, actually. But he supposes he's had plenty more practice training and retaining sidekicks since then, and admittedly, he's curious about how long they'll choose to stay this time around. NG shifts the hamper from his desk to the couch, contemplating it for a few moments. It still sticks out like a sore thumb, what with its colorful ribbons and embellishments, and is that a custom-made Odyssey modeled after his hero costume. His eye twitches. That thing better not be fireproof, because its existence in the world is unnecessary. His sidekicks might have a point. NG sighs, eyeing the remains of his triple espresso. Would it truly be such a bad idea to have another? He's lived through plenty worse, up to and including certain death, and frankly, the odds of him being taken out by a villain while in the throes of exhaustion far outweigh that of him falling to the likes of caffeine overdose. It's probably for the best that 𝐒𝐿 picks that moment to bound into the kitchen. NG gives the coffee machine one last longing look, then turns to his son, or, well, whatever can be made out of him. He suppresses a snort. "You need to comb your hair." A measured flick of his wrist. "I did." 𝐒𝐿 catches his plate before it fully slides to a stop. "Really?" "Yes." From how indignant his son sounds, one would think he'd just been accused of murder. Poor choice of analogy. NG shakes his head, leaving his cup on the rack before running his hand under the tap again. As it turns out, 𝐒𝐿 probably wasn't even lying. It takes an unreasonable amount of water to wrangle his bedhead into something approaching presentable, let alone have it stay that way. 𝐒𝐿 looks up at him mid-bite, his grin all but radiating gleeful vindication, and if anyone would like to explain how his mornings ever came to this, NG is all ears. What with his growing semi-regular responsibilities as Rei's noiseless hairdryer, hasn't he already been playing hairdresser too often lately? Hasn't he been playing house too often lately? For all he'd claimed in front of his parents, all these liberties he's been taking with his work hours. "Are you bringing me today too?" 𝐒𝐿 asks, stuffing the rest of his sandwich into his mouth. "Yes." NG answers. "Probably for the next few weeks as well." 𝐒𝐿's face falls for a moment, then brightens up again at a speed that nearly gives him whiplash. "Maybe now my friends will believe me when I say you're my dad. Why do you never bring us out in your hero clothes?" He continues, tugging at NG's shirt. As if he'd ever give the press more material to work with. And yet, there's a traitorous part of his chest that soars at hearing those words, so antithetical to a truth he'd had little choice but to accept back then. That there's someone who's proud of sharing his BLD, who wants to announce it to the world rather than hide or downplay their connection. Pathetic, really. He'd only reaped what he sowed. It might draw attention from the villains to you and your friends. NG says, shoving those thoughts aside. "You don't want that, do you?" "No." 𝐒𝐿 admits. "But I can fight them." "You can't." NG answers, stern on reflex. "You know it's too dangerous. In more ways than one, considering your technique. Isn't even what it was back then." His son nods reluctantly. A few moments of silence. He lifts 𝐒𝐿's school bag by its handle. 𝐒𝐿 slots his arms through the shoulder straps. "Maybe next time," NG adds less gruffly. "If you do end up getting a hero license. And barring some miraculous breakthrough in support gear, assuming all that clinical research his funding pulls through. While their periodic email updates suggest things are on track. I will." 𝐒𝐿 declares. "And when I'm a hero, I'm gonna make sure the bad guys can't go near any kid." It's a lofty, if well-meaning ambition. What happened, he happened. That's all there's ever been to it. I'll hold you to that. 𝐿 replies after a beat, managing a weak half-smile. With a final pat on his shoulder, he nudges 𝐂𝐿 towards the shoe cabinet. There must be a conspiracy going on between mother and son, because nothing about that deserves the blinding grin 𝐂𝐿 twists to give him. It's a little too much at once, not unlike staring at the sun with your naked eye, and heaven knows 𝐿's subjected himself to enough retina damage over the years to have them actively speed up the process. Yet, given the alternatives he's all too familiar with, he's hard-pressed to admit that having them stop might just be the last thing that he wants. Sleep deprivation is not a valid excuse. A mid-level villain duo, simple but effective terrain-manipulating quirks, high potential for collateral damage when used in synergy. It's straightforward enough until the end. A last-ditch attempt at evasion by the female, an avalanche of rocks. It takes 𝐿 one beat too long to react. He pivots mid-lunge, gritting his teeth. He wouldn't have missed the obvious cue if a quick mental calculation, his flames land true. Melted asphalt, tires grinding to a halt, a life saved, but it's a narrow miss, unforgivably clumsy, and having All Might swoop in out of nowhere to witness it only makes it worse. To the other's credit, he throws himself into action immediately. With the situation on the ground taken care of, 𝐿 can focus on the aerial battle, and the rest is over in a matter of minutes. All Might finds him at the end of the handover. There's a huge grin on his face, and for one long moment, 𝐿 is 25 all over again, the sharp sting of losing and still not enough numbing everything else. I could have handled it. He almost snaps. If it hadn't been for last night, if Fuyumi hadn't. His stomach churns. A terrible rush of clarity, a dozen reflexive responses he swallows like bile. Don't. 𝐿 interrupts. Whatever it is, just save it. All Might laughs, raising his hands in a placating gesture. But that would make it hard for me to congratulate you on your daughter's BH. I would have called or dropped you a message earlier, but I realized I don't have your number so. He decided to drop from the sky to do it instead. Lovely. 𝐿 sighs. Sure. Thanks. His words ring somewhat hollow. If that's all wait. All Might says, reaching out to grab 𝐿's arm. Actually, I do have some updates to share about the interrogations from last. Fortunately, he has the presence of mind to cut himself off there. And drop his hand. Not that the onlookers aren't already gawking. 𝐿 resists the urge to massage his temples. Let's take this somewhere else. Sounds good. I have a place in mind. All Might answers agreeably. He pauses, switching to an even more cheerful tone. Do you happen to be allergic to anything? 𝐿 stares at him for a few moments. On one hand, he wouldn't put it past the other to be asking seriously. But judging by his grin, oh, hell no. If All Might thinks this is going to become some sort of inside joke, he's sorely mistaken. 𝐿 refuses. The only exception might be if it came at the expense of... Ray lied. It does not get better after they introduce formula. It's true that Fuyumi sleeps longer through the night, yes, but what does that count for when it's come at the terrible price of being able to get her to fall asleep in the first place? She's like a thermometer. Ray muses. A fussy, temperamental thermometer with a penchant for shrieking when the temperature isn't just right. Thermometers are supposed to be consistent. 𝐿 grumbles, flopping face first into his pillow. Their daughter's definition of acceptable changes like the weather. Literally, considering how the ambient temperature affects her preferences. Most babies don't have access to either a personal air conditioner or heater, let alone both. He's created a monster. Again. If he never presented himself as an option, Fuyumi wouldn't have known the difference, things would have been the way they had been before, and he doesn't even know where he's going with this train of thought anymore. Ray pats his head. It would have been fine, honestly, if she hadn't seen the need to draw the motion out into something exaggeratedly soothing. 𝐿 cracks an eye open to glare at her. Ray looks back at him, biting her lip in an attempt to stifle her laugh, and for one brief moment of insanity, he considers throwing his pillow at her, or perhaps pulling her in to silence her in an entirely different way. He doesn't do either, if only because snatching victory in this particular battle isn't quite worth the risk of waking Fuyumi and fighting an infinitely more challenging one. It's a close thing, though. Diaper changes, and the tears that not so occasionally accompany them, may have been 𝐿's responsibility more than a few times, but never when Fuyumi is outright wailing. Talk her through it, Ray had advised, but what about when she won't even understand him anyway? You're lucky, you know. The last time around. Well, not that you'd have wanted that sort of attention anyway. This isn't that bad, is it? NG begins awkwardly, reaching for the wet wipes. Fuyumi doesn't seem to agree. It isn't. NG says anyway. It's nowhere as messy as the sewage villain I defeated yesterday. Open flames and liquid waste are not a good combination. Not that that'll even be relevant for you. It feels foolish to be effectively monologuing to himself. If it weren't for the fact that Fuyumi's cries seemed to subside by a few decibels, her eyes fixing on his, he would have given up there and then. As it is, a play-by-play recount of a villain takedown probably isn't the topic Ray had in mind, but Fuyumi doesn't seem to mind. In fact, she stops crying halfway through, her lips curling up as he finishes, and NG freezes. A reflex smile is short and occurs randomly, like when your baby's sleeping or going to the bathroom. A real smile tends to last longer, and happens in response to something external that he feels his own lips tug into a victory grin. Unless they have something to report, Ray and Tuya are going to kill him for this. NG's best shot at survival. Keep that smile right there. He tells his daughter, scooping her back up into his arms. Tearing through the house like a hurricane is generally more her son's purview than her husband's. Ray blinks, trying to make sense of the scene before her. You know, if changing her diapers really brings you so much joy. Notice she doesn't actually catch the rest of what NG says, because Fuyumi coos when she hears Ray's voice, her lips lifting to form a smile. The months seem to just fly by after that, a collection of new routines and milestones. Ray gets Fuyumi's first laugh. She and NG are both there the first time Tuya manages to change the temperature of his flames, her alarm goes off, and Ray blanches. Milestones, and a never-ending list of tasks and chores to complete. Maybe Ray should have agreed to more hired help after all. As it is, it's all she can do to dump the sheets in her arms onto the bed before rushing back out. It took a while for Fuyumi to settle into some form of a bedtime routine, and they've learnt the hard way that if they miss that golden hour. Thankfully, she doesn't. Ray doesn't think she could ever get tired of this, of seeing the curve of Fuyumi's lips when she recognizes her lullaby, of hearing her soft, content babbles as they lead into a yawn. It's these little things that has her thinking worth it. All those nights of interrupted sleep or mornings spent hunched over the toilet bowl or, she thinks slightly impulsively, whatever else that may come. Ray gives her daughter one final smile as she gets up, only to startle when she makes to leave. How much did you hear? NG pps his head, a flicker of amusement in his gaze, and she has a terrible feeling that the answer is enough. Ray carefully heel-toes her way across the room. Her husband closes the door behind her, leaving a gap as is their current arrangement. That was fast. Ray starts, congratulating herself on managing not to sound flustered. He knocked out the moment his head touched the pillow. NG says. Apparently, they had some sort of obstacle course today. A faint quirk of his lips. He insisted on getting the fastest timing. It's strange that she's no longer guaranteed to be the first to hear Tuya's little anecdotes, especially now that they're alternating pickup duty. But in many ways, that's a good thing, isn't it? I'm not surprised. Ray laughs fondly. He seems to take after a certain someone I know. I can't imagine who. He holds up under her unimpressed look. They fall into step, a companionable silence settling between them, and it takes her by surprise when he's the first to speak again. You have a nice voice. Or not. Did you ever receive formal training? Ray thanks the darkness for hiding her blush. No, unless you count the basics for oral tests. She demurs. But I suppose I've had my fair share of practice these few years since it's come in pretty useful with them both. She trails off, letting her voice dip into a teasing lilt. Maybe you should try it too sometime. NG snorts. That'd be traumatizing for everyone involved. Oh. She abruptly wonders what it'd take to get to judge for herself. It can't be that bad. You never know. He answers gravely. It could give her years' worth of nightmares, or shatter the window panes. She raises her eyebrows. Or perhaps, summon a malevolent spirit or two. He finishes, meeting her gaze evenly. Wherever this is coming from, please don't stop. It's the sort of response that deserves her eye roll, except Ray's lips betray her by twitching upwards. It doesn't help her case at all when they get to their room, because her smile only widens when she catches sight of their bed. Maybe it just underscores how frazzled she's been that such a simple thing feels like so much, but I could really kiss you right now. A pause, and then his gaze slides back to her. You could. It's the gleam in his eyes. That, or the inflection of his words, so deceptively mild it's like he's daring her to do it, and when it's accompanied by that smirk, small yet smug enough that Ray can't help wanting to wipe it off his face. NG bends to place his phone on the bedside table, and that's when she strikes. Brush of her lips against the corner of his, dart of her tongue as she steals a taste. It's a pity he starts to recover before she can indulge in another. His lips part, whether to speak or deepen the kiss Ray will never know, because she tears herself away before he can do either, deftly sidestepping out of reach even as she flashes him an innocent smile. Give it some time. Her mother had told her the night before her wedding. Love is a bonus, but it isn't everything. She'd said in a terribly knowing tone, the first and only time Ray had tried telling anyone that time only seemed to be making things worse. NG narrows his eyes at her, his gaze dangerously contemplative. There's 1,000 words in them that could maybe be summarized in 3, and it's hard to keep her expression serene when her head's spinning and her heart's racing and she feels like saying keep those eyes on me. The longer this lasts, the more tempting it is to think pretty things like forever, the more there is for her to lose. Fickle is one of the last words she'd used to describe her husband. She always chides herself when her thoughts go down this road. But if he is to be believed, if he could wake up one night and decide this is what he wants, couldn't the reverse happen just as easily? Would all it take be another nightmare? Of botching up a major case, of plummeting down the hero rankings. It's been a while. NG murmurs. And I'm not getting any younger. Ray agrees, curling her lips just so as he closes in. It would be wise to hold back, even if only a little. But somehow, it's this very threat of impermanence that has her seizing these moments for all they are worth. Things fall into place, her back against the wall, his hand cupping the back of her head. The surprise sound he makes when she pulls him in that final step is, Ray decides, something she'd quite like to hear again. Because maybe, just maybe, she could stitch all of this up into eternity with her own 2 hands. Maybe she could stop him from ever changing his mind. This way, even if he does, at least she'll know it wasn't for her lack of trying, and in the off chance that he doesn't. This could really be something. As far as having guests over for lunch goes, it's not that NG wants a repeat of that experience with 𝐿𝐿's friends. Far from it, in fact. Yet, something about this is so functional it nearly veers off into discomforting. If his memory serves him correctly, across both lifetimes, he's met Ray's brother a total of 4 times. The first at his and Ray's wedding, the second on 𝐿𝐿's first birthday, the third during his funeral, and the fourth, today. He's not sure what led to this change, that he's brought his family to visit, that he seems much more talkative than NG remembers, but Ray's laughter drifts through the open door of the sitting room to where he and Yuto are in the courtyard, presumably in response to whatever her niece said. He could make an educated guess. Where had he even been back then with all that happened with Ray? Had the siblings merely drifted apart? Or more questions he'll never get an answer to, case in point of the butterfly effect. NG resists the urge to down the rest of his sake. Normally, he'd rather not subject himself to small talk about politics, but since he's had little choice but to keep himself updated this time. And I quote, verbatim, "It's hard enough running for office without top heroes going around stirring the pot and making touchy quirk usage regulations a hot elections debate topic." Yuto says, sounding slightly too entertained by his friend's supposed suffering. In my defense, NG begins mildly. It would probably have come up anyway. It wouldn't, but no one needs to know that. What with all those reprints being released again? Yuto snorts. Tell me about it. Educational purposes or not, I can't believe they sanctioned half of those. They were banned for a reason. It's like they're trying to court trouble or something. Considering the MLA's reach, he wouldn't be surprised if that was the case. Judging from the backlash one of the far-left politicians received from quoting Destro in a speech, It's unlikely that their views will be entering the mainstream anytime soon. Given more time, however, well, it's still too early to say how this might change things, let alone predict if it'll be for better or worse. A lot would depend on whether the party in question is affiliated with 𝐷estro, which is information 𝐵 sees little means to start digging for at this juncture. My sister would probably have more to say on that topic than me though. Yuto continues, refilling both their cups. I think she was planning to write her thesis on something about the censorship of historical and contemporary texts before. An awkward pause. Well, I'm glad that things have been working out for you too, Yuto tacks on with a too-fast laugh. What with the situation with 𝐻𝐸a that time and all? Does she actually tell you about these things? I suppose. 𝐵 never thought the day would come where he'd actively wish someone would stick to small talk. I have to say I was a little worried for a while, since things went so quickly for you too. At 𝐵's request. I didn't expect my younger sister to be married just 2 years after me. But you were around the same age as her then, weren't you? He asks slowly. A year older. Yuto shrugs, giving him a what can you do smile. You know how it is as the heir. But it was different for me, since I already knew of my betrothal plans with Himari since I was 16. He laughs again, this time with a wistful timbre to it that reminds him of Fuyumi. Honestly, I'm just glad at least one of us could get a loving marriage out of all of this. 𝐵 takes a slow sip of his drink, focusing instead on the obvious implications behind that apparent throwaway statement. What is the protocol for responding to something like that? If this weren't Rei's brother. The two of you'd salvation arrives in the form of 𝐻𝐸a running up to them, his 6-year-old cousin in tow. Can we make an ice slide too? He asks brightly. What on earth were they talking about in there? His brother-in-law grins, all traces of pensiveness vanishing in the blink of an eye. What did your mummy say about it? As if on cue, Rei appears in the doorway, Fuyumi in her arms and Himari close behind. Nothing much, Rei chimes in with a laugh, her gaze finding 𝐵's even as she answers her brother. I was just telling the kids about how we used to create our own huge ice sculptures in the garden when we were young. Yuto lights up, turning back to his daughter. Because I could make these gigantic ice blocks but your aunt was always better at shaping them afterwards. Not that it stopped you from trying anyway. Rei teases. Her brother rolls his eyes good-naturedly. Did you also tell them how we got scolded and then grounded for weeks the time we decided it was a good idea to try it in the middle of summer? 𝐻𝐸a's eyes widen, as if the idea of Rei being delinquent is unfathomable. Actually, it kind of is. 𝐵 had always got the impression that her childhood, while perhaps not as strict as his, we might have accidentally drowned our mother's rose bushes. Rei explains sheepishly. 𝐻𝐸a's mouth falls open to form a perfect O. She laughs as she turns to 𝐵, her eyes sparkling. But you know, that might not be a problem this time if this time. He raises an eyebrow. It's a tactical mistake. All at once, 𝐵 finds himself being assaulted by 4 pairs of puppy eyes. Why does it suddenly feel like he's the only adult around? Granted, there's his sister-in-law, but she seems content to maintain her neutrality behind a placid smile. 𝐵 gives them a long-suffering sigh. I'll get rid of it once you're done. 𝐻𝐸a isn't even the only one who cheers. Thankfully for everyone's eardrums, Fuyumi doesn't fuss when 𝐵 takes over porter duty. He leans against the table, watching as his brother-in-law makes good on his word and creates what by all accounts is an oversized ice cube. Xiaotou, he can't help but think, could have made one 10-fold bigger in a third of the time, and there's a pang in his chest at that thought. It's just as well that that's when Rei takes over to work her magic. A disclaimer of being out of practice, 𝐵 snorts at that blatant untruth even as she twists to give him a private smile, and then she rests her palm against the ice. It's impressive, the way the ice seems to coax itself to form a sort of truncated oblique pyramid. She waves her hand, and then the rough shape of a slide starts taking form, the edges of the least steep lateral surface rising to form a barrier. She's making a show out of it, 𝐵 realizes. To entertain the kids or incite a response from her brother, it's hard to say, but either way, she succeeds. The children cheer even as Yuto splutters indignantly about having to talk to her about the real definition of being rusty, which, well, true. It's no surprise that all the commotion piques Fuyumi's attention. She babbles as Rei makes another dramatic flourish, and 𝐭𝐲 adjusts his hold to let her watch as a ladder starts carving itself into the ice. At this rate, I suppose you'll be doing that too when you're older. He murmurs on a whim. Maybe you'll even help your mother with it. It would be a much better use of her hands than tending to 𝐿𝐿's injuries, or… As if she can read his thoughts, Fuyumi starts fidgeting. 𝐭𝐲 blinks, his gaze flickering down to her. Even now? He asks. Fuyumi contemplates him for a moment, then yawns. 𝐭𝐲 shouldn't be amused. The more he thinks about it, the more absurd it is. Here he is, standing in the middle of his courtyard, a giant slide in front of him and his daughter occupying his arms. This has to be the most unproductive afternoon he's spent in 2 lifetimes, except, he does have results to show for it, doesn't he? The flush on Rei's cheeks as she beams at him, the victory sign that Tuya flashes them both. I thought that we too could become a real family. Was this what you had in mind? He wishes he could ask. He wishes he never had reason to. The more things deviate, the more tempting it is to keep his secrets, yet the harder it becomes. Perhaps 𝐭𝐲 shouldn't have given himself a deadline, in the spur of the moment, no less, but what's done is done. Even if he says nothing else on the matter, he's shared enough that if Natsuo and 𝐿𝐿 do come along, Rei will no doubt arrive at her own conclusions. But that would be a ways down the road, and if things are truly going down that road, 𝐭𝐲 exhales slowly. There is a crucial difference between 25 and 48. Between him and his mother. Between would have done and has done. Even he knows the concept of give and take. If he's asking Rei about her past, isn't it hypocritical of him to, if not exactly lie, then twist the truth like he's been doing? I wonder what you'd have me do. Fuyumi blinks blearily back at him. An amazing feat, considering the noise the rest are making, but he supposes being passed around and cooed at and whatnot tired her out. She squirms for another few seconds, then lifts her hands, trying to grab at his shirt. 𝐭𝐲 gives in with a sigh. Don't drool all over this one too. He warns, maneuvering so that she can rest her head against his shoulder. It's not, he thinks wryly, the answer he'd been looking for, but he supposes it's an answer nonetheless. And in some ways, he admits as he looks back up, that's a sentiment that pretty much summarizes how he feels about, well, everything. It was nice catching up. Rei pauses, reading the rest of her brother's message. With the light-hearted mood of their visit yesterday and of their recent conversations as a whole. All jokes aside, glad you've been acting more like yourself again. Great that things seem to have settled down for you all. Guess I had no reason to worry, eh? Tongue sticking out, it's not exactly the kind of message Rei had expected to wake up to, and she can't help crafting a reply to ask after him. His answer comes minutes later, an attempt at deflection that just seems a little off. There's a loud creak as the bathroom door opens. Rei looks up as her husband emerges from the doorway, then makes for his wardrobe. Did something happen? He asks after a pause. Rei blinks. No. She starts. Not exactly. It's probably nothing, honestly. 𝐭𝐲 raises an eyebrow. Well, she wouldn't have let that slide either. I'm just a little worried about my brother. Rei admits, setting her phone back down on the duvet. Did he seem preoccupied with anything when you two talked yesterday? A few seconds of silence as he picks out a shirt. I wouldn't call it preoccupied. 𝐭𝐲 answers slowly. He did imply there was something left to be desired in his relationship with Himari, but if anything. He pulls on one of his favorites. He seemed more concerned about you and her eyes widen, he cuts himself off. What? I'm just surprised. Rei confesses. That Yuto mentioned that much to 𝐭𝐲, that 𝐭𝐲 even let the conversation go there at all. She'd suspected something, considering how it had been, but we don't even really talk about that sort of thing ourselves. There was alcohol involved. 𝐭𝐲 says dryly, heading back into the bathroom. Although, he turns to reach for his shaver. It goes both ways, doesn't it? What do you mean? A wry smile. This thing you two seem to have for acting like you're fine even when you're not. There's an odd mix of accusation and self-deprecation in 𝐭𝐲's tone. He pauses, then sways to something more neutral. I suppose you both rather listen than talk. Ray opens her mouth, closes it. The loud electric hum of his shaver fills the silence. First Yuto, now NG. Just what had they been talking about while she and Himari had been playing with the kids? She wants to deny it, especially with how bluntly he's laid it out, but if you have nothing good to say, don't say anything at all. A statement that her mother had always been fond of quoting, a mantra that Ray lives by, above and beyond the most traditional of interpretations. Unsent messages and crumpled letters, calls clicked away before she could ever bring herself to make them. It's not that she needs to seem happy all of the time, but it's hard to reach out when you only have bad news to share. Why would she want to subject her loved ones to the additional burden of shouldering hers? Particularly so if there's nothing they can do about it, or if their hands are tied with their own problems, and even if that weren't the case, well, the last thing Ray wants to be is a Debbie Downer. She never thought that all this while, her brother might have been thinking along similar lines. And for NG, of all people, to point this out. It's a bit of a cold water realization. For him to have noticed, had he been watching, even back then. Does this mean that he'd known all those times she'd faked her smiles, that it just hadn't meant enough to him that she'd been? Past tense, Ray reminds herself. She shakes those thoughts away, resolving to reach out and talk to her brother again another time, preferably in person. It's business as usual when NG shifts inwards to let her have the sink, yet an olive branch of sorts when he offers her toothbrush before she can reach past him to grab it. Their hands brush, she lets her lips curve into a faint smile as thanks, and perhaps she should just leave it at that. But it's a strange note to start the week on, and on the topic of fair-weather relationships. For what it's worth, Ray murmurs, filling her cup. I haven't really had to pretend for a while now. Their eyes meet in the mirror. The slight fumble of NG's hand says everything she needs to know. She's not complaining, she never will, but why, really, does she, matter so much more now? That's good. He mumbles, awkward yet honest, a combination that's never failed to speak to her heart. But what about you? There's nothing fake about the small smile NG gives. The flicker of sadness in his eyes is just as genuine. She doesn't think he was lying when he'd said he was far from miserable, dozens of memories prove as much, but whenever he gets like this, you're nowhere as bad at this as you think you are. Ray wants to shake him and say, because he honestly isn't, and she doesn't understand why he's so adamant on acting like he is. Ray finishes rinsing her mouth just as NG puts down his comb. She knows better than to think of it as chasing away his demons, but it feels like it anyway when she wraps a hand around his arm to stop him from leaving, then tiptoes to peck his cheek. It's in the quirk of his brows, the way his gaze turns inquisitive, and obvious what was that for on the tip of his tongue. Ray has a pithy response all prepared for when his lips part, the first syllable of his question already on them, only she never gets to use it. It's a wondrous decisecond of surprise when NG tilts his head, she sees the moment he decides not to, and then before she knows it, he's pulling her in for a much more thorough kiss. How did he react? NG had sent the text in a moment of impulse. He didn't expect a reply in the next hour, let alone the next few minutes. As well as you would expect. If you're planning to visit, next spring would be good. Translation, not well at all, the situation is diffusing, his father wants to speak to him too. How comforting. NG sighs. Frankly, he hadn't been planning on it, but he probably should. If his mother has any information at all about this latent quirk, it's worth a listen. Unexpectedly, another message comes in before he can reply. His brows pinch into a frown. Is a villain attacking? Tuya asks, sounding far too enthused by the prospect. It's your grandmother. NG says dryly. Oh, is she coming again? For no apparent reason, Tuya tosses one of Fuyumi's soft blocks at him. NG catches it midair. She hasn't been here before. A quizzical look. This isn't your mother's mother. NG clarifies, glancing at the brightly emblazoned smiley face on the toy before sliding it back across the floor to Fuyumi. It's mine. Tuya blinks owlishly at him. Oh. It's another element to consider, this partial estrangement of his family from his parents. NG doesn't think they'd set out for this outcome, he certainly hadn't, but somewhere along the way, it became the status quo, and he supposes none of them ever felt strongly enough to want to change it. How are your wife and children? He's not sure how's he supposed to interpret this. If it's a reminder of her previous warning, a pointed suggestion to bring them along if he visits, or just her own way of trying. 𝐿 hesitates. Frankly, this isn't his priority. It's not like they were ever close, the way Ray was with her brother. Yet. Slowly, 𝐿 backspaces his original reply of fine, then launches his camera. 𝐒𝐿, who seems to have a sixth sense for this sort of thing, grins obligingly. Fuyumi, on the other hand, in a clear example of her brother's terrible influence, throws the soft block she was fiddling with at 𝐿 just as he takes the picture. He saves the botched shot anyway, for posterity. This is earlier than expected. 𝐿 remarks, glancing at the pair across the table. To be honest, a lot of this is all existing technology from the pre-quirk era. The researcher waves her hand, nearly knocking over her cup in the process. The hard part was designing and refining our bioinformatic team's algorithms for the upstream bits to increase the robustness of the case analysis protocols, since the downstream stuff, we know will work at least in terms of procedure it's more detail than 𝐿 needs, but when it comes to progress updates, he'd take the surplus of information that 𝐭𝐭𝐲 and 𝐻𝐼𝐲 provide any day over the vague non-sequiturs of the project's official research and legal affairs leads. Which is also where the trials come in. 𝐻𝐼𝐲 prompts. 𝐭𝐭𝐲 nods. Safety, efficacy, the standard stuff. We've run the simulations, of course, but nothing beats real-world data. Which is all well and good, particularly if he's inflicting all of this on 𝐒𝐿. On that note, 𝐿 cuts to the chase. Do you foresee the rest of the timeline being pushed up? They exchange a glance. Frankly, we can't say for sure. We're hoping to compensate for some anticipated roadblocks. 𝐻𝐼𝐲 answers, grimacing. 𝐿 keeps his tone neutral. The leak. We might have made things more difficult for ourselves with that. 𝐭𝐭𝐲 winces. It's not just us, though. 𝐻𝐼𝐲 adds. There's been delays across the entire industry's pipeline. Even in the hospitals, as long the clinical research is quirk-related, the QRBs made it mandatory to get regulatory oversight from them instead of just internal ethics committee approval. A piece of news he'd taken some dark satisfaction in hearing. Whether or not any of this has any bearing on the pace of 𝐵𝐼𝐻 research or whatever else the good doctor does on the side, if it makes his life more difficult, 𝐿 has no complaints. That said, with the benefit of relative public support, 𝐭𝐭𝐲 appears to kick her colleague under the table. 𝐿 resists the urge to snort. What they don't point out is that visibility is a double-edged sword. The fact that everyone's watching means it won't get stuck in the bureaucratic process. The fact that all eyes are on the outcome means it'll likely be used to set the stance of the new coalition government. And as much as he'd prefer if 𝐒𝐿 could get treated as soon as possible, it might be a blessing in disguise that his age disqualifies him from being part of the pilot group. A feel-good success story it could be spun into, but the last thing he wants is for them to be thrown in the spotlight again, in the supposed name of transparency and publicity. There'll be complaints anyway, no doubt, that his having others play guinea pig in place of his son, never mind that if it were the other way around, they'd probably claim he was skipping the queue, but honestly, dealing with all of that might just be less wrong-footing than what he's dealing with from the public now. In an unexpected turn of events, Fuyumi's first word is no. 𝐿 would like to make it known that contrary to his wife's and son's claims, he is in no way responsible for this. It's a common word, one they've all probably said in front of her at some point or another, but you said it just before she did. 𝐒𝐿 insists, ever unsupportive. Ray nods sagely, her eyes bright with amusement. 𝐿 gives up, turning back to his daughter. You don't agree with them, do you? Fuyumi watches him intently, opening her mouth. Another no would come in helpful right about now. She hiccups. 𝐿 changes tactics. In that case, he begins primly. If anything, it's 𝐒𝐿's fault for asking if he could have that third serving of no. 𝐿 swivels, giving Fuyumi a look of betrayal even as 𝐒𝐿 cheers, shooting them a triumphant grin. Oh, Fuyumi, Ray laughs, pressing a gentle flurry of kisses to the top of their daughter's head. You're going to grow up to be an absolute terror, aren't you? Error. Does not compute. The worst part is, Fuyumi doesn't even deny it. instead giggling as she tries to grab Rei's hair. Never one to be outdone in acts of juvenile terrorism, 𝐻𝐸𝐲 capitalizes on the distraction to try stealing another scoop of Rei's abandoned ice cream. It's the culmination of decades worth of experience thwarting petty thefts and robberies that 𝐭𝐸𝐲 intercepts his spoon with his own in the nick of time, narrowly saving them all from another night of sugar-induced hyperactivity. The expression of despair on 𝐻𝐸𝐲's face when 𝐭𝐸𝐲 then proceeds to appropriate the rest is entirely disproportionate, comical, sobering. Has anyone told you you're very dramatic? 𝐭𝐸𝐲 snorts, turning slightly as he stacks the bowls. And if he falters midway through his DLVOI, at least this way, they can't tell. It's easy to get swept up in their flow, it's hard not to catch himself in the moments after. The more natural it feels, the more jarring the wake-up calls become. It's 2 steps forward then 1 step backward, 1 step forward then 2 steps backward. Helps, nonetheless, when 𝐻𝐸𝐲 sticks his tongue out at him, then flounces off to join his mother and sister. When Rei's eyes find his as she finishes pulling her hair into a makeshift bun, and he just knows there's a playful retort waiting for him on the tip of her tongue. Fuyumi waves her spoon from her high chair, 𝐻𝐸𝐲 yelps when she drops it on him, and all of this would make the perfect mental snapshot, if it weren't for the countdown timer ticking at the back of his mind. I was thinking something like this, 𝐭𝐸𝐲 says, sliding the photo across the counter. Fuyumi sneezes for the 4th time. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 glances at her in consternation. Or, do you have a sensitive nose? The florist asks indulgently. I remember the sneezing fits my grandson would have in here when he was your age. Another sneeze. If a baby could look reproachful, this would be it. I'll make this quick, 𝐭𝐸𝐲 promises, giving the florist a dirty look as he guffaws. So, can you do it? 𝐭𝐸𝐲 is never letting All Might choose the location again. To be fair, his previous pick was fine. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 has nothing against the family-run Tendon establishment, not the taste of the food, nor the hospitality of its elderly owners, the daughter of whom All Might had apparently saved in a villain attack. Any low points of his experience could be attributed purely to All Might for insisting they be seated at such a prominent outdoor table. It may have been the other's intention to attract more customers, but his little publicity stunt, which technically 𝐭𝐸𝐲 never agreed to, worked a little too well. And with the ensuing crowd rendering the environment unconducive for any work-related discussion, he ended up needing to spend even more time with the other afterwards just to sort things out. Even so, he'd still take that any day over this. Why, 𝐭𝐸𝐲 begins slowly, do you even have a table up here? You did say you'd rather not go inside. All Might tilts his head, having the gall to feign cluelessness. The rooftop doesn't count, does it? 𝐭𝐸𝐲's eye twitches. I'm leaving. All Might laughs, casually blocking him. But also, the field of view here's much better than from the canteen. If I see anything why bother with doors and windows when you can jump right off? 𝐭𝐸𝐲 asks dryly. Indeed. All Might says, flashing a thumbs up. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 sighs, pulling out what they need. The problem about working with someone across an extended PRD of time is that you tend to learn things about the other that you'd rather not. Like this. Or the knowledge that All Might slathers a frankly heathenous amount of wasabi on his sashimi. Or the discovery that outside the watchful eye of the public, if there was ever a surefire way to wipe All Might's grin off his face, it'd be to bring up All for One. It was easier to hate him when he only saw the concept, it was easier to hate him, PRD. Perhaps it's because his mentor's death is still a relatively fresh wound, but All Might seems more raw about the villain than he'd have guessed, the idea of taking him down surprisingly personal. Flashes of a well-hidden thirst for revenge occasionally shining through, when they review the villain's trafficking activities or any evidence of human experimentation. 𝐭𝐸𝐲 isn't sure why that makes him a few points less irritating, but that in turn annoys him. It doesn't help that the other's evasiveness with the topic means that while they do clear everything on the agenda, 60 minutes later, 𝐭𝐸𝐲 is still forced to chalk the meeting up as yet another failed attempt to bring up the 𝐒𝐻𝐵𝐵 family. Baby steps, he tells himself, but his progress here makes the pace of Fuyumi's shaky first steps seem like max speed. If it weren't for the fact that he should still have time to work with. He's honestly expecting them to wrap up for the day when out of nowhere, All Might looks up and asks, have you ever thought about what Japan needs? 𝐭𝐸𝐲 stares at him for one long moment. It isn't a conversation he wants to have. Like All Might had said in his annoying if accurate assessment, it's not. Like you. To have to listen to his less jaded, more idealistic counterpart talk about this. Why yes, actually, because you up and left me with no choice. You might want to be more specific, 𝐿 starts. Or the list could go on for miles. All Might laughs. What we can do as heroes, I mean. You've seen it too, haven't you? The faces they make on the streets when we're not out there with them. Wouldn't it be nice if they had no reason to fear even then? And there it is. 𝐿 sighs. If you're asking for my opinion on your symbol of peace -- another laugh, this time strangely rueful. You know, I could have sworn you took those words right out of my head. Had he not All Might's eyes fix on his? I don't know how to describe it, but at times. He pauses for a moment, then laughs, his jovial tone at odds with the intensity of his gaze. Have you been secretly hiding a mind-reading quirk or something, Endeavor? Close, but not quite. His heart thuds against his ribs. If there was ever a time to say it, he suspects something, after all, except his throat constricts, a strange tightness in his chest, and anyway, if anyone should know. 𝐿 holds his silence, the moment passes. Maybe. He eventually says, in a flippant tone that sickens him to use. Or maybe, you're just easy to read. It's what you've been working towards all this while, isn't it? I suppose I may have alluded to it before. All Might laughs again, somehow letting the matter slide. But in all seriousness, I am interested in hearing your views. Unlike you, I find it hard to read your mind, so. Whether that's a truth or lie. 𝐿 sighs. A gimmick. An effective construct. An impossible ideal to live up to. It's a worthy goal. 𝐿 says slowly. Knowing you, you could probably pull it off, and it'd solve the problem that you mentioned. But in the long run. All Might tilts his head, seeming genuinely curious. Say that you actually succeed. 𝐿 says, trying for a nonchalance he doesn't feel. Ever wonder what would happen if you fell? Or even if you don't, if the gap between you and the other heroes simply grows too huge? He's not sure what he expected. Another laugh, perhaps, or some generic reassurance that it's fine, it's him, he won't. What he gets instead is a few seconds of silence, an almost jarringly somber expression as he considers 𝐿's words. Hello, Yagi Toshinori, he supposes. To be honest, All Might begins candidly. I never planned that far ahead. I guess I always assumed that by the time my time was up, there'd be someone who feels the same way raring to take my place. The reason he chose Midoriya, 𝐿 supposes. A successor as insane and ridiculously selfless as him. But what Japan got instead was him, and for the rest of them mere mortals. I ignored the kindness of the people around me. And pushed most of them away. Who would be willing to join him there? 𝐿 had tried, and the only thing he had to show for it was the trail of destruction he'd left in his wake. Even if he went the right way about it, it's a path he can't allow himself to walk this time, for his family's sake. And 𝐿 may be the furthest thing from savvy when it comes to understanding others' feelings, but regret is something he's intimately acquainted with, and from what it sounded like back then. You do realize it's a tall order to ask of anyone, including yourself. All Might laughs, placing a hand over his chest. Is that concern I hear? 𝐿 shoots him his best withering look. It's true that I wouldn't ask it of anyone else. All Might concedes with a smile. He reaches a hand towards the sky, closing his fist around the sun. But that also means, if I don't do it, who will? I can't decide if that's altruistic or plain hubris. 𝐿 says after a pause. Perhaps, a little of both. All Might grins, rubbing the back of his head. But as for what you said about the gap. He laughs. To be honest, I'm kind of trusting you to take care of that. 𝐿 fights the urge to snap. You shouldn't. It's what you've been trying to do, right? All Might asks, leaning forward in his chair. Trust him to have noticed. The gap between him and All Might, he still has no idea what he can do with, the one between him and the rest of the heroes. It's just a secondary objective of sorts. Another reason he's been forcing himself to initiate these collaborative efforts, times of necessity aside. The rationale behind being more involved in his sidekick's career plans, even as he gives them more independence. Trying is the key word. 𝐻𝐸 says dryly. If you go recklessly blazing forward and shining too brightly, you know it's not going to make a difference. All Might hums. I think you give me too much credit, he counters. And far too little to yourself and everyone else. We're all in this for the long haul, no. Until the time comes. He pauses, grinning. I must say, it'll be fun watching you drag the other heroes forward with you, kicking and screaming. Easy for him to say. But also, what? What kind of godforsaken impression? You're delusional. 𝐻𝐸 decides, heading to the edge of the roof to distance himself. All Might laughs. If it's contagious, I'm quite sure it's too late. You never know. 𝐻𝐸 retorts, resting his weight on the railing. Either way. He spares a glance as Yagi joins him, then turns back to the view. It's true that it's a good vantage point. High enough to cover a fair number of landmarks, not so much so that he can't make out any abnormal footfall. This exact panorama may be unfamiliar to 𝐻𝐸, but he recognizes the landscape nonetheless, can superimpose the future on the now. Buildings in construction whose facades he can recall, roads that haven't been laid and won't be for years to come, shortcuts he's had to unlearn and map out all over again. 𝐻𝐸 has never liked feeling small. It's not a sensation he's familiar with, hopeless, perhaps, but never small, yet. The future seems sprawling and claustrophobic all at once. It was naive of him to think of it as a fixed path forward, that he could tweak what he wanted and the rest would stay the same. Already, in some ways, he barely recognizes the road ahead. There's almost too much time to work with. The possibilities seem endless, all that could be changed, be it concrete or intangible, for better or for worse. It's not fair, honestly, that he simply never was what they needed. Not Ray, not their children, not the people. All these things that the world demands of him. With the benefit of hindsight, he'd be blind not to see the gaps. The ones that All Might patched up then left unfilled, the ones that never were at all. Still, the decision is 𝐻𝐸's to make. If he wants to step up, how far he's willing to go. It's hard enough grappling with the practical side of what he could fix. All these abstract grand plans for their society. No one would know even if he didn't try. If he washed his hands of this and did the bare minimum, enough to not shoot himself in the foot should history repeat, it would still be more than before. There's no need for him to go above and beyond, all plus ultra about it all. Except, in this respect at least, he's already failed them once. And whether or not he owes them anything. Either way. All Might prompts. He's about to answer when they both hear it, the cry for help. It's a moment of razor-sharp focus, identify the source, the problem, the root. Their eyes snap to each other's. 𝐻𝐸 raises his eyebrow, throws down the gauntlet, accidentally throws in a smirk before he can think the better of it, then vaults over the railing, All Might hot on his heels. It's become a ritual of sorts. If Ray didn't know better, she might even call it a game. There are the serious guesses, like the subtle, elegant varieties he sticks to for her birthdays, and then, the ones that aren't. Today's double-flowered pick is a prime example of the latter. From its color, a bright traffic cone orange, to the edges of its petals, the frilliest thing she's ever seen, dark memories of ruffled childhood monstrosities aside, it might just beat the first flowers he'd ever got her in terms of sheer over-the-top ridiculousness. Ray kind of loves it anyway. Thank you, but... Her lips twitch, there's no hiding the amusement in her tone. I think your taste might be deteriorating. You just hurt the flower's feelings. 𝐿𝐸 chimes, running up to them. Indeed. 𝐻𝐸 says, a hint of a smirk playing with his lips. And mine. How could you? Ray side-eyes them both. I suppose the flowers deserve an apology. She muses. As for you... Ray makes a show of sticking her nose in the air. It lasts for all of 2 seconds before she folds, laughing as she bends to let 𝐿𝐸 take a closer look at the bouquet. He acts like it, but she can't help but wonder. If he let it slip past her lips one day, would he say it back? Or would he just freeze up and walk away? 𝐻𝐸's gaze slides back to hers, his smirk tilting sideways into a lopsided smile. It's not as if you actually want me to get the correct answer this early, do you? There's a swooping feeling in Ray's stomach. It's not fair, she thinks, how he makes the least romantic things he could say feel so sweet anyway. And as far as taking risks go, for now, at least, it may be best to keep holding those cards to her chest. It's not like she needs to have things spelt out. What they have right now is more than enough, isn't it? At least, that's what Rei tells herself when the biennial pro hero charts are published. It's probably for the best that 𝐿 is alone in his dojo when the rankings come out. As if he hadn't known exactly when they'd be released, like he hadn't sequestered himself in here just in case. It's the same process of scanning the top 10 list, arranged in descending order as always. The same sense of numb what else did you expect disappointment when he gets to number 2 and sees himself there again, a strange twist in his chest when he looks at number 1 and remembers what it had been like to have his name next to it. True, it had never been anything like what he'd envisioned, an unasked-for responsibility rather than a well-deserved reward, an invitation for even more comparisons, and yet. Is it better to have loved and lost, or to never have loved at all? Not that that's a parallel he should be drawing, since it only well. 𝐿 sighs, silencing his phone mid-ring. Most of the time, it's been, if not quite easy, then at least manageable to convince himself that he doesn't care. He's still in the midst of ironing out his plans regarding the more intangible aspects, and in terms of resolved cases and efficacy, as long as he doesn't slip from his previous record and surpasses the baseline standards he's set for himself, it's fine. It has to be. And whenever that all-too-familiar sense of not enough starts gnawing at his stomach, he just reminds himself of everything it had cost. Lets himself relive in full technicolor the darkest snapshots from those 20 years. The evening they'd rushed 𝐿𝐴 to the hospital, the day Rei had been admitted to Fujiya, the moment he'd realized just what 𝐿𝐴 had become. It's something, 𝐿 thinks desperately, that there's no question of which he'd rather. But even so, greed, just another item in his veritable collection of sins. There's an ugly part of him that can't help wanting it all anyway. It had been easier to ignore the results of the last CYCL when he'd still been readjusting, when the rankings were based more on the efforts of his younger self rather than him. It's true that 𝐿's statistics this time are better than they were in almost every measure. But even if the gap as a whole seems far less of an insurmountable chasm than it was, it's nothing to be proud of. That's how it should be. Never mind the matter of foreknowledge, and the perennial question of if he's doing enough. Technically, 𝐿 has 2 decades worth of additional experience under his belt. He's had plenty more time to hone his skills and techniques, so how is it that he's still losing? The same reasons as before, probably. 𝐿's phone vibrates again. A congratulatory message, followed by another asking after his attendance at this year's charity gala. Unwitting or not, it would be nice if All Might could avoid rubbing it in his face. 𝐿 clenches his fists. The training mannequin burns obligingly, the squeezing pressure in his lungs doesn't dissipate. If he'd spent all the time he's been setting aside for his family on hero work, would it have made a difference? It's not that he regrets it, he doesn't, but if he hadn't, how much further could he have closed the gap? Time is finite, something has to give. At this point, 𝐿 can't tell if he's more frustrated with himself for these results, or for not knowing better and still caring at all. There's another buzz of his phone, this time a message from 𝐿. 𝐿 deliberates for a moment, then sighs, putting out his flames. He's not sure how he finds it in himself to reply All Might, let alone type a whole series of replies that evening, but he does. It's also rather indicative of how the rest of the week goes. 𝐿 leaves it at acknowledgement when reporters try to broach the topic. He says a perfunctory thanks when other acquaintances, pro-heroes and police officers alike, congratulate him on the field. He pretends it affects him less than it does when he fails to prevent a casualty that he did. Is Daddy still busy? 𝐿𝐴 yawns. Rei nods, giving him a small smile as she tucks him in. I think he's trying out a new move. Oh. 𝐿𝐴 pouts, kicking his feet. If I ask nicely, will he teach me? Or at least show me? You can try asking tomorrow. Rei suggests with a soft laugh. She pulls the blanket back over his legs. You know you can't do the big things yet, but I don't see why you can't watch. Right. 𝐿𝐴 nods in determination before settling down, seemingly satisfied with his plan of action. Truth be told, the matter of 𝐿𝐴's quirk is something she's been meaning to ask 𝐿 about. But with how preoccupied he's been, Ray worries her lower lip for a few moments. The dojo lights are still on by the time Tuya falls asleep. She pops by to check on Fuyumi, peeking to make sure the rain hasn't roused her, then circles back, hesitating. She could wait. Head back to their room, finish the last few chapters of her book, or perhaps start working on her Colosseum project. She would wait, if it weren't for how distant he'd been during dinner, an abrupt downturn in the upward trend of the past few days. She can't help but worry, about him, about what it might mean. If there's one thing Ray can't help but hate, it might just be that so-called official hero billboard chart. Fostering competition may be all well and good, but something about this way of doing it. You just don't get it, he'd told her back then. She wonders if he still feels the same way now. Her legs take her to the dojo before she can think the better of it. A scene of destruction greets her. Odd-sized fragments of training dummies, others in various stages of charred or burning, and standing in the center of it all, her husband, wreathed in flames and surrounded by an inferno of his own making. Ray can't help but swallow, almost reflexively, as their eyes meet. It hasn't been that long, yet it feels like a lifetime since she last saw him like this. At least, outside the television screen. There's something glacial in his gaze, the sort of cold that reaches her bones despite the sauna-like temperatures of the room. She would be lying if she said it didn't take her back. To days of hiding and tiptoeing, where he might as well have not been there at all for all he'd seemed impossible to reach. But Ray's dreamt about this, been counting down the days to when it comes to this again, and it makes all the difference in the world that she knows he isn't. And in that moment, even though her pulse is racing in her ears and her thoughts are reeling and this is but isn't like those times before NG extinguishes his flames, yet something in his face shudders. This isn't a good time. There's an obvious warning in the bite of his tone, a plea in the way he avoids her eyes, and Ray should listen. But she's tired of being patient, of watching helplessly by the sidelines as he tortures himself over things she just wants to understand and help with, of warming the bed until he deems himself in a good enough state to return. She's not sure what possesses her, but when her fingers find the door frame, instead of leaving and sliding it shut behind her, Ray takes a deep breath, and hopes she made the right choice. He closes his eyes and sighs, almost in relief when he hears the creak of the door sliding shut, except she's on the wrong side of it. NG's heart sinks. You told me you weren't made of glass. In the silence of the room, even her murmur sounds deafening. You know this isn't what I meant. NG answers after a beat, then pauses for another. It's fine. It was the leak at the research facility. Another casualty I couldn't prevent. A flash of understanding, and then something impossibly sad settles in Ray's gaze. You know how that saying goes. She begins, her voice as gentle as always when it comes to things like this. You can please some of the people all of the time, you can please all of the people some of the time. She lets him draw the parallel. You can't save everyone 100% of the time. As long as you tried your best. In the end, the outcome is all that matters. NG curls his lips. I doubt the man who lost his life shares the same sentiment. A moment of silence. They both wince. I suppose it wouldn't make a difference for him. Ray concedes quietly. But for you, I think it does matter. It's not like you could have known a bitter laugh. You know you can tell me anything. Ray continues, the tenderness of her voice a punch in the gut. If there's something else where would he even begin? It's ironic how this would have been easier to bring himself to explain back then. Back when she'd held back and kept him at arm's length, when she'd looked at him with more trepidation than trust, when he didn't. NG takes a slow breath. Because yes, it's the rankings, yes, it's failing once again in the line of duty where he shouldn't have, but that's not all there is to it. How is he supposed to explain that? That look in her eyes is the problem. That he isn't as good as they thinks he is, that he was weak and let himself get used to it anyway, that when they smile at him as if he's better than he knows, there's nothing more than he wants than to snarl that they're wrong, to drag the moon down from space if that's what they want, that there are days he doesn't even recognize his reflection and nights it still feels like not enough, and he could plow on until he finds enough, whatever that even is. But what then? What if, at the end of all of that? NG's chest tightens. You keep saying that, but I don't think you actually want to know. Once again, Ray pays no heed to his warning. She walks right up to him, close enough that he can see the flecks in her eyes. "Try me," she murmurs, her tone imploring and oh so very earnest, and something in him just can't. A sudden sense of vertigo, of hurtling off a cliff, grasping fruitlessly for a foothold, gasping furiously for air, because if the truth is what she wants, the man I couldn't save today, 𝐿𝐺 begins, his voice eerily calm even to his own ears. He didn't die before. Silence. I didn't remember the details at first. At least, not until I recognized the building. What? Ray starts, her eyes wide and confused. There were more casualties back then. A group of 4 trainees, trapped on the 7th floor. They were in the opposite direction of where that man was. I rushed back, of course, but by then, it's on him. If he'd just remembered the situation earlier, called for more backup from the get-go, didn't hesitate for that precious split second, was just that much faster on paper, it was the right choice. Minimize the numbers, prioritize the young. Playing God, it suddenly feels like. Especially when 𝐿𝐺 remembers the gratitude of the man back then, can compare it to the more effusive ones from today. He gives her a humorless smile. But who was I to decide, right? What do you? Ray shakes her head, swallowing. Are you saying that? You guessed correctly. 𝐿𝐺 makes no attempt to mask the vitriol lacing his tone. I did know what would happen. With this, and with everything else. Because all those things I told you about, with you ending up in a psychiatric ward and everything after. The smile that bleeds onto his lips is all wrong, he can't bring himself to twist it back into shape. It actually happened. I lived through all of that. And it wasn't all. 1 step forward, 2 steps backwards. I told you I trained 𝐒𝐿𝐺, what happened after you got admitted, how we thought he died and found out he became a villain. But what happened in between? She takes another step back. Our middle children only inherited your ice quirk. But our youngest. 𝐿𝐺 laughs, low and harsh. He was everything I'd wanted. 𝐿𝐺, please. His only 5 - I trained him too. Just like with 𝐒𝐿𝐺, except even harder, since he had higher limits, more potential. He barely had any time with his siblings or you. His heart pounds in his ears. Tunnel vision. Another step, and then another. You were much stronger than I made it sound. You tried to stop me, I wouldn't listen. I think you hated me for it. A caustic smile. He looked like me from his left. It was him that you threw that kettle at, not 𝐒𝐿𝐺. Fear, familiar and fleeting and foreign, just a faint flicker in her eyes, something he hates and relishes in equal measure, hates the surge of vindication, hates in itself. The best part is, he needs to get stronger. Do you want him to end up like, I genuinely thought that everything I did was for his own good, that he was like me? That he'd come to appreciate it when he was older? Because he did. He'd have given anything to ensure 𝐿𝐺's success, would burn away the parts of himself he'd no longer need, would forsake the happiness of the rest of his children, his wife, himself, even 𝐿𝐺, because happiness had been a distraction long enough. And what did something so nebulous and pointless matter so long as he could protect himself, could stand on the same playing field as All Might, could do everything that 𝐿𝐺 never could? So, don't talk to me about intentions -- what did you -- It's 𝐿𝐺. I'm sorry, I -- her back against the wall, a terrible moment of déjà vu double vision, all of a sudden, of her smiling teasingly up at him, fingers crooked in a come hither gesture, of her hands shaking, clenched behind her back. 𝐿𝐺 -- this is it. The moment she realizes precisely what kind of monster she's been sleeping with for the past few years, where she walks away from him with their children in tow and this appealing farce of a fever dream finally ends, and that's how it should be, isn't it? 𝐿𝐺. An abrupt jolt of cold around his arm. A trickle of horror runs down his spine. Why does it always come to this? He thought he'd. Why can't he just? 𝐿𝐺 exhales sharply, fighting to keep down the bile burning at the back of his throat. She lets go of him even as he drops his gaze, nearly stumbling in his haste to back away. I suppose you take after your father in this. But tell me, 𝐿𝐺, what use is there in perfecting your control over your quirk if you can't even control yourself? I'm sorry. 𝐿𝐺 wrenches from his throat. He hates that it's not enough, but it's all he has to give, and he'd take back the last 10 minutes if he could, but he can't. Maybe the 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 in his dreams is right. He can't keep this up, even a second chance isn't enough, and just, how many tries will he take to get things right? If it meant he wouldn't lose control again, maybe, just maybe, he'd take any dissonance it'd entail over this. Over this suffocating silence, over Ray staring at him as if she, the only person who's ever made him feel like he could be enough, because, if even she can't, then. His heart clenches. Whiplash doesn't even begin to cover it. 𝐭𝐲's voice washes over her ears. Ray barely registers it when he moves, stumbling backwards as if he's been scalded. A sudden, aching cold, a blanket muffling her senses. She wants to deny it, to chalk it up to delusion, stress, anything, but it makes sense. The nightmare, all those details about their other children, so many puzzle pieces finally slotting into place. So much that she thought she knew about the man before her, being called into question all over again. I shouldn't have. 𝐭𝐲 swallows. I didn't mean to tell you like that. Did you mean to tell me at all? If you want, I can take a guest bedroom or something if you'd like the space. He mutters. Ray wills her lips to move, her vocal cords refuse to cooperate. Or if you'd rather move back to 𝐭𝐻𝐿. She manages. He cuts himself off. Ray takes a deep breath. Can we just talk? He starts, then sighs. Of course. Her mouth feels dry. How? I don't know. I died. I woke up 20 years earlier, remembering everything. He exhales. My mother seems to have had a similar experience. 20 years. He died. It might run in his family. There's just so much to take in. What changed? Ray asks, because she needs to know, to hear it even if she's heard enough to guess. I got what I wanted, the last way I wanted it. 𝐭𝐲 murmurs. She wishes he'd look back up. As for what came after, most of what I told you back then was true. Ray nods slowly. And the parts that weren't. He tells her. A muted sense of betrayal, confusion, clouding her veins, and through it all, the question pounding loud and insistent in her head, where do we go from here? Silence descends upon them again. 𝐭𝐲 just stands there, still refusing to meet her eyes, none of those solutions he's usually so forthcoming with in setting out for them falling from his lips. Your move. It's too much to process, and yet. In principle, at least, this is nothing Ray hasn't heard before. It's nothing she hadn't accepted when he'd explained it in the guise of a dream. It's nothing she didn't think her husband was capable of, even if she's been doing her best to convince herself otherwise. It never happened, it would happen, it did happen. For all intents and purposes, Ray's always known it felt real to him, the same way it never did for her. She can try to imagine it, has tried to, in fact, and in that sense. I'm not saying I don't believe you, but. Ray pauses, struggling to find the right words. Does this really have to change anything? Her words come out in a rush. 𝐭𝐲's head snaps up. He stares at her as if she's gone insane. Perhaps, she has. You heard what I said, didn't you? And after I just dash, if his scoff sounds slightly choked, Ray doesn't comment. How can you just dash, what would you rather I do? Her voice rings louder than she meant, a tremor in it that she can't quite hide. Hate you for their sakes. A sharp exhale. 𝐭𝐲 holds her gaze, drops it again, clenches his fists, unclenches them. She watches, slightly numbly, as he leans against the wall, then seems to give up altogether, sliding down to sit on the floor. It's worlds away from the image he projects as a hero, a small, strangely broken picture that other version of herself would probably have been the last to see, and Ray just. I don't know. He says quietly. Shouldn't you? Should she? Ray still remembers it all. Being 9 and idealistic, dreaming of having a great big adventure and maybe meeting Prince Charming along the way. 14, comforting her brother and realizing that that aspect of her future would lie in negotiations and ultimatums just like him. 20, and thinking she knew this was coming, that there are men far worse that she could marry. 24, and. Back then, she'd have given anything for far less than this. For him to look at her instead of through her, for him to at least smile at 𝐒𝐻𝐢𝐫 even if he couldn't make the time to play with him, for him to actually talk to either of them, beyond the most perfunctory and functional of exchanges, when, she wonders, did she somehow get used to this? Building an actual family with him and the children. Feeling treasured. If 𝐭𝐲 had bit the bullet and told her all of this on that very first night, could she have brought herself to give him the chance? The disconnection of 20 years, slightly daunting to process even now when she knows it hasn't made a difference. Hypervigilance from knowing precisely what he's capable of, constantly second-guessing his intentions, scrutinizing every misstep for fear it's a sign of worse to come. In that sense, he's right. For all she thinks it shouldn't make a difference, it would have. Rei's horror and caution would have outweighed her hope. And if space was what she'd wanted, he'd probably have let her have it. Hold himself at a distance, place his flaws under the spotlight if it'd make her feel that much safer, she can see it. The way things might have been, all those memories they'd never have made, and she's just so grateful that it didn't. Shouldn't you? It would be easier to act on their behalf, to shrink away instead of reaching out, to fear or resent or outright hate him if he hadn't stopped, if she hadn't trusted him to, if the past few years didn't happen, if he hasn't been so easy to love. Ray feels like both laughing and crying at that thought. It's just so ironic that when it comes down to it, despite all the things he claims to have done, has done, she still loves him more than the man who'd done none of that. She'd question her own sanity if it didn't also make perfect sense. If the difference boils down to the 𝐭𝐲 that hasn't but would, and the one that has but won't. I don't. She admits. I can't. 𝐭𝐲 lets out a slow breath. It sounds like one he's been holding. I had my theories. Ray starts, filling the silence. Especially when you told me about the other children. They just felt so real. Her cheeks feel like lead, she tugs them into a sad smile anyway. I honestly wondered if you could see the future, because how else could so much fit in one dream? Her body feels like it's moving on autopilot, yet it's a conscious choice that Ray makes when she sits down next to him. She mirrors his position, their arms brush, he doesn't shift closer, but he doesn't move away. But even before. A wet laugh. We were more preoccupied with 2 years, but you have no idea how relieved I was when you got those results. That it wasn't a quirk, that he was still him, that he hadn't been replaced or possessed or that she wasn't falling in love with a stranger in his skin. People don't change overnight. Ray murmurs, hugging her knees to her chest. For years, I watched you slip away. As you started coming home later and later and your temper got. She hesitates. 𝐭𝐲 swallows. Go on. And so, she does. Narrates how she tried to lighten the mood, only to be met with an unsmiling line. How the furrow between his brows only grew deeper, his responses ever more terse yet painfully predictable. How she'd started to wonder if maybe that was all there was to her husband, that all those hints of kindness from before were gone or fading, and if it was all out of her hands anyway, was there any point in her trying? Then came that night, and everything after. What was I to think when suddenly, you went back to that, and so much more? Ray asks, her lips curving into another sad smile. Apologies, offered where she'd never expected any, when getting even concessions before had felt like pulling teeth. All those glimpses of humor and tenderness, until they weren't just glimpses and she could say for sure even after those results came out, especially then, I didn't think this would last. She confesses. But then I thought, I might as well just enjoy it while it does. 𝐭𝐲 takes another slow breath, one that's suspiciously shaky. 6 months. 1 year. When I got Piajin and tea with Fuyumi. When she came along. Ray murmurs. Any time now, I thought. But then, you just kept proving me wrong. It comes out like an accusation, the laugh she tries to soften its edge with is a little too damp. It's the little things. The flowers, our outings. The way you let Fuyumi crawl all over you, all those ridiculous phone hockey rematches you keep having with Tuya because you refuse to throw the match even though you know he won't stop challenging you until he wins. She cuts herself off. The days we spend just talking. The nights we spend not sleeping. Before I knew it, all I knew was that I didn't want this to end. Ray says, her voice catching, and she doesn't even know why she's crying, but 𝐭𝐲's hand finds hers. Nothing more than a brush of fingers, so feather-like that it hurts, A connection so tenuous it might snap if she even moved a muscle. �REI buries her face against his shoulder anyway. It doesn't surprise her when 𝐿𝐺 stiffens, it doesn't surprise her when he eventually exhales, some of the tension in his frame bleeding out with it. Yet, something about the way he wraps his arm around her after that pause, so careful and hesitant and familiar all at once, only makes her heart ache more. A warmth she almost wishes were less comfortable, a solid pressure she associates with home even if his chest shakes with every breath. And at this point, �REI isn't even sure who's comforting who, but either way, it's case in point of how you would never have. I still don't. She whispers, catching his tears with the side of her finger. A long silence, just the sound of their breaths, the rise and fall of 𝐿𝐺's chest against her back. It doesn't have to, she wishes he'd say, or even just me too. It wasn't supposed to be like that. 𝐿𝐺 mumbles instead. Wasn't supposed to be like what? So rushed at the start, so messy in the middle, so complicated even now, when things have been good for the most part. He continues, his voice rough. You and 𝐿𝐺 made things easier than they should have been. Why wouldn't they? When 𝐿𝐺 idolizes his father so, when �REI just wanted to feel like her husband actually loved her. All at once, she wishes he'd just got it right the first time, that it truly was just a dream. �REI doesn't want to have to picture it, the BLD on his hands, the way he must have been. And yet, there's a darker sort of relief that blooms in her chest, ugly and all-consuming. There's no way to make it sound better than what it is, a thank you for going through all of that so I don't have to. At least now, she knows that this isn't a whim, it's been years in the making, he isn't going to pull the rug out from under her feet. And maybe she shouldn't, but she's not that �REI, and can hardly imagine going through everything he's said. She won't even pretend that it's for her children's sakes, although that is a part of it, but it's just, she has her own list of regrets that she's bringing to the table, everything he's laid out, he's been carrying all this while. 2 years of good, 3 years of bad, another almost 3 of more than she'd ever dared to dream. That's all �REI really knows, and it matters, doesn't it? That in spite of everything. Aside from this, she asks quietly. This time, when �REI twists to look at him, he lets her search his gaze. Is there anything else? 𝐿𝐺 shakes his head. That's all. �REI takes another deep breath. Then, for me, at least, as long as you don't do all of that again. I won't. 𝐿𝐺 says, raw and desperate and honest all rolled up in one. It's far from the prettiest moment to know, but it's not like �REI ever really had a say when it comes to her heart. She interlaces her fingers with his, squeezing once for good measure. He lets her, and after another slow breath, gently rests his head atop hers. She's not sure how long they spend just sitting there. Neither of them says a word until there's a distant crack of thunder, and then they both do. I'll clear up here -- I'll check on the kids -- you should get some rest -- I can help. It's a statement of how the world has been, how it could be, what it's going to be, if �REI has any say at all, and so, when 𝐿𝐺 makes to stand up, it's part impulse and part calculated decision that she rests a hand on his chest, stopping him. He freezes at first, his lips stiff against hers, yet it's like a dam breaks with her slightest push. �REI's heart aches from a million things. What must have been her first kiss with him at this very same spot, what feels like both yesterday and a lifetime ago. All the things that can't and won't be the same, irrevocably shifted by the force of his revelations and the grip of his hands, a little too tight, but then it's just the same for her, and if it's foolish of her not to stay away until they figure out everything else, if it's selfish of her not to deny herself this for her older self's sake. Their lips part on an exhale in the exact same moment. They both use it as an avenue to press in again. Maybe �REI's just not as much of a saint as she'd like to be, maybe she simply can't afford to be one, and if that's how it is, so be it. Now. 𝐿𝐺 chokes out. A gentle nod, the smallest of smiles. I'm proving a point. It wasn't supposed to be like this. 𝐿𝐺 didn't mean to tell her so soon, he never wanted to tell her like that, he never expected her to stay. In any sense of the word, let alone like this. Next to him in the shower, her breath warm against his skin. There's no warning before she says it, a soft murmur by his ear. Words shouldn't have this much power. It's just words. 𝐿𝐺 knows that. It's just 5 vowels, just 3 consonants. Just a phrase he's never actually heard or had a use for. Just a glimpse of what the world could be. Disbelief. Wonder. Hope. He feels wrung dry and filled all at once, being pieced together while still falling apart. The thing is, 𝐿 knows the done thing, knows what the boundaries of reciprocation dictate, only, what value does his love even have? Because even back then, no matter what they'd thought, and he knows full well they'd laugh in his face if he ever claimed to, he did. It just hadn't been enough. He just couldn't for the life of him bring himself to act on it until it was shoved in his face, because then he'd have been wrong about everything, it would all have been for nothing, and 3 words on the tip of his tongue. Why do you? How can you? Please don't lie. Her voice reverberates in his head. 𝐿 shuts his eyes, lets the curtain of water hide the sting. Ray's heart thuds in overdrive. So does his. Her eyelids flutter open as she pulls away, just far enough that they are face to face. 𝐿 can count the droplets clinging to her lashes, can calculate the angle of her smile, can probably estimate the pressure behind the thumb she strokes over his lip and each and every finger that cups his cheek. He can't explain what about all of it makes his lungs hurt, or put a name to the emotions swelling in his chest. He's never been more unsure of what he wants, has never been clearer about what he doesn't, and yet, in this moment, if he were to ask himself what he does. More of this. More of her. To not have to feel afraid of the very act of wanting, to maybe at least try and figure out what love truly is, if they'd let him and somehow, she is. There will be no going back. But if she isn't going anywhere. Ray's smile starts to falter, the corners of her lips quivering slightly. Why would he want to? His hand moves on its own accord, lifting her chin back up to look at him. All those words that 𝐿 nearly says, he swallows, then reaches for the ones that catch in his throat instead, 8 letters he's not sure he's ever strung together before. Not quite affirmation, more of a promise, clumsy and rushed and ragged around the edges. Ray's breath hitches anyway. Her eyes widen, first with surprise, and then something that looks like genuine happiness. It matters. He matters. Even if he doesn't deserve it, doesn't know why. And she doesn't know how his lungs feel like bursting when she kisses him tenderly like that, holding him tight as if he might disappear. There are essays written in her eyes, spelling out truths 𝐿 could look at for a lifetime, and a shuddering breath, a question that slips out before he can take it back. Is this really fine? Ray's gaze never leaves his. She moves 𝐿's hands to her hips, lets her answer linger in the space between them just before she closes it, and just for that one infinite moment where it feels like she's finally looking at him, where it no longer feels like he's living someone else's life, or simply living a lie. 𝐿 lets the walls crash down. He lets himself believe it.